Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Hayden. Damn it! I shout, almost tripping over a stick. I manage to keep my footing and keep running, kicking my legs faster and faster. I have good stamina, but even this is a lot for me. My chest is heaving. I'm so out of breath I feel like I could fall to the ground and die right now. Keep going, I whisper to myself. Just keep going. I can hear them behind me, hooting and hollering. They think this is funny, and they always have. This is far from the first time they've done this to me. It's their favourite game to play when they're bored. But this time it's different. This time they have an end goal, and it involves me bleeding out on the forest floor. I feel sick to my stomach imagining what they would do with my body afterwards. "You can't run forever, you infertile witch," one of the orcs shouts, cackling. "Let her try," another one adds. "It's more fun that way." I know they'd love to see me reach my limit. They want nothing more than to see the look on my face when I realise they've finally captured me. A sob makes its way out of me, because I know in my heart that that moment is coming. And it's coming today. I've gone over it and over it in my head. But there's just no way out. Still, I can't give up just yet. I can't give them the satisfaction of breaking me that easily. And if I'm actually able to get away from them, I'll never have to return to the Swordhammer clan. In fact, I won't be allowed to, even if I wanted that. They capture and use human women as breeding slaves. It's been going on for years, and the things I've seen, the things I've been through have been absolutely brutal. None of us have a choice in the matter, unless we prefer death. Some have. They've been trying to get me pregnant for a long time now, but today they finally deemed me infertile. Therefore I am useless to them. Garbage. Which is why I'm currently running for my life as they hunt me, seeing me as nothing but a target for them to hit. I dodge to the left without even looking back, hearing the sound of an arrow whizzing past. That sound is ingrained in my brain and always will be. The amount of times I've heard it, well, it's probably in the hundreds. "Look at her little legs going." An orc laughs, and others join in. Their little comments only fuel my urge to keep running, fuel my little legs to not stop. They've caught me out here many times before. It's why I've become so accustomed to the sound of that arrow. After the first few times of getting hit, I made damn sure it wouldn't happen again, especially since I was never given any medical help after returning to Swordhammer's territory. Right now, I run away from the border, with no set destination in mind. It doesn't matter where I end up, just as long as it's far away from here, where they can't find me. A whimper escapes me as my foot slams into the ground particularly hard. I glance down, wincing at the sight of blood trailing down my legs. My body is littered with bruises and cuts, and every single muscle hurts beyond belief. But I'm used to this. It barely fazes me. In fact, being scared for my life to this extent doesn't faze me either. None of this is new. I've been treated like this my whole life. Not once have I known what happiness feels like, or peace. There hasn't been a single night where I felt safe or cared for. I don't even know what that would look like at this point. I don't feel sorry for myself, though. Not when every other human woman is going through the exact same thing, I'm not special. You're slowing down, an orc calls in a sing-song tone of voice. I pant, my skin and muscles burning as I pump my legs faster still. He's right, I was slowing down, but not intentionally. My body is screaming for me to stop. It doesn't want to take me much farther, and somehow I have to find a way to make it. Tears stream down my face, no matter how hard I try to hold them back. They're from frustration, not sadness. Tears of anger. No human deserves this, not a single one of us, and yet we can't escape it. All my life I've wondered if there was a place out there where humans live in harmony, with no one torturing them or using them. It's our weakness, in comparison to the orcs, that makes us an easy target, putting us in this position. But there has to be a place where we aren't treated like this. I have to believe that, otherwise what's the point? I run to the left, then straight, then to the left again, trying to lose them. At some point it starts to work. They aren't behind me anymore, and I can't hear them. I make the split-second decision to hide instead of continuing to run. With my sobs and my loud footsteps snapping twigs every 2 seconds, they'll hear me soon enough and find me. If I hide, maybe I can wait them out and then start running again later. I duck behind a large tree, crouching in between 2 bushes that sit at the foot of it. My eyes are wide and my jaw is clenched as I hold my breath, listening for them. A moment later, I hear a rustling sound, like people running. It's followed by a laugh so evil it raises goosebumps on the back of my neck. "Come out, you useless trollop! You can't hide forever. We'll find you." "I can already smell her," a different orc says. "Come on, be a good little girl and come out. If you cooperate, we'll show you mercy." I clasp a hand over my mouth. They sound so close. This was a horrible idea. I should have just kept running. Now there's no way I'll be able to outrun them. I stand up and dart out from between the bushes, taking off again. As soon as I do, I hear their laughs, their feet on the ground. One look behind me is enough to give me another burst of energy. The sight of them all barreling towards me, some with arrows trained in my direction, gives me renewed focus. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I chant this over and over in my mind, like a mantra. The fire in me grows. I refuse to give those monsters the satisfaction of taking my life. I refuse to let them steal my hope. This time, when I hear the arrow sound, I know there are multiple. I duck down and to the right, before standing back to full height and running straight forward. A second later, I'm forced to tuck and roll along the ground, getting nicked in my attempt to avoid an arrow. Thankfully, it isn't a very bad cut. I'm able to spring back to my feet and keep running. "You smell delicious," an orc growls close by. "You're leaving a trail all over these woods." I hate the way he says it, like I'm food and he can't wait to eat me. "Just give up now, sweetheart. It's pointless. You're only making this more exciting for us by running." I block out the pain, the voices, everything. None of it matters. I dodge arrows and trees expertly, the feeling of the wind against my face the only thing keeping me calm. I focus on that. The soft feeling of a breeze against my skin, and the way it makes me feel so alive. I'd give anything to feel that tomorrow. The trees start to thin, making it easier to run around them, but also easier for the orcs to hit me. I manage not to get hit or even nicked, but it slows me down, the constant dodging and ducking. Eventually the trees disappear altogether. I run into a clearing at full speed, but halfway through it, I come to a complete halt. My heart sinks, and I feel my fate being sealed at this moment. Up ahead, there's a cliff, which means I now only have 2 options: jump and die, or stay and die. I look back, watching the group of orcs still running through the trees. This is it. They've finally bested me. My head turns towards the cliff, and I already know what I'm going to do. "Looks like you're trapped now," someone calls. I glance towards the orcs again, just as an arrow comes towards me. I try to move out of its way, but I'm too late. I scream, so loud I'm sure animals all across the forest heard me. I look at my arm, seeing the arrow sticking out of it and nearly throwing up. It isn't the first time, but I've never had one so deep before. The pain is almost too much to bear. Blood is pouring out of my arm at a concerning rate. The orcs laugh at the sight of me standing here and begin taunting me. "It's okay, we'll go easy on you," one of them says. "Yeah, we'll be quick about it." "No, you won't, I think, because I won't be giving you that choice." I turn around and run towards the edge of the cliff. When I reach it, I give them one more look. "Screw you, you monsters," I scream at them. With that, I fling myself over the edge. Chapter 2. Hayden. I don't want to die. Truth be told, I have every reason to want that. I've been tortured and forced to do things I didn't want to do for my entire life. It's been never-ending, and I have no reason to think that it'll ever be any different. But that's exactly why I want to stay alive. I have to know. If there's a better life out there, if there's a place for me no matter how small, I have to find it. Even if it takes my whole life, I can't give up. I start falling down the cliff faster than I expected, but I'm able to grab onto a jutting rock a few feet down. A bolt of pain shoots through the arm with the arrow in it, and I hold back a scream. The rock is slippery with moss, so I struggle to hang on. My hands keep slipping. It's impossible to get a grip. "No," I gasp, trying my best to not lose my hold. I glance down, which turns out to be a huge mistake. The ground is so far away, and there's nothing to break my fall. If I make it all the way down there, I'll be splattered on the rocks within seconds. My fingers start to slip again, but I regain my hold once more. I can feel myself starting to panic, but I ignore it. Panicking is not an option right now. All that will do is make this worse. "Tramp!" an orc shouts. "She jumped!" He sounds like he's a bit farther away. My eyes bug out as I realise that falling isn't the only thing I need to worry about. If they look over the edge, they'll see me right away. Either way, I'm dead. I take a deep breath in and let it out slowly, before looking down again. This time, I'm not looking at the ground, but instead at the rock wall I'm clinging to. It isn't just one smooth wall. There are cracks everywhere, and there are rocks jutting out, but most are too small for me to use, and the ones that are bigger are way too far from me. There's an outcropping nearby, but that's also too far. "We can still find her. She'll be down there somewhere," an orc says. "She'll be long dead by then." "Even better." I listen to their conversation in horror, not because of what they said, but because of how close their voices sound. I probably have seconds until they see me. Looking down, I focus on the outcropping. It's far, but if I can make it there, I can find some place to hide for the night. That's all I need. I look for the closest large rock. There are none next to me, but there's one directly below me. The only problem is that it's way farther down. In my mind, there's only one way I can do this. I look at the arrow still sticking out of my arm. It's thick and looks like it's made well, so it won't snap easily. Not letting myself think about it any longer, I grip the rock as tight as I can with my injured arm, freeing up my good arm. With the good arm, I take hold of the arrow and grit my teeth, pulling it out. As I pull it out, my right hand slips on the rock. I try to grab it with my left hand, without dropping the arrow, but I'm too late. I start free falling down the cliff again, but I stick with my plan. Before I can fall too much, I plunge the arrow into the rock. It's a gamble, since it's impossible to aim it into one of the cracks, but it works. I come to a pause mid-air, holding onto the arrow with one arm. The arrow is more than halfway into a crack in the cliff. That, coupled with how small I am, allows it to hold my full weight. For now. I look down, breathing hard. The rock is only a few feet below me now. I hear the orcs burst into laughter. My head snaps up towards the top of the cliff, but no one is in sight. Maybe they aren't going to look over the edge after all. Maybe they're already figuring out a way to get to the bottom to find me. Still, I need to be quick about this. I shove my right hand into a nearby crack and find a larger crack near my feet to stick them into. Once I'm sure that my feet and my hand are snug enough, I start to slowly take the arrow out of the wall. If I yank it, I'll just fly back and fall, so I need to be careful about this. My feet start to slip just as I get the arrow fully out, so I place the arrow in between my teeth and stick my left hand into the same crack my right one is in. Slowly, I begin scaling down, finding divots that my hands can go in and cracks for my feet. My muscles are screaming at me to rest, and my right arm hurts so bad from the arrow. If I hadn't built up so much endurance and stamina over the past few years, I would have fallen a long time ago. Turns out all those times the orcs chased me has actually done me some good. The large, jutting rock below me is so close. It's nearly level with the outcropping, so if I can use it to get to the next rock and so on, then I'll be okay. I let myself drop the last 2 inches, clutching the wall. The rock is big enough for me to stand flat on, but it isn't much wider than that. Damn, I mutter. Since I'm level with the trees, I'm also level with the fog that likes to hang up here. It becomes hard for me to look around and find new footholds. Even squinting does nothing to help. I wait for a cloud of it to pass before setting my sights on a rock sticking out that's about 2 feet away from me. Taking the arrow out of my mouth in case I need it, I stretch out a leg, grabbing hold of another rock to help move myself over. Once I'm standing on the new rock, I keep repeating the same process, moving horizontally along the rock wall, finding new footholds and inching my way closer to the outcropping. I'm feeling confident until I hear another voice. This time I have no doubt they're right at the edge of the cliff. "I don't see anything. We should go down there." "Let me look," a different orc says. I freeze, not wanting to look up. I can't bear to see the smug look on their faces when they realise they can still get me. "I don't see anything on the ground down there," someone shouts. The more they talk, it becomes obvious that they can't see me. Puzzled, I glance up. As I do, I realise why. I can't see them either. A thick cloud of fog is above me, blocking everything from sight. I get a burst of hope and continue scaling along the cliff, getting closer and closer to my target. Sometimes I have to use the arrow by sticking it in the wall to sort of swing myself to the next foothold. I hate doing it, terrified that the arrow will snap, but it's my only choice. Wait, I think I see something. Where? Over there, where the fog is thinning. Don't you see it? No, I see nothing. When I glance up, I see that the fog is in fact thinning, and I'm still several feet away from the outcropping. "Here, let me try something," an orc says. I move to the next foothold, trying to speed up without being sloppy. Just as I'm about to reach for the next chunk of rock, I hear it, that same familiar whizzing sound. An arrow goes flying by me. I turn my face down and away from the direction it came, trying to at least protect my face. The rest of me I can't do much about. More arrows fly by, and they seem to be getting closer and closer to hitting me. When the next round comes, I gasp, clenching my teeth as one of them sinks into my good arm this time. A ringing sound fills my ears as I fight through the pain. It's way worse than the first one, and it takes all of my strength not to cry out, but I don't want them to hear me and confirm that I'm down here. I hear their voices still, but they're muffled. When I look above me, the fog is still there. Tears pour out of my eyes and my arm begins to shake, but I squeeze my eyes shut, begging my body to just do this one last thing for me. Through sheer willpower, I open my eyes and do what I have to do to make it the last few feet. As soon as I set foot on the outcropping, I collapse on the ground, closing my eyes. Already I can feel myself slipping. I'm so tired, and with my injuries I need this rest so badly. Tomorrow, I can worry about where I'm going to go or how I'm going to survive. I'm sure the orcs will have moved on by then, and probably forgotten about me completely. After a minute, I open my eyes and look up towards the cliff, where the orcs had been. I don't hear them anymore. A grin slowly spreads across my face. It feels foreign, but so damn good. And for a moment, all the pain in my body is irrelevant. My bleak future is irrelevant. Because I survived.
Chapter 3, Cagan. I'm over this, I mutter. The longer I walk through the village, the more I feel my anger reaching a peak that I've been trying to avoid. It does me no good to be angry, because anger doesn't make change happen. If anything, it makes it harder for me to think clearly enough. But right now, I can't stop it. As I walk, I don't even see the orcs passing me. Their voices are indiscernible, so if anyone speaks to me, I'm unaware. I don't really know where I'm going, and I don't care. My father has been the same way my entire life, detached, cold, uncaring. He makes terrible decisions for not just our family, but our clan as the chieftain of Swordstone. So pathetic, I mumble to myself, scoffing. I know this about him, and yet I still let his actions get to me. Maybe because his actions keep getting more and more out of hand. Lately, I haven't been able to keep my mouth shut anymore. My sister Sharog's arranged marriage is one thing, but everything else on top of that? I'm done staying quiet, and Chieftain Malamute is about to find that out. I look forward to the day that I inherit his place and become the new chieftain. I've dreamed of it my entire life, and the urge only gets stronger each year. Unfortunately, my father holds all the power. It doesn't matter what I say or do, he has the final decision. My opinions, my effort, it's all useless. I end up in the training area approaching the nearest wooden practice dummy. Adjusting my stance, I begin, without even grabbing protection for my hands. I want to feel every hit, every scratch and splinter. The first punch feels good, but the ones that follow feel amazing. Over and over, I hit it, my mind going completely blank. Not a single thought goes through my head other than where I'm going to hit next. By the time the dummy lies smashed to pieces at my feet, my hands are bloody and I feel numb. This isn't how my life was supposed to go. I can't keep going on like this. We can't. I picture the last time my father came to me and asked for my opinion. The way he acted after I gave it to him. My father stares at me, the blank look on his face turning to one of disgust. More than disgust. Hatred. Disappointment. I prepare myself for what I already know is coming. This is why you are not in my place, Kagan. This is why no one comes to you to solve things. Why no one takes you seriously. I don't answer him, refusing to give him the reaction he wants. At the end of the day, he doesn't need to say any of this. If he doesn't like my opinion, he has that right. But he wants to say this stuff. It was his goal to spit these words at me the minute he asked. I'm not an idiot, I know that. Every time he lectures me as if he's surprised at how inadequate my opinions supposedly are. You would think he'd just stop asking by now. He's going to do what he wants either way, so it's pointless. You're not going to say anything? He asks. I stare at his ugly face, debating whether or not I should punch him. I apologize for wasting your time, I finally say. He bursts out laughing as if I just told the funniest joke. I hate that laugh. Sometimes I wonder how I ended up with you as my son. Truly, you couldn't be more opposite than me. And thank the gods for that, he continues. And I practically have this part of the speech memorized by now. You're not good enough to be Swordstone's chieftain. It's a damn shame that you're the only option. I take a deep, shaky breath, trying to keep my cool. I guess we'll see, I say. He shakes his head. For Swordstone's sake, let's hope that isn't for a very, very long time. I spit on the ground, remembering the disgusting look on his face when he said it. I can't keep having that same conversation over and over. But I don't know how the hell I'm going to stop it. Is this just going to be my reality forever? Waiting to take his place, all the while watching him screw it up even more and ignoring everything I have to say? I shake my head, looking around for another practice dummy. My eyes fall on Natus instead, a good friend of mine and an elite soldier in Swordstone. He walks into the training area, a smirk on his face. Need some help? The practice dummies could use a break. I can't even muster up a joke to throw back at him. Nor a smile. I just nod and cross the area to the weapon rack. "Grab a weapon," I tell him. After a quick look, I grab a long machete and turn to him. He chooses a similar-looking machete, and the two of us walk to the middle of the sparring ring. My skin feels like it's buzzing, and I drown out the entire world around me. All I see is my target. Natus and I take up our fighting stances, and he looks just as focused as I am. I make the first move, lunging forward, my machete aimed for his throat. He blocks it with his own knife and holds the position as I try to force the knife closer to his skin. Eventually, he thrusts forward, pushing my machete away with his. I back up, readying myself for his attack. It comes faster than I thought, and Natus aims for my stomach. I block him and send him flying across the ring. He's back on his feet in seconds, grinning at me. "You're going hard today. Afraid I'm going to tell everyone about how I kicked the future chieftain's butt." His words trigger me more than they should. Suddenly, I don't see Natus, my old friend, anymore. I see my father. I start circling around him, slowly. He keeps me in his eye line, his machete raised up. He thinks I'm going to go for his throat again. I dart forward, making contact with his leg. My knife slashes the skin there, blood immediately seeping out. I leap back, ignoring his grunt of pain, and ready myself for more. He squares his shoulders, a look of determination taking over. When he darts forward, he goes for my left bicep. I use my knife to push him away before he even gets close. The sound of steel on steel ringing through the air. I growl, leaping forward again, cutting into his other leg. Before he can even back away, I go for his throat again. He manages to block me, but barely. 1 second slower, and I would have broken skin. I keep going, not giving him a second to recover. My rage begins to take over until it's all I feel, all I see. I let myself imagine what it would feel like if this were actually the chieftain. If it were his blood I was spilling. That alone is enough to make me go absolutely feral. All I can do is fight. I become a machine, a true monster, making swing after swing, letting all my senses be washed away, but one, my sense of smell. I follow the scent of blood all around the ring, refusing to give up. I can't stop. I'll never stop. Not until he's dead. I hear the way he speaks to me, the way he speaks to my sister, the way he treats her. Dooming her to an arranged marriage for nothing other than political reasons. Reasons that don't even make sense because we have enough allies. I see the way he doesn't believe in me. Never has, even though I've never given him a reason to feel that way. I've never let him down. Always done what I was supposed to. Oftentimes I imagine what it would feel like to take his life, to fight him to the death. I'm not really sure what would stop me at this point. "Brother! Kagan! Stop!" I hear the voice, and for a second I pause, but then I keep going, tackling him to the ground. "Kagan, please! You're going to kill Natus!" I freeze, my machete midair. My ears perk up, and I finally let myself see again. Natus is below me, blood visible in several places. He's panting, his eyes slightly widened. I back away, immediately apologizing. "I'm sorry, Natus. I didn't mean to actually hurt you." He just laughs, his face relaxing. "You're crazy, Kagan. You better go hunting or screw someone or something. Let loose before you actually kill someone." I shake my head. "I'm fine, I just got carried away. You should go to a healer." He laughs again. "I'm fine. I can take a beating. Though I'd rather it not be from a psycho orc with a machete. I think I'll take a break from sparring with you for a while." I nod as he gets up and leaves. When he's gone, Sharog takes his place in front of me. She looks up at me, worry lines etched into her face. "You scared me," she says, her voice soft. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have sparred when I was so angry. This thing with your marriage is just getting to me. I can usually take my father's nonsense when his decisions affect me. I'm good at ignoring him, but when they start affecting my sister, I just can't. She steps forward and hugs me. I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. I shake my head. No, I'll do something. We'll figure it out. Our embrace is interrupted by a screaming voice, one I wish I never had to hear again. Kagan! Sharog! He roars. Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 4. Kagan. I take a deep breath to steel my nerves before turning to face my father, the chieftain Malamute. The fury emanating from him is palpable, his eyes narrowed into icy slits and jaw clenched tightly. I knew confronting the elders would provoke his wrath, but I never imagined the sheer intensity of the anger now directed solely at me. "How dare you!" Malamute seethes, his voice low and menacing. "How dare you go behind my back and attempt to poison the elders against me? Your own father and chieftain?" I lift my chin defiantly, refusing to cower under his glare. "I merely spoke the truth, father. The elders saw reason in my words, even if you are too blind to—" The crack of his palm against my cheek echoes across the clearing, cutting off my bold reply. I stagger back, tasting blood where my teeth cut into my cheek. "Insolent boy!" he growls. "It's clear I was too lenient on you growing up. I should have beaten the defiance out of you when I had the chance." Indignation flares hot in my veins. How typical of him, to resort to violence and threats when faced with opposition. "I'm not a child anymore," I retort, straightening to my full height. "And I won't be cowed by your brutality. The elders agreed that our traditions are holding us back. It's time for change, even if you're too stubborn to see it." Malamute's face expression changes, the veins in his neck bulging with rage. "I am the chieftain," he roars. "My word is law. You have no right to question me, let alone incite others to do so." "I have every right," I shout back, my own temper flaring. "As your son and future chieftain, it's my duty to do what's best for our people. And if that means challenging your outdated ways, so be it." For a long, tense moment we glare at each other, the air crackling with anger and resentment. I half expect Malamute to strike me again, but something in my unyielding stance seems to give him pause. "You forget your place, Kagan," he finally says, his tone icy. "I am still chieftain. Defy me again, and the consequences will be dire." With that, he turns on his heel and storms out, leaving me alone with the weight of his threat hanging heavy in the air. But even as trepidation curls in my gut, I feel a flicker of grim satisfaction. I stood my ground today. I showed him and the elders that I will not blindly follow an unjust leader. Change is coming to our clan, whether Malamute likes it or not. And I intend to be the one leading the charge. "I am the future clan leader," I declare, my voice ringing with conviction as I stare down my father. "My opinion matters, whether you like it or not." Beside me, Sharog tugs at my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "Kagan, don't! It's not worth it." But I shake her off, my gaze never leaving Malamute's furious face. "Sharog doesn't need to marry anyone," I press on. "Our relationships with the other clans are strong. Arranged marriages for rank gain are unnecessary." Malamute's laugh is harsh and mocking. "You fool," he spits. "You know nothing of leadership or tradition. Women like Sharog have one purpose: to be married off for the good of the clan. Rage boils in my veins at his callous words. How dare he reduce my kind-hearted sister to nothing more than a bargaining chip? Sharog is not a pawn for you to barter with, I growl. Malamute ignores me, turning his cold gaze to Sharog. I've raised you for years, girl. Spent precious resources on you. It's time you repaid that debt. His cruel words hit me like a physical blow. Threatening me is one thing, but I will not stand for him intimidating Sharog. Enough, I roar, stepping protectively in front of my sister. You will not speak to her that way. Malamute's eyes narrow. You dare to give me orders, bastard! My heart pounds furiously, but I hold my ground. I'm not a bastard. I'm a righteous orc, one who will lead this clan into a better future. And I'm telling you, Sharog will marry for love, not politics. If you force this, you'll have to go through me. For a tense moment, we stare each other down, the air crackling with hostility. Then, swift as a striking snake, Malamute lunges at me. I'm not prepared for his speed. His fist cracks against my jaw, sending me staggering back. Sharog screams, but the sound is drowned out by the roaring in my ears as Malamute rains down blows. I try to defend myself, but he's relentless, pummeling me with ruthless efficiency. Each punch is a burst of blinding pain. I taste blood, feel bones crack. You brought this on yourself, Malamute snarls as he kicks me to the ground. Never forget, I am the chieftain. My word is law. Through swollen eyes, I glare up at him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You rule through fear and brutality, I rasp. But one day, your cruelty will be your downfall. The clan follows you now, but even they will only tolerate a tyrant for so long. Malamute's eyes flash with rage, and he draws back his fist again. I brace myself for the blow, but it never comes. Stop! Sharog throws herself between us, arms outstretched, tear tracks glistening on her cheeks. Please, father, no more. You've made your point. For a long moment, Malamute stares at her, chest heaving. Then finally, he lowers his fist. Get him out of my sight, he growls. And Sharog, prepare yourself. You will marry who I command, and soon. With that, he storms away, leaving Sharog to drop beside me and gather my broken body into her arms. Oh, Kagan, she sobs, as she tries to stem the flow of blood from my many wounds. Why must you provoke him? Because what he's doing to you is wrong, I grit out through the pain. I couldn't let him. I won't let him. As I start to get a grip of myself, my thoughts are a swirl of anger and despair. Today my father proved once again that he is unfit to lead. His brutality and backward thinking will destroy our clan. But I swear by the gods, one day I will stop him. No matter the pain I must endure, I will fight for a better future. For Sharog, for our people. As Malamute's footsteps fade into the distance, I remain on the ground, every inch of my battered body throbbing with pain. His parting words echo in my ears. Clear your head, orc boy. Remember your place. I clench my fists, anger and humiliation burning hot in my veins. How many more times must I endure this? How long before my father sees me as a true orc, an equal, instead of a disobedient child to be beaten into submission? Sharog rushes to my side, her gentle hands fluttering over my injuries. Cagan, let me help you. We need to get you cleaned up. But I flinch away from her touch, shame and resentment welling up inside me. I don't want her pity, don't want her to see me like this. Weak, defeated, powerless against our father's brutality. Leave me be, I grunt, hauling myself to my feet with a pained grimace. I need space. Ignoring Sharog's pleas and the stabbing protests of my wounds, I stagger towards the tree line. I need solitude, need to clear my head and lick my wounds in private. As I stumble through the undergrowth, every fiber of my being rails against the injustice of it all. I'm a strong orc, a warrior, the future leader of this clan. I should be respected. my word heeded. Yet time and again, I'm reduced to a cowering child beneath my father's fists. Reaching a small clearing, I collapse, my chest heaving with exertion and emotion. The tranquility of the forest wraps around me, but it does little to soothe the turmoil in my heart. Why? Why must I suffer this indignity, this cycle of violence and subjugation? Is it my fate to forever be ground beneath Malamute's heel, my spirit crushed, my voice silenced? Despair threatens to swallow me whole, but deep within, a small, fierce spark of determination refuses to be extinguished. No, I will not submit. I will not let his cruelty define me or break me. Closing my eyes, I breathe deeply, letting the pain and humiliation bleed out of me, replaced by steely resolve. I will endure this as I always have. I will bide my time, grow stronger, wiser. And when the moment is right, I will seize my destiny and lead my clan into a new era, one free from the shackles of fear and oppression. Malamute may have the power now, but his reign of brutality is coming to an end. I will see to that, no matter the cost. This I vow to the gods, to my people, to myself. Opening my eyes, I square my shoulders, my steps heavy but my spirit unbroken. I am Kagan, future chieftain, and I will not be beaten.
Chapter 5. Hayden. I hate that my only water source borders 2 clans, Burning Sun and Swordstone. It's risky, but I need to survive. When I first woke up after escaping those monsters, I climbed down the cliff, battered and bruised. I remember how desperate I was for water and food. This place, unfortunately, is the only spot with access to water. Now I navigate the jungle like a shadow, always on guard. The leaves rustle with hidden threats, and every snap of a twig makes my heart race. It's a daily fight for survival. The woods are dense, making it easier to hide but also easy to get lost. I keep away from other clans, knowing that they surround this place. I crouch near the stream, my fierce green eyes scanning the area. No movement, except for the lazy drift of the water. My fingers dip into the stream, cool liquid offering a moment of solace. I cup my hands and bring it to my lips, savouring each drop like it's nectar from the gods. A twig snaps behind me. My body tenses. I whip around, ready to fight or flee. Nothing but the wind through the trees. Paranoia keeps me alive. Always has. I gather some water in an old canteen I've managed to scavenge and move away from the open bank, melting back into the cover of the forest. The Swordstone clan might be relocating. I've heard whispers, but that doesn't mean I'm safe. Trusting orcs isn't an option. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting long shadows that dance like spectres around me. The air thickens with moisture as night approaches. It'll soon be harder to see threats coming. My stomach growls angrily. Finding food is another challenge out here. Edible plants are scarce and hunting small beasts isn't always successful. But hunger keeps me sharp, focused on staying alive one more day. As I tread carefully through the underbrush, every sound amplified by my heightened senses, I remind myself why I fight so hard. There must be something better out there for me, for every human forced into this hellish existence. I push forward, determined not to let despair claim me. The stream gurgles, a constant companion in this wilderness. My stomach rumbles, reminding me it's been too long since my last meal. I scan the water, searching for telltale ripples. There, a flash of silver scales. I fashion a crude spear from a nearby branch, sharpening the end with my makeshift knife. Patience is key. I crouch, muscles tense, waiting for the perfect moment. The fish darts closer. I strike, water splashes, the spear misses by inches. Cursing under my breath, I try again and again. On the 4th attempt, I feel the satisfying resistance of flesh. A decent-sized trout writhes on the end of my spear. Dinner, I mutter, allowing myself a small smile. As I prepare the fish, My ears prick at the sound of rustling leaves. A young deer approaches the stream, unaware of my presence. My heart races. Bigger prey means more food, but it's riskier. I weigh my options, then decide to stick with the fish. Better safe than sorry. The chill in the air bites at my skin. I gather dry twigs and leaves, arranging them carefully. A few strikes of flint later, a small flame sputters to life. I feed it slowly, mindful of the smoke. Can't risk drawing attention. The fire crackles softly as I cook the fish. The smell makes my mouth water. It's been so long since I've had a hot meal. As I eat, I can't help but wonder how long I can keep this up. Surviving day to day, always on edge. But what choice do I have? The alternative. I push those thoughts away. Focus on now, on staying alive. The fire dies down to embers. I should head into the small cave I use as shelter soon, before the darkness provides too much protection for nearby predators. But for just a moment, I allow myself to enjoy the warmth, the full belly, the illusion of safety. My life has boiled down to a simple routine: hunt, cook, eat, bathe, sleep, repeat. It's not much, but it's mine. No one telling me what to do, no one hurting me. Just me and the wilderness. Today feels different though. The air's lighter, the forest quieter. No sign of orcs or humans for 3 whole days. It's unsettling. I'm not used to this calm. I make my way to the waterfall, my favourite spot. The rush of water drowns out the constant hum of fear in my head. Mist cools my skin as I approach. I close my eyes, breathe deep. For a moment, I can almost forget the scars, the pain, the years of abuse. The rocks are slippery under my feet as I pick my way closer to the falls. I've learned every safe foothold, every treacherous patch. My body moves on autopilot, muscle memory taking over where constant vigilance usually reigns. I reach my usual perch, a flat stone jutting out over the pool below. Sitting down, I let my legs dangle over the edge. The spray from the falls tickles my toes. It's almost peaceful. My shoulders relax, tension I didn't even realise I was carrying melting away. When was the last time I felt this at ease? I can't remember. I lean back on my hands, tilt my face up to the sky. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappling my skin with warmth. A breeze rustles the leaves carrying the scent of water and earth. For once, I don't feel the need to constantly scan my surroundings. My knife stays sheathed at my hip. My body isn't coiled, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Is this what safety feels like? The water's cool against my skin as I wade into the pool beneath the falls. It's a rare luxury to feel this clean, this free. I've been wearing the same clothes for days, caked with dirt and sweat. But not anymore. I strip off the makeshift garment, a tattered flag I found while scavenging 2 days ago. It's massive, clearly meant for some orc clan's display. Their loss, my gain. I bunch it up in my hands, submerging it in the clear water. The fabric's surprisingly soft despite its rugged appearance. As I scrub, flecks of dirt cloud the water around me. I can't help but wonder about its history. Which clan did it belong to? Why was it abandoned? Not that it matters now. It's mine, repurposed into the closest thing to proper clothing I've had in a while. Large enough to cover my body, it offers a small measure of dignity I'd almost forgotten. I lift the fabric, watching water cascade from its folds. The original design is barely visible now, just hints of colour peeking through the grime. Good. The last thing I need is to accidentally advertise allegiance to some orc clan. My hands work methodically, wringing out excess water. The rhythmic motion is almost meditative. For a moment, I let myself imagine I'm just a normal woman doing laundry, not a survivor, not prey, just me. The illusion shatters as quickly as it forms. My eyes scan the tree line, old habits impossible to break. The forest remains still, but I know better than to trust the quiet. I drape the damp fabric over a nearby rock to dry. The sun's warm on my bare skin as I sink deeper into the pool. Might as well enjoy this moment of peace while it lasts. My fingers trace the scars that mark my body, each one a reminder of what I've endured, what I've survived. I close my eyes, letting the sound of the waterfall wash over me. For just a heartbeat, I allow myself to feel something other than fear or anger. Hope, fragile and fleeting, but they're all the same. The water embraces me like an old friend, cool and inviting. I can't remember the last time I allowed myself this simple pleasure. Diving beneath the surface, I open my eyes, marvelling at the way sunlight dances through the ripples above. For once, I'm not Hayden the survivor. I'm just a woman enjoying a swim. I surface, gasping, and shake droplets from my hair. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, foreign and almost startling. When was the last time I laughed? Emboldened by the rare moment of joy, I dive again. This time I push off the rocky bottom, propelling myself through the water like some aquatic creature. My muscles sing with effort, a pleasant burn after years of constant tension. I break the surface once more, floating on my back. The sky above is a perfect blue, dotted with wispy clouds. It's hard to believe that such beauty can exist in a world that's been so cruel. My guard is down. That's my only excuse for what happens next. Hey! The voice shatters my peace like a rock through glass. I whirl around, water splashing, heart pounding. How did I not hear someone approach? There on the bank stands a figure. My vision blurs with panic as I try to focus. Orc or human, friend or foe.
Chapter 6. Kagan. The trees blur as I rush through the forest, frustration still coursing through my veins. Damn him. My boots pound the earth, matching the thundering in my chest. I break through the tree line, skidding to a halt at the edge of our borders. The abrupt stop nearly sends me tumbling down the slope, but I catch myself just in time. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I survey the scene below. A vast expanse of green stretches out before me, broken only by the silvery ribbon of water cascading down the cliff face. The waterfall crashes into a pool of crystal clear blue, sending up a fine mist that catches the sunlight. Smaller streams branch off from the main body, snaking through the lush vegetation like veins of liquid silver. I inhale deeply, the clean scent of water and earth filling my lungs. It's a stark contrast to the stuffy air of the forest I just left behind. My eyes trace the path of the streams, following their winding course through the verdant landscape. The sight is breathtaking, but it does little to quell the anger still simmering in my chest. I clench my fists. This place, beautiful as it is, serves as a reminder of all I've lost and all I still stand to lose if I can't get my life together. It's beautiful, peaceful, everything that my life isn't right now. My gaze drifts further past the idyllic scene at my feet. In the distance, I can make out the imposing walls of the Burning Sun tribe. Even from here, I can see the bustle of activity. Tiny figures moving about like ants in their fortress. A pang of envy hits me. They have their lives together at least. No backstabbing fathers tearing their clan apart. I clench my jaw, tasting blood. Must have bit my cheek during the fight. The metallic tang brings me back to reality, to the throbbing in my knuckles and the ache in my bones. What am I doing here? Running away like a coward while Sharog faces the consequences of my actions. But the alternative... going back there, facing him again. A distant splash draws my attention back to the water below. The sight before me never fails to calm my turbulent thoughts. Without hesitation, I slide down the slope, my feet finding purchase on the loose earth and rocks. The rush of air against my face clears my mind, if only for a moment. As I reach the bottom, I strip off my clothes, leaving them in a heap on the shore. The cool water beckons and I wade in, relishing the shock against my heated skin. With powerful strokes, I swim towards the thundering waterfall. The roar grows louder as I approach. I position myself directly beneath the cascading torrent, bracing for impact. The water pounds against my shoulders and back, a relentless barrage that washes away my anger and frustration. I close my eyes, letting the pressure drive out every unwelcome thought. My father's harsh words, Sharog's tears, the weight of responsibility, all of it fades beneath the deafening rush. Here, I'm not the future clan leader or the disappointing son. I'm just Kagan, stripped bare of expectations and duty. After what feels like hours, I emerge from under the falls, gasping. My muscles ache, but it's a good pain, one that grounds me in the present. I swim to the shore and haul myself out, collapsing on a sun-warmed rock by the stream. The gentler burble of water over stones fills my ears. I lie back, eyes closed, and let nature envelop me. The warmth of the sun on my skin, the cool breeze ruffling my hair, the earthy scent of damp soil, it all combines to soothe my frayed nerves. I push myself up, muscles still aching pleasantly from the pounding of the waterfall. Time to head back and face the music, but first, I need to grab my clothes from where I left them around the bend. As I round the corner, I freeze. There, in the crystal clear water, is a woman. And not just any woman, a human. She's half submerged, her bare back glistening in the sunlight. Long, dirty blonde hair clings to her shoulders, rivulets of water running down her spine. My breath catches in my throat. She's beautiful, delicate yet strong, her movements graceful as she glides through the water. I've never seen a human up close before, let alone one so captivating. For a moment, I forget everything else. The clan, my father, Sharog, it all fades away as I watch this mysterious creature. She dives beneath the surface, emerging with a splash that sends droplets sparkling through the air. Then reality crashes back in. What the hell is she doing here? This is orc territory, Swordstone land. If anyone else finds her... I scan the area, suddenly on high alert. There's no sign of anyone else, no hint of a camp or companions. She's completely alone. My mind races. How did she get here? Doesn't she know how dangerous this is? She could be killed on sight if the wrong orc stumbles across her. I should leave. Pretend I never saw her. It's not my problem if some foolish human wanders into our lands. But even as I think it, I know I can't just walk away. If my father's hunters find her... Hey! The word bursts from me before I can stop it. The woman whirls around, her eyes locking onto mine. For a heartbeat, she's frozen, a statue carved from pale flesh and terror. I can see the panic etched across her face, her chest heaving with rapid breaths. I didn't mean to scare her. Before I can open my mouth again, she bolts. Water sprays in her wake as she scrambles towards the shore, her movements frantic and uncoordinated. "Wait up!" I call out, my voice echoing off the cliff face. She doesn't slow down. If anything, my words seem to fuel her panic. She stumbles onto the rocky bank, her feet slipping on the wet stones. I wince as she crashes to her knees, but she's up again in an instant, darting towards the tree line. This is bad. If she runs deeper into our territory... I lunge forward, my muscles protesting after the earlier beating. The rocks dig into my bare feet as I give chase, but I barely notice the pain. All I can focus on is the flash of pale skin disappearing into the undergrowth. "Hey!" I shout, pushing through the foliage. Branches whip at my face and chest. "Come out. I'm not going to hurt you." She's fast for a human, fueled by pure terror. But I'm faster. I can hear her ragged breathing just ahead, the crash of her body through the brush. She's making no attempt at stealth, just blind flight. I burst into a small clearing and spot her, stumbling towards the far side. She glances back, her eyes wide with fear. She's clutching a makeshift knife tightly in front of her. I skid to a halt, suddenly aware of how this must look. Here I am, a massive orc, naked and charging after a defenseless human woman. No wonder she's terrified.
Chapter 7. Hayden. Hey! The deep voice slices through my peaceful moment. My heart leaps into my throat as I whip around, water droplets flying from my hair. Orc, massive, green, dangerous. Panic seizes me. I surge out of the stream, feet slipping on slick stones. My hands grasp blindly for the tattered flag I use as clothing. It's barely dry, but I don't care. Stupid, careless. How did I let my guard down? I sprint, clutching the damp fabric to my chest. Twigs and rocks bite into my bare feet. I don't dare look back. The forest blurs around me as I run, branches whipping my face and arms. My lungs burn. Every instinct screams to keep moving, to get as far away as possible. Years of running from orcs have honed my survival instincts. I duck and weave through the undergrowth, trying to lose him in the dense foliage. But I hear heavy footsteps behind me, gaining ground. Number. I can't go back. I won't. My legs pump harder, muscles screaming in protest. I vault over a fallen log, nearly losing my makeshift clothing in the process. Wait! The orc calls out. Fat chance. As if I'd ever trust one of them again. I veer sharply to the left, hoping to throw him off. My wet hair clings to my face, obscuring my vision. I swipe it away frantically, searching for somewhere to hide. There. A tangle of roots from a massive tree. I dive into the small hollow, pressing myself against the damp earth. My chest heaves as I try to quiet my ragged breathing. Please don't find me. Please don't find me. I strain my ears, listening for any sign of pursuit. For a moment, all I hear is the pounding of my own heart. Then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, getting closer. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a whimper. My back presses against rough bark, heart pounding so hard I'm sure he can hear it. Sweat mingles with stream water on my skin, making me shiver despite the warmth. This can't be happening. Not again. The orc's footsteps crunch through the underbrush, slow and methodical. Hunting. Searching. For me. I grip the makeshift blade tighter, its jagged edge digging into my palm. The pain grounds me, keeps the panic at bay. I've survived worse. I can survive this. But which clan is he from? The markings I glimpsed. Swordstone, maybe. My mind races, cataloguing everything I know about them. Brutal, efficient, not as fond of playing with their prey as some. Small comfort. A twig snaps nearby. I freeze, not daring to breathe. I hear him breathe a deep sigh. I'm not going to hurt you. Lies. Always lies with them. My fingers twitch around the blade. If he finds me, I'll go down fighting. No more running. No more cowering. Please, he continues closer now. I just want to talk. Talk? Since when do orcs want to talk? It has to be a trick. Some new cruel game. I press myself harder against the tree, willing myself to melt into its bark. My legs ache to run, but I know he'd catch me in seconds. All I can do is wait and hope. The forest falls silent, no birdsong, no rustling leaves, as if the whole world is holding its breath along with me. Then a shadow falls across the ground beside me. Hey, come out! I'm not going to hurt you. His voice rumbles through the forest, setting my teeth on edge. My fingers tighten around the makeshift blade, knuckles white with tension. Liar. They're all liars. Images flash through my mind. Bruises, blood, screams in the night. Years of torment at their hands. My body bears the scars of their kindness. I just want to talk, he continues, his footsteps crunching closer. You're safe, I promise. A bitter laugh threatens to escape my throat. Safe? With an orc? There's no such thing. I press myself further into the hollow, ignoring the way bark scrapes against my skin. My wet hair clings to my face, and I resist the urge to push it away. Any movement could give me away. "Look, I know you're scared," he says, his voice softer now. "But I'm not like the others. I won't harm you." My jaw clenches. How many times have I heard those words? How many times have they been followed by pain and humiliation? They'll say anything to lure you in, to make you drop your guard. I can see his massive feet now, just beyond my hiding spot. My heart pounds so hard I'm sure he must hear it. One wrong move and I'm done for. "Please," he tries again. "I'm Kagan of the Swordstone clan. I give you my word as a warrior that I mean you no harm." Swordstone. Of course, one of the most brutal clans out there. My grip on the blade tightens, ready to lash out if he comes any closer. I'd rather die fighting than go back to that life. He sighs, a heavy sound full of frustration, concern. No, it has to be an act. They're all monsters underneath, no matter how convincing their masks are. His massive form rounds the corner of the tree, and I seize my chance. My muscles coil, ready to spring. I've only got one shot at this. I slip from my hiding spot, silent as a shadow. My bare feet barely make a sound on the forest floor. Years of running, of surviving, have honed my body into a weapon. The orc's back is to me. He's distracted, still calling out empty promises. Fool. I pounce. In one fluid motion, I'm behind him, my makeshift blade pressed against his thick green neck. My other arm wraps around his massive chest, using his own bulk for leverage. "Don't move!" I hiss, pressing the jagged edge harder against his skin. He tenses, muscles bunching under my arm. For a heartbeat, I think he might try to overpower me. My grip tightens, ready to slash if he so much as twitches. "Easy," he rumbles, voice surprisingly calm. "I told you I'm not here to hurt you." "Shut up," I snarl. My hands are shaking, but I force steel into my voice. "I've heard all your lies before." He starts to turn his head, but I dig the blade in deeper. A thin line of dark blood wells up. "I said don't move!" My heart hammers against my ribs. I'm acutely aware of how small I am compared to him. One wrong move and he could crush me. But I've got the advantage of surprise, and desperation makes me dangerous. "All right," he says, slowly raising his hands. "I'm not moving. What do you want?" What do I want? To run, to be free, to never see another orc as long as I live. But right now, survival is all that matters. "Why are you here?" I demand. "Who sent you?" He takes a deep breath, and I feel his chest expand against my arm. "No one sent me. I came here to clear my head. I didn't expect to find anyone." Lies. It has to be. The woods aren't safe for solitary wandering, not even for orcs. "You expect me to believe that?" "It's the truth," he insists. "I'm Cagan of the Swordstone clan. I give you my word as a warrior." "Your word means nothing to me." I cut him off. The name Swordstone sends a chill down my spine. I've heard whispers of their brutality. I press the blade harder against his neck, my arms trembling with the effort. A thin trickle of blood runs down his green skin, but it's nothing more than a scratch. Terror claws at my insides as the realization hits me. I can't hurt him. Not really. Not enough to stop him if he decides to attack. The orc, Cagan, he called himself, doesn't even flinch. Instead, he smiles. The expression is so unexpected, so out of place, that I nearly lose my grip on the blade. "Let go," he says softly, his deep voice rumbling through his chest. "You're not going to hurt me, and I'm not going to hurt you. Just let go." I glare at him, mustering every ounce of defiance I have left. My legs shake, threatening to give out, but I refuse to show weakness. I've come too far, survived too much to back down now. "I said, let go," he repeats, his tone firmer this time, As I stare into his golden eyes, a sickening realization washes over me. He's humouring me, playing along. If he wanted to, he could disarm me in an instant, crush me like an insect. The only reason I'm still standing is because he's allowing it. My stomach churns. I'm completely at his mercy, just like before, just like always. I take a step back, my eyes never leaving the massive orc before me. My heart pounds against my ribs, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I force myself to stand my ground, jaw clenched tight. He hasn't attacked, hasn't even tried to grab me. It doesn't make sense. "What do you want?" I spit out, hating how my voice trembles. My fingers tighten around the makeshift blade, though I know it's useless against his thick hide. Kagan holds up his hands, palms out. A placating gesture, as if I'm some wild animal he's trying to calm. "I told you, I just want to talk." "Talk?" I scoff, the word bitter on my tongue. Since when do orcs want to talk? His golden eyes narrow slightly. "We're not all the same, you know." "Right," I sneer, taking another step back. My bare foot catches on a root, and I stumble slightly. Panic flares in my chest. Any sign of weakness could be deadly. But Kagan doesn't move to take advantage. Instead, he sighs heavily. "Look, I understand why you don't trust me, but I swear on my honour as a warrior, I mean you no harm." Honour? The word almost makes me laugh, as if orcs know anything about honour. "What do you really want?" I demand, searching his face for any sign of deception. "If you're going to kill me, just get it over with." Kagan's expression softens, and something that looks almost like pity crosses his features. It makes my skin crawl. "I'm not going to kill you," he says quietly. "I'm not going to hurt you at all." I bare my teeth in a snarl. "Then what? You want to take me back to your clan? Use me as a breeder?" The words taste like ash in my mouth, memories of past horrors threatening to overwhelm me. "No." Kagan's vehement denial startles me. He takes a step forward and I immediately tense, ready to bolt. But he stops, seeming to realise his mistake. "No," he repeats, softer this time. "Nothing like that, I want to help you." I stare at him, searching for the lie. It has to be there. Orcs don't help humans. They use us, hurt us, destroy us. But I can't find any deceit in those golden eyes. "Are you lost?" Kagan asks, his voice surprisingly gentle for such a massive creature. I shake my head, my wet hair clinging to my face. "And you aren't going to tell anyone that I'm out here either?" It's not a question. It's a demand, even if my voice wavers. My fingers tighten around the makeshift blade, though I know it's useless against his thick hide. No one can know I'm here. If word gets back to the Swordhammer clan... I suppress a shudder. I'd rather die than go back to that hell. Kagan's golden eyes study me, and I force myself not to flinch under his gaze. I've survived worse. I can survive this. "All right," he says after a long moment. "I won't tell anyone." I narrow my eyes, searching for the lie. There has to be a catch. There's always a catch with orcs. "Why?" I demand. "What do you want in return?" He shakes his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. It looks out of place on his fierce features. "I don't want anything. You clearly need help, and—" "I don't need your help," I snarl, cutting him off. The words taste like ash in my mouth. How many times have I heard that before? How many times has help turned into pain and humiliation? Kagan holds up his hands, palms out. "Okay, you don't need help, but at least let me give you some supplies. Food, water, maybe a proper weapon." I blink, thrown off balance by his offer. It has to be a trick. Some new, cruel game. "Why would you do that?" He sighs, running a hand through his thick black dreads. "Because it's the right thing to do, and because—" He trails off, his gaze distant, because I know what it's like to feel trapped, to want to escape. For a moment, I see something in his eyes, something that looks almost human. But I push the thought away. He's still an orc, still dangerous. Fine, I say, my voice hard. But if you try anything, if you tell anyone I'm here, I'll... You have my word. Kagan interrupts, his tone serious. No one will know you're out here. I swear it on my honor as a warrior. There's that word again. Honor. But there's something in his voice, in the set of his jaw, that makes me pause. Maybe he's telling the truth. Kagan opens his mouth, clearly about to say something else, but I don't give him the chance. My instincts scream at me to run, to get as far away from this orc as possible. Without a second thought, I bolt. My bare feet pound against the forest floor as I sprint away from Kagan. Branches whip at my face and arms, but I ignore the sting. All that matters is putting distance between us. I don't look back. I can't. If I see him pursuing me, I might lose what little courage I have left. Instead, I focus on the path ahead, dodging trees and leaping over roots with the agility born of years on the run. My lungs burn, and my muscles scream in protest, but I push harder. I've survived this long by never letting my guard down, by never trusting anyone, especially not an orc. No matter how sincere Kagan seemed, I can't shake the feeling that he's dangerous. Not just because he's an orc, but because for a moment I almost believed him. That terrifies me more than any physical threat. As I run, my mind races. What if Kagan was telling the truth? What if he really did want to help? But even if that's true, it doesn't matter. Getting involved with any orc, no matter how seemingly kind, is asking for trouble. I've learned that lesson the hard way, over and over again. No, it's better this way. Better to be alone than to risk being betrayed or hurt again. I've built my life around survival, around staying hidden and free. I can't let one conversation, one moment of weakness, jeopardize everything I've fought for. I hope I never see Kagan again. He represents an unwelcome complication in my carefully constructed solitude. Just the thought of him makes my chest tighten with anxiety. What if he changes his mind and decides to tell his clan about me? What if he comes looking for me again? I shake my head, trying to clear these thoughts. It doesn't matter. I'll be long gone, hidden so well that even if he does try to find me, he never will. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 8. Kagan. I can't get her out of my mind. That beautiful, mysterious woman living alone in the wilderness. Like a moth drawn to a flame, I find myself returning to watch her every few days, hidden amongst the trees. I know it's foolish, even a bit desperate, but I'm powerless to resist the magnetic pull she has on my heart. As I settle into my usual spot, my eyes eagerly seek her out. There she is, a vision of untamed beauty amidst the lush foliage. She's aware of my presence, as always. I feel the heat of her glare even from this distance, those captivating eyes narrowed in suspicion and annoyance. A grin tugs at my lips. She reminds me of a fierce little rabbit, all bristling fury and defensive posturing. It's adorable, really. She probably doesn't even register me as a threat. I watch, fascinated, as she kneels to gather plants, her deft fingers plucking leaves and stems. With a start, I realize she's collecting weeds, but upon closer inspection, I see they're the edible kind. Is that what she's been surviving on out here? Foraged greens and roots. My brow furrows with concern. I've seen her hunt a few times, taking down small game with a crude spear. But her makeshift weapons are hardly suitable for larger prey. She's clearly skilled, resourceful, but everyone has their limits. How much longer can she sustain herself like this? An unfamiliar protectiveness surges through me. I long to help her, to share my knowledge of hunting and crafting proper tools. But would she even accept my aid? Proud and independent as she is, I suspect she'd rather starve than admit weakness to a stranger. Oh, lost in thought, I almost miss the sudden movement in the undergrowth near her feet. Something is wriggling amidst the bushes, the leaves shaking with furtive activity. Instantly alert, my hand flies to the hilt of my knife. She notices it too, her body tensing like a coiled spring. With wary fascination, she leans closer, trying to discern the source of the disturbance. I hold my breath, ready to intervene if the situation turns dangerous. Scenarios race through my head. A venomous snake, an angry badger, some other hidden threat. Every muscle in my body is primed to leap to her defense, to shield her from harm, even as my rational mind scoffs at the absurdity of it all. She's a capable woman, not some helpless damsel, and I'm just a curious fool spying from the shadows. Still, I cannot relax, cannot tear my eyes away from her crouched form as she carefully parts the foliage to peer inside. My heart pounds, blood rushing in my ears. I'm poised on a knife's edge, torn between the desire to protect and the knowledge that she wouldn't welcome my intrusion. But if anything dares to threaten her, if that bush conceals anything that might bring her harm, I won't hesitate. Spying or not, I'll gladly blow my cover and face her wrath if it means keeping her safe. So I wait with bated breath, ready to spring into action should the need arise. Because while she may not know it, while she may never accept it, this fierce, beautiful, captivating woman horror floods my veins as I catch a glimpse of the creature lurking in the bushes. The sinuous body, the distinctive patterning on its scales. There's no mistaking it. A massive anaconda poised to strike at the unsuspecting woman. "Snake!" I scream, abandoning all pretense of stealth as I burst from the tree line. "Get away!" She whirls around, eyes wide with shock as she takes in my sudden appearance. For a split second, our gazes lock, a fire igniting between our eyes. Then the anaconda lunges, its gaping maw aimed straight for her throat, and the moment shatters. With a gasp, she throws herself to the side, rolling through the dirt as the huge serpent's fangs snap shut on empty air. I'm already moving, closing the distance between us in a few frantic strides. As the anaconda coils to strike again, I lunge forward and seize it by the thick, muscular body just below the head. The beast writhes in my grip, its scales cold and rough against my palms, but I hold fast. With a roar of effort, I slam the thrashing creature against a nearby tree trunk, stunning it momentarily. But the anaconda is far from defeated. In a flash, it whips its coils around my torso, squeezing with the inexorable force of a vice. Air rushes from my lungs as the pressure builds, black spots dancing at the edges of my vision. Through the haze of pain and oxygen deprivation, I dimly register the woman crying out in alarm. I can't focus on her now, though. Can't afford any distractions. This is life or death, and I'll be damned if I let this monster take either of us. Gritting my teeth, I wrestle one arm free from the crushing coils. My fingers scrabble at my belt, finally closing around the hilt of my hunting knife. With a triumphant snarl, I wrench the blade free and plunge it directly into the anaconda's beady eye. The serpent hisses in agony, its grip slackening just a fraction. It's enough. I rip my other arm loose and, with single-minded brutality, begin stabbing the knife into the snake's head over and over. Hot blood splatters my face, my chest, as I pour all my strength and rage into each savage blow. Dimly, I'm aware of the woman watching in shocked silence, her eyes wide with a mix of horror and grudging awe. I must look a fearsome sight, drenched in gore and locked in mortal combat with this monstrous foe. But I can't spare a thought for her reaction. Can't let myself wonder what she must think of me. The anaconda's movements are growing sluggish now, its powerful body shuddering and twitching as the life bleeds out of it. With a final wrenching effort, I bury my knife to the hilt in the ruined crater of its eye socket and twist savagely. The great serpent goes limp, its coils falling away from my battered torso as it collapses to the forest floor. For a long moment I remain poised over the carcass, chest heaving, knife clenched tight. The heat of battle still sings in my veins, adrenaline and primal instinct drowning out rational thought. Then slowly, the haze of bloodlust recedes. I become aware of the aches and pains of my abused body, the sticky wetness of blood cooling on my skin. And I remember her. I turn, seeking out the woman who has consumed my thoughts these past weeks. She stands a few paces away, her posture tense and wary, eyes flickering between the dead anaconda and my blood-spattered form. I open my mouth, though I have no idea what to say. How do I explain my presence, my actions? How do I bridge the chasm of mistrust and fear my violent display has surely widened? "Wait!" I call out as she begins to back away, her gaze darting towards the tree line. "Don't go, please!" But it's too late. With a final inscrutable look, she turns and flees, her lithe form quickly swallowed up by the dense foliage. I'm left standing alone, breath ragged and heart aching, the weight of missed chances pressing down on my shoulders. My eyes fall to the lifeless anaconda, the prize I fought so hard to claim. It's a valuable kill, enough meat to feed the woman for days if properly butchered and preserved. But how can I give it to her now, after she witnessed the savagery I'm capable of? Will she even accept a gift from the crazed stranger who burst into her life in a whirlwind of blood and violence? I don't know, but I have to try. I can't let this chance slip away. Can't let her disappear back into the wilderness thinking me nothing more than a dangerous brute. With grim determination, I set about the messy task of gutting and skinning the anaconda. As I work, I try to formulate a plan, a way to approach her that won't send her running again. I'll leave the meat at the edge of her camp, I decide, with a note explaining my intentions. A peace offering, a gesture of goodwill. And maybe, if the gods are kind, a chance to start anew. It's a slim hope, I know, but that's all I have. Because in the short time since this woman entered my life, she's making me feel things I have never felt before, that I didn't even know it was possible to feel just from spying on someone. And I'll do whatever to prove myself worthy of her trust, her company. Even if it means facing down 100 anacondas, I won't give up now too soon.
Chapter 9. Hayden. I tend to my wound, hissing in pain. The snake hit me with its hard tail as I retreated. Fortunately, it was not at full force. If not because of that mysterious orc, I'd be dead by now. My mind is in turmoil as I flee through the forest, putting as much distance as I can between myself and the orc who just saved my life. Cagan, I think his name was. I've seen him watching me before, always from a distance, his eyes curious and intense. But why? What could he possibly want from me? I try to make sense of his actions, his unexpected kindness. He risked his own life to protect me from that monstrous snake, fought with a savage ferocity that both terrified and thrilled me. And the way he looked at me afterwards, his gaze a mix of concern and something else I couldn't quite decipher. Part of me is tempted to go back, to thank him properly, and maybe even learn more about this enigmatic orc who seems so interested in my well-being. But fear and mistrust win out. I've been alone for so long, relying on no one but myself. I can't afford to let my guard down, to trust a stranger just because he did me one good turn. I won't go back there, I mutter to myself as I navigate the familiar paths of my forest home. It's too risky. I don't know his true intentions. But even as I make this vow, I can't shake the memory of Kagan's playful smile, the way his eyes seemed to dance with warmth and mischief when he looked at me. It's a stark contrast to the brutal warrior who dispatched that anaconda with such ruthless efficiency. The next day, I find my resolve crumbling. I'm restless, my thoughts consumed by the orc I'm trying so hard to forget. Something deep within me is urging me to return to the spot where he saved me, to see if he's there. It's foolish, I know, but I can't seem to help myself. When I finally give in to the impulse, the sun is already high in the sky, way past my usual foraging time. I tell myself it's just curiosity, a need for closure. But if I'm honest, there's a flutter of excitement in my stomach as I approach the fateful clearing. I freeze when I see him, my heart stuttering in my chest. Kagan is there, his broad form hunched over something on the ground. As I watch, he stands and stretches, and I realise what he's doing. He's drying strips of meat in the sun. The snake meat. Cautiously, I step closer, marvelling at the neat, precise cuts of the snake flesh arranged on the flat rock. He gutted and cleaned the carcass, I realise with a start, and he did it for me. Kagan spots me then, his face lighting up with a grin that makes my pulse skip. "Hey there," he calls out, his deep voice carrying easily across the distance between us. "I prepared this for you. Thought you could use the extra food." I stare at him, my tongue tied and my mind racing. Why is he doing this? What does he hope to gain? I'm acutely aware of the space separating us, the way we're shouting to be heard. It feels safer this way, maintaining a buffer, but also strangely awkward, like we're play-acting at normalcy. "It's fine," Kagan assures me, seeming to sense my hesitation. "You can take the meat, no strings attached." I shake my head, a refusal forming on my lips even as my traitorous stomach lets out an audible grumble. I flush, embarrassed and annoyed by my body's betrayal. It's true that I haven't had proper meat in weeks, subsisting mostly on forage plants and the occasional small game. But accepting food from Kagan feels like a step too far, a debt I'm not ready to incur. I take a step back, ready to flee back into the forest and put this whole confusing encounter behind me. But something in Kagan's eyes stops me. It's not pity or condescension I see, but genuine care and a hint of pleading. He wants me to take the meat, I realise with a jolt. Not because he thinks I'm weak or incapable, but because he wants to help. Because for some unfathomable reason my well-being matters to him. I waver, torn between pride and pragmatism, suspicion and a strange, nascent trust. I don't know what to make of this orc, with his gentle smiles and fierce protectiveness. I don't know if I can afford to let him in, to rely on anyone but myself. But as my stomach clenches again, hollow with hunger, I feel my resolve crumbling. Maybe, just this once, it's okay to accept a bit of kindness. Maybe Kagan's offer of help doesn't have to come with hidden expectations or dangers. And maybe, if I'm very lucky, this could be the start of something new and wonderful. A connection, a friendship, a lifeline in a world that has taught me to be wary of others. It's a risk, I know, but something tells me it's one that just might be worth taking. I take a deep breath, steeling myself as I turn to face Kagan fully. "Leave it," I say, my voice ringing out clear and firm across the clearing. "Go." He stares at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. I brace myself for an argument, for the cajoling or pressure I'm so used to from men trying to get their way. But to my surprise, a slow smile spreads across his face, warm and genuine. Kagan nods, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Sure," he agrees easily, his tone light and unbothered. "Just be sure to eat, okay?" I blink, taken back by his ready acquiescence. Is that really it? No attempts to change my mind, no wounded pride or angry demands? Just a simple request for me to take care of myself? Before I can formulate a response, Kagan is turning away, his broad shoulders squared as he starts to walk off. "I'll leave you to it then," he calls over his shoulder, his voice carrying a note of cheerful nonchalance. "Enjoy the snake meat." I watch him go, my mind reeling with confusion and a strange, fluttering warmth in my chest. He's leaving, just like that, as if his only reason for being here, for going through the trouble of butchering and drying the anaconda, was to make sure I had enough to eat. It doesn't make sense. Orcs don't just give without expecting something in return, especially not men, and definitely not orcs. There has to be a catch, some hidden motive or agenda I'm not seeing. But as Kagan's figure disappears into the tree line, I can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he's different, that his kindness and concern are genuine, born of a pure and uncomplicated desire to help. I turn back to the strips of snake meat, laid out neatly on the sun-warmed rock. The sight of so much food, freely given and carefully prepared, makes my mouth water and my stomach clench with longing. It's been so long since I've had a proper meal, let alone one I didn't have to fight or scavenge for myself. A sudden, insidious thought worms its way into my mind, making me freeze with my hand outstretched. What if it's a trick? A trap designed to lull me into a false sense of security? What if the meat is poisoned or enchanted with some foul magic? I snatch my hand back, my heart pounding with renewed fear and suspicion. I can't trust this. Can't trust him. It's too good to be true, too easy and convenient. There has to be a price, a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. But even as I try to convince myself to walk away, to leave the tempting offering untouched, a small voice in the back of my mind protests. It whispers of Kagan's gentle smile, the way his eyes had shone with genuine warmth and care. The selfless way he had risked his own life to save mine, expecting nothing in return. "He's not like the others," the voice insists, soft but insistent. "He doesn't want to hurt you. He just wants to help." I waver, torn between the ingrained paranoia that has kept me alive all these years and the tentative, fragile hope blossoming in my chest. I think of Kagan's parting words, the simple, earnest request for me to eat and take care of myself. Maybe it's not a trick. Maybe, for once in my lonely, hard-scrabble life, I've stumbled upon someone who genuinely cares, someone who sees me for me, not a pawn or a prize to be won. I take a deep breath, my decision made. Slowly, carefully, I reach out and pick up a strip of snake meat, bringing it to my nose to sniff gingerly. It smells rich and savoury, with no hint of anything amiss. And beneath the smoky aroma of the dried flesh, I catch a faint whiff of something else. Something warm and comforting, like the memory of a kind smile and gentle eyes. "Okay, Kagan," I murmur to myself, a tiny smile tugging at my lips as I take a tentative bite. "I'll trust you, just this once." The meat is tough and chewy, but it tastes like heaven on my tongue. And as I settle down to enjoy my meal, I can't help but wonder what will happen in the near future. For me, for Kagan, for this strange and tentative connection forming between us. I'm not as alone as I thought. And maybe, with a little luck and a lot of courage, I won't have to be alone ever again.
Chapter 10. Cagan. The next day I set out on a hunting expedition, my mind buzzing with ideas. I've seen the woman eating the snake meat I left for her, but I know she can't survive on that alone. She needs variety, nutrients, the kind of food that will keep her strong and healthy. After a successful hunt, I make my way back to the clan, ready to trade my catch for some of our local produce. I'm in luck. The fields are bursting with ripe vegetables, and the air is perfumed with the sweet scent of sun-warmed strawberries. I fill a large sack with the best of the bunch, carefully selecting an assortment of colorful veggies and plump, juicy berries. On a whim, I also stop by the clan's kitchen, where our renowned chef is hard at work preparing the day's meals. Hey, Grum, I call out, grinning as the portly orc looks up from his bubbling pots. Any chance I could snag some of those famous meat pies of yours? I've got a friend who could use a taste of your culinary magic. Grum chuckles, his eyes twinkling with good humor. A friend, eh? Must be someone special for you to go begging for my pies. He winks, already reaching for a stack of wax paper to wrap up a generous portion. Here, take these. And don't forget the berry tarts, too. They're the perfect way to win a lady's heart. I splutter, feeling my face flush with heat. It's not like that, I protest. But Grum just laughs, shooing me away with a knowing look. Shaking my head, I tuck the food into my sack and set off, my heart light and my step eager. I can't wait to see her reaction, to watch her eyes widen with surprise and delight at the bounty I've brought. But when I reach our usual meeting spot, she's nowhere to be found. I frown, a flicker of worry sparking in my gut. Has something happened? Is she okay? I cast about, searching for any sign of her, until finally I catch a glimpse of movement further downstream. Relief floods through me as I recognize her slender form, but it's quickly tempered by a pang of uncertainty. Why is she avoiding our spot? Does she not want to see me? Steeling myself, I approach cautiously, my sack of goodies held out like a peace offering. She notices me, her body going stiff and tense, and for a moment I'm afraid she'll bolt like she usually does. But I force a smile, determined to put her at ease. Hey there, I call out softly, setting the sack down on a nearby rock. I brought you some things. Thought you might like a little variety in your diet. She eyes me warily, her gaze flicking between my face and the bulging sack. What is it? She asks, her voice tight with suspicion. I crouch down, starting to unpack the contents. Some vegetables from our fields, I explain, laying out a vibrant array of tomatoes, cucumbers, and leafy greens. Strawberries, too. They're so sweet. They'll make your tongue tingle. I can see her interest peaking despite herself, her nostrils flaring as she catches the enticing scent of ripe fruit. Emboldened, I reach for Grum's wrapped parcels. And here, this too, I announce, my grin widening. Meat pies and berry tarts made by the finest chef in all the clans. Trust me, you're going to love them. But to my dismay, her expression shudders, a frown twisting her delicate features. She shakes her head vehemently, backing away a step. No, she says, her voice brook no argument firm. I don't want it. My heart sinks, confusion and a hint of anger emerging within my chest. But why? I ask. I just want to help, to make sure you're eating well. She stares at me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine. I hold my breath, silently willing her to see the sincerity in my gaze, the pure intentions behind my offerings. I don't need your help, she says at last, her words measured and careful. I can take care of myself. I always have. I nod slowly, but my eyes narrow at her hesitance. I know you can, I murmur, my voice soft with understanding. But everyone needs a little support sometimes. Even the strongest among us. I take a step back, giving her space. I'll leave the food here, I say, gesturing to the sack. Take it or don't, it's up to you. But know that it comes with no strings attached, no expectations or obligations. I meet her gaze squarely, letting her see the truth of my words. I'm not trying to cage you or control you. I just want to be your friend if you'll let me. For a moment, I think I see a flicker of longing in her eyes, a crack in the walls she's built around herself. But then it's gone, her expression smoothing into one of polite distance. Thank you for the offer, she says formally, her tone cordial but cool. But I think it's best if we keep our distance. I'm not looking for friends or anything else. The words sting, but I force myself to nod, to respect her wishes even as my heart aches with disappointment. I understand, I say, taking another step back. But if you ever change your mind, if you ever need anything at all, I'll be here, waiting. I give her one last smile, pouring all my warmth and care into the gesture. Then, with a final nod, I turn and walk away, leaving her to her solitude and her secrets. But even as the distance grows between us, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't the end. Her refusal stings, but I force myself to keep smiling, to maintain the easy, non-threatening air I've been cultivating. "It's a token of friendship," I explain, gesturing to the sack of food at my feet. "I thought maybe we could get to know each other a bit, become friends even." Her eyes narrow, her posture stiffening with suspicion. "Again, no," she says flatly, her voice carrying clearly despite the considerable distance between us. "I don't trust you. I don't want your friendship." I trail off, realizing how foolish I must sound. She's still staring at me, her expression unreadable, and for a moment I'm sure she's going to turn and flee without another word. But then, to my shock, she speaks. "Hayden," she says, her voice so soft I have to strain to catch it. "My name is Hayden." My heart leaps, a grin splitting my face before I can stop it. It's not much, just a name, but it feels like a victory all the same. A tiny chink in her armor, a fragile thread of connection spun between us. But before I can say anything else, Hayden is retreating, her lithe form melting back into the shadows of the forest. I take a half step forward, instinctively wanting to follow, but I make myself stop. I can't push her, can't risk shattering this delicate truce we've forged. "Nice meeting you, Hayden!" I shout after her, pouring all my enthusiasm and warmth into the words. "See you next time!" She doesn't respond, but I swear I see her pause for just a moment, her head tilting slightly as if to catch my voice. Then she's gone, swallowed up by the dense foliage, and I'm alone once more. But I'm grinning like a fool, my heart singing with elation. Hayden. Her name is Hayden, and she spoke to me, willingly, if not exactly warmly. It's a start, a foundation to build upon. And as I gather up my pack and start the long trek back to my clan, I'm already planning my next move. What can I bring her next time? How can I put her at ease, convince her that my intentions are pure? It won't be easy, I know. Hayden is skittish and suspicious, with walls a mile high and twice as thick. But I'm nothing if not persistent, and I know in my bones that this is worth fighting for. Because there's something special about Hayden, something that calls to me on a level I can't quite define. A kindred spirit, perhaps, or a missing piece I didn't even know I was searching for. All I know is that I want to know her, to unravel the mysteries that shroud her and bask in the light of her rare, fleeting smiles. I want to be her friend, her confidant, her partner in all things. I'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. To prove to Hayden that she can trust me, that I'm not like the others who have hurt her or let her down. It may take time and a hell of a lot of patience and more than a little luck, but I'm in this for the long haul, and I know in my heart that someday Hayden will see me for who I truly am. A friend, an ally, and maybe, just maybe, something more.
Chapter 11. Hayden. I'm still not sure why I gave him my name. The orc seems friendly, which is hard to wrap my head around. I've never experienced anything but hatred and torture from his kind, and it's hard to trust in his efforts to spend time with me. Once I'm sure he's gone, I make my way back to the stream and browse through the basket he left behind. My mouth waters at the scent of fresh bread. I unpack fresh strawberries, a chunk of ham wrapped in paper, and some hardened sweets that smell like vanilla. After living on foraged greens and the sparse meat I've been able to get from smaller animals, this is a feast. I can't help the twinge of gratitude from warming my insides. The warmth is short-lived, though. Goosebumps erupt along my arms from the icy wind that sweeps over the water. With a grimace, I look up at the grey sky. Rainy season has arrived, I mutter to myself. Shivering, I tug the ratty flag tighter around my shoulders. The thin fabric provides little warmth or protection from the elements. I need to prepare if I'm going to survive the brutal months ahead. I glance around the clearing I've settled into. There is no real shelter here, just bare earth and towering trees. Sighing, I rub my raw, aching hands together. Loneliness washes over me, deep and chilling. Not for the first time, I wish for a companion to talk to, someone to help me in my endless fight to simply exist out here. The orc's smiling face flashes in my mind and I shake my head angrily. I can't trust him, can't let my guard down, I mutter to myself. Still, he's the first being to show me kindness in forever. Part of me yearns to see him again, hear his deep, rumbling voice. But I know seeking friendship will only lead to more hurt. My stomach rumbles loudly, interrupting my thoughts. I don't want to eat too much from the gift basket yet, because I don't know what's going to happen once the weather turns for good. I wrap my makeshift cloak tight and head for the stream, hoping to catch a fish before full dark. The sky rumbles overhead, wind whipping my tangled hair. But the fish elude me. The animals are hiding from the coolness in the air, so hunting yields nothing too. I retreat back to the bare clearing hungry and discouraged, the threat of winter weighing heavily on my mind. Curled at the base of a broad tree, my thoughts stray to the strange orc who might just offer me a scrap of hope against the coming storm. The next day I return to the stream, wary of the orc's presence. Yet part of me hopes to see his smiling face again. I spot Kagan across the bank. "Hayden, good to see you again," he shouts in greeting. Sensing my hesitation, Kagan backs away further down the opposite bank. "How are you today? Catch any good fish?" His rumbling voice carries over the burbling water. I share nothing, but let his words wash over me as I rinse my flag cloak in the chilly water. The sky is mostly grey, but bits of sunshine peek out occasionally. Hopefully this will dry before the temperature drops later in the day. "The cook made some great bread this morning," he chatters. "I brought you some." He sets the parcel down on a nearby rock for me to collect later. The next morning, I walk to the stream again. Kagan beams at seeing me across the bank. "How are you? You won't believe what the healer's child did yesterday." He launches into an exaggerated story that makes me smile. Our distant, shouted conversation flows easier. A foreign feeling of lightness lifts my spirit. On the third day, Kagan approaches warily. "Hayden, did I tell you about my clan's coming-of-age ritual? It's quite intense." His steady voice and occasional chuckle soothe me as he describes his clan's traditions. And for the first time in a very long time, I don't feel completely alone. The next morning dawns damp and dreary. Heavy mist shrouds the forest as I make my way to the stream. Despite the gloom, my steps feel lighter than usual. I'm almost eager to see if the orc will be there today. Sure enough, Kagan's hulking outline materializes through the fog. My breath catches slightly in my throat at his sudden appearance, but I stand my ground. Sensing my reaction, he keeps several strides between us, though he's closer than before. I find I don't mind it so much. "Good morning, Hayden," he rumbles. His voice is gentler than I expected. I nod in return. We regard each other silently for a few moments. Then Kagan gestures at the weedy plants I've been harvesting. "You won't have to forage for those forever, you know. I can bring you better food." I bristle at his words, clutching my meagre bundle of greens. Does he think I'm so helpless? "These weeds have kept me fed well enough," I reply crisply. Kagan looks surprised, then shrugs his massive shoulders sheepishly. "No offence meant. I just want to provide for my friend." Friend. The word sends an unfamiliar warmth through me. After so many cold, lonely seasons, part of me yearns to relinquish my independence, rely on someone else's care, but a deeper instinct still recoils at the thought of trusting an orc. I explain to Kagan how the bitter leaves make a nutritious stew. As we discuss edible plants, the mist slowly lifts. Timid sunlight filters through the leaves, glinting off Kagan's ivory tusks. One of them is broken, and I itch to ask him how it happened. Would that be rude? In the soft light, the hulking orc seems less threatening. My shoulders relax and our conversation flows comfortably. A fragile seedling of hope sprouts in my long, barren heart. Over the next few days, I grow accustomed to Kagan's presence at the stream. His rumbling baritone has become a welcome part of my mornings. "Good morning, Hayden. The forest air smells so fresh today," he greets me. He chatters freely about his clan and life, about his sister, and the warrior orcs he's come to befriend. I listen quietly, occasionally interjecting a question or comment. "The cooks were up before dawn preparing a feast for the clan elders. The smell of roasting boar made my mouth water," he describes. Cagan is respectful of my space, never presuming to come closer without my permission. In turn, I've relaxed slightly, allowing him a few strides nearer when we talk. His golden eyes shine with friendliness, warming me like rays of sunlight. Bit by bit, I reveal harmless trivia about myself, my favourite wild berries, the chirping crickets that lulled me to sleep as a child. But I cannot bring myself to expose the gaping wounds that still fester in my soul. "Tell me, what's your favourite spot in the whole forest?" Kagan asks gently. "There's a moss-covered rock near a bend in the stream. Sitting there fills me with calm," I reply wistfully. "Oh, I know that spot well," he starts to say, but a low rumble of thunder echoes through the trees. Kagan glances up at the darkening sky worriedly. "That sounds like a big storm brewing. Will you be able to take shelter?" I bristle at the question. My business is none of his concern. But when I meet Kagan's gaze, I see only sincere concern in his eyes. "I'll manage," I reply evenly. Kagan nods, though still troubled. As the first raindrops patter down, he hesitates, reluctant to leave me exposed. My pulse quickens under his gentle gaze. Confusing emotions stir within me. I'm unfamiliar with such kindness, and it frightens me. Another crack of thunder spurs me to action. I turn abruptly. My heart pounds as I flee through the woods. I've kept my heart walled off for so long, trusting no one. Yet somehow this orc's gentle concern managed to slip past my defences. Now my thoughts are in turmoil. Feeling anything leaves me vulnerable. I must lock my heart safely away again. My steps slow as I'm hit with a wave of confusion. Why did I flee from Kagan's kindness? What are these strange feelings stirring within me? Could it be that I'm starting to care for Kagan? How could I let this happen? An orc of all creatures. It's madness. He'll only bring more pain if I dare open my heart. No, it's safer to be alone, as I've always been. I will lock these dangerous feelings away where they cannot hurt me. As the storm swells, loneliness washes over me. Our unlikely friendship must end, though the thought fills me with surprisingly acute sadness. It's for the best. I must continue on alone. The wind howls as the heavens open up. Pulling my tattered cloak tight, I turn my face to the rain. The forest seems colder and bleaker than ever.
Chapter 12. Kagan. I duck my head to avoid the worst of the raindrops as they pour from the sky. The air has a bracing chill to it. "I really hate the rainy season," I mutter, wringing water from my long dreads. I sigh in relief as I enter my room, shedding my wet cloak at the door. There's already a fire warming the room, the flickering flames casting shadows over my bed. I chew on the inside of my lip, thinking of my newest friend. Is Hayden out there by herself? She's always alone, and she hasn't mentioned family at all. Thinking about it, I realize she hardly ever shares things about herself. Is it because she's still wary of me, or does she have secrets she keeps close? I stoke the fire and watch the sparks flitting from the logs. Does she even have some kind of shelter out there? She said she'd be fine, but I feel a twinge of anxiety thinking of her. With a heavy sigh, I walk over to the window. The sky churns angrily, with bouts of lightning streaking across the dark clouds. The storm rages on, matching the turmoil in my mind. I can't stop thinking about Hayden out there all alone. I find myself pacing back and forth, muttering under my breath. She said she would be fine. But what if she's not? What if something happened to her? I run my hands through my hair in frustration. Our talks by the stream have become the highlight of my days. I find it so comforting when she just listens to me rant on and on about my life. She's the only one I can really open up to. Restless, I throw a few more logs on the fire, watching the flames consume the dry wood. If only this anxious energy could be burned away so easily. I sink down in front of the fireplace, elbows braced on my knees. Oh, Hayden, I hope you found some kind of shelter from this storm. My voice echoes slightly in the empty room. Visions of her shivering and soaked torment me. What if she gets sick or injured? She always brushes it off, but living out there alone can't be easy. I wish I could do more to help her. I swallow hard. I wish she was here with me, safe and warm. The thought makes my heart twist in my chest. When did I start having these deeper feelings for her? With a groan, I let my head fall into my hands. I'm acting like a love-struck whelp, pining away. But I can't deny it. I care about her, more than just a friend. And that scares me. Scares me that she's becoming someone I can't imagine life without. The wind howls outside, rain pelting the glass. I stare out into the dark storm, feeling as tumultuous inside as the weather. I know sleep will evade me tonight. My mind is too consumed with thoughts of Hayden. Is she safe? Is she warm? Is she thinking of me too? Early the next morning, I gather up blankets and extra clothes, grabbing a basket of food just in case. The storm is past, but the air still holds a biting chill. I need to check on Hayden and make sure she's okay. I head out while the sky is still a muted gray, trails of mist rising from the ground. Everything drips from the heavy rainfall, branches and leaves bowed under the weight of the water. My boots squelch in the mud as I make my way toward the stream. Hayden! I call out, my voice echoing through the quiet woods. Hayden! Are you out here? Only the chirping of birds answers me. I'm not even sure where to start looking. She never told me exactly where she lives, always keeping her distance. I walk along the bank of the stream, peeking into brush and calling her name. My anxiety builds with each passing minute. What if she's hurt, or worse? Hayden, please, if you can hear me, say something! I shout, panic creeping into my voice. I strain my ears for any hint of a reply. Just faint gurgling from the stream tumbling over rocks reaches me. My shoulders slump. She has to be somewhere close by, right? She wouldn't wander far from the water source. I continue searching, checking caves and scanning the trees for any sign of recent habitation. As the morning wears on, dread fills my heart. Where could she be? Hayden, please, I whisper, the words nearly lost in the light breeze. I rub my hand over my chest, trying to ease the ache building there. I should have insisted she stay with me last night. I never should have let her out of my sight. What if I can't find her? What if something happened and she's lying out there hurt, or worse? No, I can't think like that. I have to keep looking. I have to find her. She has to be okay. For an hour I search, but find no trace of her. The rain has washed away any tracks. I keep calling her name, growing more frantic when only silence answers. Then I come upon a cave and hear a faint moan from within. My heart leaps. Could it be her? My eyes widen in alarm as I rush into the cave. There, curled up on the hard ground, is Hayden. Her body trembles uncontrollably and her breathing is shallow. Hayden! I cry out, immediately dropping to my knees beside her. I gather her into my arms, cradling her against my chest. Her skin is like ice. Hayden, can you hear me? I whisper, cupping her cheek in my hand. Her eyelids flutter weakly. I brush back her damp hair, calling her name again desperately. Seeing her like this, so frail and vulnerable, makes my heart constrict. Without thinking, I quickly shed the furs on my shoulder and press her close to share my warmth. I can feel each shiver that racks her slender frame. Please, please be okay, I murmur into her hair. I clutch her tightly as if I can will my own vitality into her. Gradually, her trembling eases. But she remains limp in my embrace, barely clinging to consciousness. Dark shadows ring her eyes and her cheeks are gaunt. How long has she been suffering alone out here? Rage wars with anguish inside me. If I ever discover who hurt her, left her so broken. Why is she out here, living by herself with no shelter to speak of? I tamp down those turbulent emotions. Right now, my only focus has to be on Hayden, getting her warm and cared for. I grab one of the blankets I brought and swaddle her in it, still keeping her tucked close to my bare chest. Her faint breaths whisper against my skin. I whisper reassurances in return. It's all right, I'm here now. I won't let anything happen to you. My voice catches. Please, Hayden, stay with me. I need you. It's the truth. At this moment, I know. I cannot lose her. I gently lay Hayden down near the wall of the cave and rush to gather up bits of dry firewood scattered around the edges. My hands shake as I quickly stack the kindling and spark a flame with my flint. Soon a small fire is crackling. I gently lift Hayden closer to the flames, hoping the warmth will revive her. But she remains unmoving, locked in her fevered state. As I smooth back her hair, worry courses through me. Just rest here by the fire, I murmur, though my words cannot reach her. Glancing around the bleak cave, I feel a pang in my chest. This tiny cavern is hardly fit for an animal, let alone a human. The chill stone floor, the lack of any bedding or shelter from the elements. How could she survive out here alone? My throat tightens as I think of her enduring this harsh existence day after day. She must have been struggling to survive, yet she still fights to live each morning. Her strength astounds me. I find myself desperate to know her better, get more of that glimpse of the real Hayden underneath the survivor's armor. I pick her up and settle her into my lap. She leans into my touch even as she remains unconscious. I'll keep you safe, I whisper like a solemn oath into the quiet cave. I swear it, Hayden. She does not wake, but I mean every word. I will protect her with everything I have. She is too precious to lose. When her shivering stops completely, I place her down and start pacing the small cave as much as it allows, muttering to myself, I'm angry that she's been living like this. Eventually, I grow tired and settle down against the cave wall, studying her face as she sleeps. I can see the color slowly returning to her face. I've been keeping a silent vigil over Hayden for what feels like hours. The fire has dwindled to glowing embers, casting a dim light around the cave. Just as I'm about to get up to add more wood, a faint moan escapes Hayden's lips. I freeze, then rush to her side as her eyes slowly blink open. Hayden? I ask urgently, taking her hand in mine. Hayden, can you hear me? She swallows thickly, eyes roving the cave until they land on my face. I give her a reassuring smile. There you are. You had me so worried, I say softly, stroking back her tangled hair. How are you feeling now?
Chapter 13. Hayden. My head is pounding, my throat on fire. I cast a confused glance around me, but I can't see much beyond Kagan's drawn face. I'm wrapped in a blanket. Where did that come from? The answer becomes clear as Kagan speaks again. Are you okay? I open my mouth, but only a croak comes out. I wince at the scratching feeling. Kagan jumps up, disappearing from my eyesight for a second. When he returns, he helps me tilt my head up to drink some water from his skin. The cool liquid immediately soothes my throat. Kagan pulls back, studying my face. Here, let me help you sit up. I shiver from the contact when he wraps an arm around my shoulders. When was the last time I was touched like this? Without the intention of causing harm? I shake off my initial shock and look at Kagan. "Thank you," I say, my voice barely above a whisper despite the water. "It's nothing," Kagan says gently. "I like to help you." His kindness makes me pause. No one has cared for me without wanting something in return since I was a child. I search Kagan's face, looking for any sign of dishonesty, but his golden eyes hold nothing but sincerity. "I can't take you to my home," Kagan continues, frustration bleeding into his voice. I hesitate, wondering if I should pry. Kagan has always been kind, bringing me food and talking to me like a real person instead of something to be used. Still, he remains a mystery in many ways. I know little of his life beyond these woods, besides that he's from the Swordstone clan. Curiosity wins out. "Why are you so concerned about me?" I ask. Kagan smiles, though it doesn't reach his eyes. "We're friends." Friends. The word sends an unfamiliar warmth through me. I've never had a true friend, not since Hera long ago. "Friends watch out for each other," Kagan says. "They care, and I care about you." My chest tightens. I'm not used to such open affection. Part of me wants to pull away, to protect myself, but a larger part wants to cling to the kindness Kagan offers. "You've been living out here alone for so long," Kagan says sadly. "It isn't right." I look down, blinking back sudden tears. Is that pity in his voice? No, deeper. It's empathy, understanding. Two things I never expected from an orc. Kagan lifts my chin gently. "You deserve better, Hayden. A warm home. People who love you." His words undo me. I look away, ignoring the burning in my eyes. Kagan must sense my doubt, because he releases my chin and looks around the cave. His brow furrows with concern as he says, "You can't live here, Hayden. This cave is no place for you." I let out a hollow laugh. "And where would I go?" "I have nowhere, Kagan." It's true. These woods are the only home I've known since my escape. Kagan searches my face, seeing the loneliness and resignation in my eyes. "We could build you a house," he suggests enthusiastically. "I'm good at construction." I raise an eyebrow, skepticism flooding through me. "You would do that for me?" I've only ever relied on myself. The concept of accepting help feels foreign. Kagan nods, undaunted by my doubtful tone. "Just something simple to keep the rain out." His hands weave through the air as he describes it. I don't know. I hesitate. A house means settling down, putting roots here. That thought terrifies me. What if I need to run again? Sensing my fear, Kagan says gently, "A sturdy shelter would help you survive out here. You deserve to be safe and comfortable." I look away again, emotions swirling. I want to trust him, want to believe I could have an actual home. But years of pain have taught me that dreams only lead to heartbreak. "Think about it," Kagan urges. Offers open. I sigh, tipping my head back to rest against the cave wall. He means well, but this fear runs deeper than brick and mortar, or wood and leaves in this case. My resolve strengthens. Hasn't he done enough to prove I can trust him? As much as I can allow myself to trust anyone, especially an orc. I open my mouth, trying to find the right words. "I don't actually live here," I admit quietly. "I've been sleeping in the trees for safety. I only took shelter in this cave because of the rain." Kagan's eyes widen in surprise. "The trees? But that's so exposed. Aren't you worried about falling?" I let out a heavy sigh. "Of course I worry, but it's better than being caught unaware on the ground." My muscles tense as the familiar fear rises within me. "If they find me again..." I trail off, shuddering. I don't tell Kagan who they are. My past is still shrouded in mystery to him. Kagan's face fills with empathy, even lacking the details. "Hayden, you're safe now," he says firmly. "I won't let anyone harm you, I promise." His fierce protectiveness surprises me. I want to believe him, but a lifetime of looking over my shoulder is hard to forget. Kagan moves closer, keeping his motions steady to avoid startling me. "Please, let me build you a home, a real home where you can feel protected." My heart wavers at the longing in his voice, but the anxiety comes flooding back. "I can't, Kagan. I'm sorry. If I had a home, I wouldn't be able to run." Hot tears spill down my cheeks. Even now, freedom means more than comfort. As much as I wish for a home, the risk is too great. Kagan's shoulders slump, but he doesn't argue. "I understand," he says gently. "Just know my offer still stands, for whenever you're ready." Nodding, I wipe my eyes. His patience and compassion continue to surprise me. Perhaps one day I'll find the courage to build something new. "I'll think about it," I tell him. I feel an inexplicable urge to not disappoint him. I'm immediately rewarded as his face lights up. I expect Kagan to leave after that, but to my surprise, he doesn't budge. "You need rest," he says firmly. "I'll stay and take care of you." Shock roots me in place. No one has tended me with such care since childhood. But Kagan busies himself stoking the fire and preparing a broth, humming softly all the while. The rich aroma makes my mouth water. When was the last time I had a proper cooked meal? Kagan hands me the bowl with a smile. I sip the broth slowly, savouring the warmth as it spreads through me. "This is delicious, thank you," I say shyly. Kagan grins. "My pleasure. Nothing better than a good meal to lift the spirits." He takes my bowl, refilling it for me. I haven't had access to spices or different vegetables, so it really is the most delicious thing I've eaten in a long time. "At least your appetite is back to normal," Kagan says with a wink. I narrow my eyes playfully and hold out my bowl for another refill. He abides, ruffling my tangled hair when I take the bowl. I brought some clothes as well. It'll be too big, but at least you'll be warmer." He rubs the back of his neck as he says it, looking bashful. My heart swells in gratitude. "Thank you," I say softly. He turns his back to me as I change into a fur garment he brought, my wet clothes from before falling in tatters on the ground. When Kagan turns around, he grins, his eyes filled with mirth. Over the next few hours, he continues fussing over me, bringing water and extra blankets. I'm too weak to protest, and admittedly, his doting feels nice. That night, a bitter chill descends with the darkness. I huddle by the fire, struggling to get warm. Kagan notices me shivering and wordlessly opens his arms in invitation. I hesitate, fear and longing waging war within me. This level of closeness terrifies my battered heart, yet being enveloped in his strong embrace promises such comfort. I make my choice, nestling cautiously against his broad chest. His body heat surrounds me and I sigh, tension leaking from my muscles. We stay that way all night, my head tucked under his chin. I drift in and out of sleep, lulled by his steady heartbeat. I can't remember the last time I felt so peaceful. But as pale dawn light filters in, doubts creep back in. Have I made a mistake, letting him get so close? He knows nothing of the stains on my soul. Will he regret holding something so broken, so damaged if he learns the truth? From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Kagan. The cool, hard ground beneath me is the first thing I feel as my eyes flutter open. The silence of the cave immediately engulfs me, a silence so profound it seems to echo off the stone walls. As my eyes adjust to the dim light, a chilling realization dawns on me. Hayden is no longer cocooned in my arms. A desolate, empty feeling flickers within me, stirring an unfamiliar ache in my chest. I sit up quickly, trying to push away the discomfort before it can take root. My mind races with possibilities. Did she leave? Was she taken? The thought of her alone and vulnerable in the wilderness reignites old fears, ones I thought I had buried deep within. Hayden! I tentatively call out, but I'm met only with the growing silence of my surroundings. Damn it, where is she? I grab my furs and nervously fumble as I quickly put it on. She looked so frail last night, so cold. I hope she didn't run off again. Scrambling to my feet, I scan the cave, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps she's just a little further in, hidden in the shadows. But the cave offers no such solace. She is not here. The emptiness of the space mirrors the sudden emptiness I feel, a stark contrast to the warmth and security that filled it just hours before. Driven by a mixture of concern and the need to find her, I step outside the cave. The cool morning air brushes against my skin, a stark reminder of the night's lingering chill. My eyes sweep over the landscape, searching until they land on a figure lounging on the rocks under the early sun. Hayden. Relief washes over me like a warm wave, quickly followed by a surge of questions. What drew her out here alone? Does she not feel the safety I thought we had found in each other's company? With cautious steps, I approach her, my heart pounding with a mix of relief and a newfound anxiety about what her departure means. She notices my approach and smiles, a gesture that beckons yet reassures. I sit beside her, the warmth from her body a stark contrast to the cool stone beneath us. Words fail me at the moment. The relief of finding her safe battles with the confusion over her silent departure. We sit in silence, the vast landscape stretching out before us, a mute witness to the complexity of human emotions. I want to ask her 1,000 questions, to understand her thoughts, but I hold back, giving her the space I sense she needs. This moment, simple yet profound, marks a turning point. It's a silent acknowledgement of our shared experiences, of the night spent in the warmth of a shared embrace, and the unspoken bond that seems to be forming despite, or perhaps because of, our rough beginnings. Hayden's voice, soft yet carrying in the still morning air, unexpectedly breaks the silence. You know, when I first saw you, I didn't really trust you, she confesses, her words slow, reflective. I frown as I take in her sudden confession. I suppose that's fair. You didn't know me, I reply, guessing her hesitation has something to do with my race. I actually thought you were kind of annoying once I realized you weren't going to capture me or kill me. A nervous chuckle escapes her, lightening the weight of her admission. Why would I want to kill you? I ask, genuinely perplexed, yet touched that she's choosing to open up. From the moment I saw her, curiosity had piqued my interest, but the thought of harming her had never crossed my mind. That's what orcs tend to do. They kill, she continues, pausing as she looks at me. Today, her usual scowl has softened, replaced by a tentative smile that transforms her features. Before I ended up out here, I was a prisoner in the Swordhammer clan, she reveals, her gaze drifting off into the distance, a veil to shield her vulnerability. Her confession doesn't surprise me. I'm all too aware of the brutal reputation of the Swordhammer clan. I was abandoned as a child, and by the time I was a teen, I was kidnapped by those orcs, she adds, her voice trembling as she recounts the horrors. They were so cruel. When they deemed me infertile, I took off. She looks down and takes a shuddering breath. They were going to execute me for being an infertile breeder. I was useless to be thrown out with the garbage. They chased me to the edge of a cliff, and I jumped. Then what happened? I ask, my heart twisting at her sad story. I met you, she says, looking up at me, her green, tear-filled eyes, bright and intense, lock with mine, pulling me deeper into her world of pain and defiance. Moved by her trust and the weight of her past, I reach out, gently tucking a stray blonde strand behind her ear. She stiffens slightly, tears welling up and spilling over, each one a testament to her endured sufferings. My heart clenches at the sight, anger simmering within me against those who hurt her. Those bastards, I think, my fingers brushing away her tears with tender care. Her skin is soft beneath my touch, reinforcing the fragile yet growing bond between us. Without a second thought, I pull her into a tight hug, offering her the warmth and safety she had been denied for so long. She hesitates at first, the walls around her heart not fully dismantled, but then relaxes into the embrace, her body melding into mine as if finding a missing piece of herself. No one should have to endure the kind of horrors they put you through, I murmur, my voice low and steady, filled with an unspoken promise of solidarity and protection. As I hold Hayden close, my chin rests gently on her head, a silent gesture of comfort. I wish, futilely, that the warmth of my embrace could erase the scars of her past. I promise you that I will never hurt you, I declare, my tone resolute. I hope the sincerity in my words resonates with her, bridging the gap that her traumatic experiences have undoubtedly created around her. As I pull back to look into her eyes, the shimmering green mirrors of her soul, I'm struck by the depth of what she has endured. Impulsively, I press a gentle kiss to her forehead. The gesture is meant to convey comfort, as I don't want to freak her out, or give her the idea that I'm seeking anything more from her in her vulnerability. However, as my lips touch her skin, a rush of unexpected emotion surges through me. My heart races, a reaction that alarms yet intrigues me. I pause, momentarily caught in the intensity of the moment, and a realization dawns upon me. The initial curiosity that drew me to her has subtly shifted. I pull back, still holding her gaze, searching for any sign of discomfort or withdrawal in her expression. But instead, I find a quiet acknowledgement, a shared recognition of the shift between us. The air around us feels charged, heavy with unspoken thoughts and new, burgeoning emotions. I take a step away from Hayden, distancing myself ever so slightly from the warmth of her presence. I'm acutely aware of the tumultuous emotions stirring within me. The sensation of nervousness, unfamiliar and disconcerting, ripples through my chest, leaving me to grapple with its implications. My mind races as I try to decode these feelings, questioning their origin and their impact on my well-guarded heart. What is it? This vulnerability I'm feeling. The image of her tear-filled eyes is stuck in my mind. Her unexpected moment of her own vulnerability has certainly stirred something in me. I glance over at her, her shoulders down, her eyes lost to the horizon, and my heart aches for her, for what she's been through. At first I was drawn to her out of sheer curiosity, this lost and beautiful woman. But now that curiosity has morphed into something more complex. I'm finding myself drawn to her in different ways that surpass being compelled to bring her food and keep her safe and sheltered. Am I developing feelings for her? The question echoes in the quiet spaces of my mind, persistent and unyielding. This is not merely a protective instinct or a camaraderie born of shared struggles. It is something deeper, more visceral. As I contemplate this new emotional landscape, a part of me wonders if these feelings are simply born out of pity. Hayden, with her tragic past and her resilient spirit, could easily evoke such a response. It would make sense for me to feel something knowing that she's been out here on her own, open to the dangers the land holds. I'm not a heartless monster, and I'm certainly nothing like those bastards who abused her. But what does it all mean? She meets my gaze with a sad smile, and I feel it, that flicker from deep inside. As I reflect on our interactions and the growing bond between us, I recognize that this is something beyond sympathy. This is a connection, an attraction perhaps, that has taken root in the fertile ground of genuine admiration and mutual respect.
Chapter 15. Hayden. It's been 2 days since Kagan last came to see me, and now as I watch him approaching over the hill, something deep inside me stirs. The tension that has been simmering between us seems to tighten with each step he takes closer. I take a deep breath and wipe my clammy hands on the tattered edges of my coverings, reminding myself of the new bond we've formed. We're friends now, I repeat silently, echoing the words Kagan said to me in the cave. Clinging to that piece of solace, I resolve to handle the shift in our relationship. As he nears, his smile beams brightly, catching my eye and igniting a flutter of giddiness within me. The muscles in my face tighten into a smile, a welcome change from my usual scowl. Today, it feels like there's no need for it. Standing beside him now, the unexplained tension continues to simmer. It's been 2 days since our last deep conversation, and something has subtly shifted. We're friends, or perhaps something a bit more, wrapped in this unspoken understanding that both unnerves and comforts me. He strides forward with determination, carrying materials that clatter and clang, a collection of supplies meant for what he ambitiously calls a house. His confidence is infectious, and although I raise an eyebrow at the assortment, the intention behind it warms my heart. So, we're really building a house, huh? I tease, gesturing at the pile of supplies. He laughs, the sound rich and hearty. Well, we could, he starts, then pauses, his expression turning serious for a moment. Actually, I think you should decide. It's important. For your safety. Those bastards won't come after you again, not if I can help it. We can build it close to where you make camp and make it a safe place for you to stay. The weight of his words hangs in the air, and I feel a mix of reassurance and surprise. Kagan's earnestness tells me he's committed, not just to the building, but to my safety, to ensuring this place becomes a sanctuary. I feel touched that he is doing this for me. I haven't been taken care of before, and that weighs on me. He's doing something that no other being has ever done for me as far back as I can remember. Safe, I echo, letting the idea settle in. It's a concept so foreign, yet so desperately desired. A home, I add, the word feeling strange yet fitting. Yeah, a home, he agrees, his smile returning. And you get to call the shots. Where do we start? I shift hesitantly as he waits for me to answer. It's intimidating to see him standing here ready to build me a shelter just like he said he would. His smile softens, probably sensing my discomfort. Why don't we look around and get a feel for things first? He suggests. I nod, grateful for his patience, and start walking closer to where I make camp like he suggested. He follows happily, his large form shadowing me from the sun's light. As we walk, the silence stretches comfortably between us. After a moment, he glances down, noting the large shadow he casts over me, and grins. Seems I'm not just your guide today, but also your personal mountain. His joke brings a genuine laugh from me. It's a reminder of his thoughtful nature, even in humour, and it eases the unfamiliarity of the burgeoning connection between us. We survey the area together, and I point to a spot near a sturdy oak tree, perfect for our structure. As we lay out the materials, The initial tension from his proposal shifts into a collaborative spirit. The lightness returns when I awkwardly hand him a hammer, and our earlier ease resumes. "Careful with that," I tease, as he takes the hammer, pretending to weigh it like a weapon. He chuckles, swinging it lightly. "Don't you worry, I've survived worse than a thumb injury." I laugh with him as a feeling of lightness begins to roll through me. It's a peculiar sensation, and everything in me wants to fight against it. But as I look up and meet Kagan's golden eyes, that urge to rebel dissipates, and as I watch his smile stretch across his face, I feel myself drawn in. I'm nervously shifting as Kagan sets up the workspace. The tension that exists between us is giving way to uncertainty. Is a house really the best idea for me? I wonder briefly. As we begin, though, the task ahead seems less daunting. Kagan confidently starts mapping out the structure, and as I watch him work, his kindness lightens the mood between us. He looks up, catching my tentative gaze, and winks before making a light-hearted remark. "Don't worry, if we mess up the foundation, we can always start a business selling leaning towers instead of houses," he jokes, his voice warm and playful. I can't help but laugh, the sound bubbling out, surprising even myself with its ease. His joke not only breaks through the uncertainty, but also somehow makes the whole project feel more like an adventure we're embarking on together, rather than a daunting task. The laughter we share seems to stitch us closer, making the workspace less about the house we're building, and more about the rapport we're constructing with each playful exchange. I find myself increasingly aware of how close he is, and how every laugh and smile seem to draw us closer together. My bashfulness mixes with a burgeoning sense of connection, leaving me both delighted and disarmed by the chemistry developing between us. With each shared smile and look, the idea of building something together, both a structure and perhaps something more, begins to feel irresistibly right. Every shared laugh and exchanged glance begin to build layers of trust and camaraderie. Internally, I question the new feelings bubbling up. Is this what it feels like to have a friend? The thought is both exhilarating and intimidating. As we start putting together the structure, I try to help where I can, handing him tools and holding materials in place. Our movements create a rhythm, and our laughter mixes with the clinking and clattering of our makeshift construction site. Each time our hands brush, or he thanks me with a grin, a warmth spreads through me, light and fluttering. Do friends notice how the sun's rays seem to shimmer in their dark hair, or the way muscles shift under skin? I wonder silently, my thoughts wandering as I watch him work. The question feels silly, yet I can't help but dwell on it. His presence makes me feel almost giddy, the closest to happy I've ever been, and it's both wonderful and bewildering. I find myself more and more in awe with this friendship as the day continues, something I've never really experienced before, especially not with an orc. Kagan is different. He's kind, and he listens, a stark contrast to any other orc I've ever met. In these moments, as we work side by side under the sun, I find myself cherishing the novelty of this bond. It's refreshing to feel safe and valued, to laugh and share in this simple task. The work is hard but fun, filled with laughter and playful teasing. He tries to show off his building skills, which turn out to be more about enthusiasm than expertise. We both end up laughing as the structure leans slightly to one side. I guess it's more of a lean-to than a house. He chuckles, and I join in, our laughter mingling in the open air. As the sun begins its descent, casting long shadows over our day's work, the skeleton of the lean-to stands proudly, albeit with its quirky angles and mismatched pieces. Kagan wipes his brow, steps back, and lets out a satisfied chuckle. "Not too shabby for a day's work, huh?" "Not at all," I reply, my voice light, surprising myself with the ease of my laughter. "It might even withstand a gentle breeze." Kagan laughs. "Only gentle." "I guess we'll have to test it another day." "For now, how about a swim? The pond's not far." The thought of cooling off and just letting go for a while is enticing. That sounds perfect, I agree, more readily than I would have expected. We make our way to the nearby river, the grass cool underfoot, the evening air beginning to soothe the day's heat. As we reach the water's edge, Kagan dives in with a whoop, splashing water high into the air. I can't help but laugh, the sound mingling with the chirping of the evening crickets. Hesitating only a moment, I join him, the cool water enveloping me, washing away the sweat and dust of the day. We swim and splash, the water a refreshing contrast to the warm air. Kagan shows me how to float on my back, and I try, failing a few times before finally managing to balance myself on the gentle swell of the water. "Look at you, a natural," Kagan calls out, his voice teasing but encouraging. I can't remember the last time I felt this free, this unburdened. The water, the laughter, his presence, it all weaves together into a tapestry of comfort and care I've never known. As we float and swim until the sky turns a deep orange, I realise I'm smiling, truly smiling. When we finally clamber out, dripping and breathless, the world seems quieter, more peaceful. We sit at the water's edge, watching the sun dip below the horizon. I haven't had this much fun I can't even remember when. I confess, my voice soft in the growing dusk. Kagan turns to me, his smile gentle. "Me neither. It's been a great day."
Chapter 16. Kagan. As our magical night comes to a close, I regretfully inform Hayden that I won't be able to see her for 2 days, as my clan is being called away on an urgent mission. Though disappointment shadows her lovely face, she nods in understanding. Now, 2 endless days later, I cannot stop thinking about her. I miss her terribly. The lilt of her voice, the melody of her laugh, the way her emerald eyes sparkle when she smiles. Her absence leaves an ache in my heart that I cannot ignore. Being apart from her has been pure anguish. I realize my feelings for Hayden go far beyond friendship. What I feel is deeper, more profound. I believe I am in love. The realization crashes over me like a wave, equal parts exhilarating and terrifying. I want nothing more than to be near her again, to tell her how I feel, but uncertainty gnaws at me. I rush to her camp, desperate to see her radiant face again. But as I crest the mossy hill, my heart sinks like a stone in my chest. The little lean-to we had so carefully constructed together lies in ruins, its logs smashed to splinters and strewn about haphazardly on the ground. Hayden's tiny camp is utterly destroyed. "Hayden!" I bellow in panic, my guttural voice echoing through the stillness of the trees. Sickening dread washes over me in frigid waves as I frantically search the area. She is nowhere to be found. What could have possibly happened here? Who or what could have committed this violence? Then I spot them. Huge clawed paw prints scored deep in the dirt all around the wreckage. Wolves. They must have smelled the food. I sink to my knees, the earth trembling beneath the impact of my massive frame. Guilt and anguish ravage my insides like gnashing teeth. I was the one who had convinced her this spot was safe. But I have failed her. Cold, paralyzing fear for her safety clamps around my pounding heart like an iron vice. With a burst of frenzied desperation, I leap to my feet, turning over shattered logs and debris as I continue to search madly through the ruins. "Hayden!" I roar, whirling about frenetically. "Hayden, where are you?" My heart is hammering erratically against my ribs now. She must be here somewhere, must be unharmed. But only the sigh of the wind through the lonely trees answers my frantic pleas. Could the wolves have dragged her off into the forest after all? Even at this very moment, might her life's blood be staining their jaws? No, I tell myself firmly. I see no traces of blood anywhere. She must have managed to escape the attack unscathed. But then where could she have fled to? Why does she not answer my desperate cries? With escalating panic constricting my chest, I scour every bush, peer with dread up every tree, yearning for even the smallest glimpse of her flowing golden hair. Hayden, forgive me! I yell wretchedly into the empty forest. I have failed you! I broke my solemn vow to keep you safe, and now you are lost! Kagan! A longed-for voice speaks softly from just behind me. I whip around so fast I nearly lose my balance. There, standing amidst a patch of gently dappled sunlight, whole and seemingly unharmed, is Hayden. Profound relief crashes over me at the sight of her. In an instant, I rush to her, closing the distance between us. Without conscious thought, I sweep her into the embrace of my muscled arms, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. Hayden, you're alive. You're uninjured. I cry out fervently as I sweep her delicate frame against my barrel-like chest. She feels so impossibly small and fragile cradled there. I tenderly stroke her long, golden tresses with one trembling hand. In this perfect moment, I desire nothing more than to stand here for all eternity, sheltering this precious woman securely in my embrace. I make a solemn vow then and there to never allow harm to befall her again. She has captured my heart completely, in a way I never dreamed possible. For the first time in my life, I understand what it means to cherish something delicate and good. But before I can think through the ramifications, primal instinct abruptly takes hold of me. Still caught up in a churning tempest of powerful emotion, I gently grasp her lovely face between my hands. Unable to stop myself, I bring my mouth down onto her soft lips in a searing kiss. In that electrifying moment, weeks of suppressed longing, fear, and devotion surge forth explosively to overwhelm my self-control. I kiss her over and over, my actions first impassioned, then turning achingly gentle and reverent. For endless, blissful moments I'm powerless to stop, intoxicated by her sweetness. But then my conscious mind reasserts itself. What am I doing? Appalled at myself, I tear my mouth from hers, regret crashing over me in a scalding wave. Kagan? Hayden questions, her voice achingly tender. The melodic sound of my name on her tongue, spoken with such warmth and concern, almost erodes my resolve entirely. But I only shake my head wordlessly, unable to meet her searching emerald gaze, so filled with care. Forgive me, I rasp hoarsely, stumbling back several paces to put some much-needed distance between us. Desire still simmers hotly through my veins, making my massive hands tremble and flex with the fierce urge to reach for her again. But I clench them into tight fists at my sides. I cannot, will not give in to my own selfish appetites. I don't know what came over me, I stammer. I shouldn't have been so bold. Hayden continues to stare at me wordlessly, her luminous emerald eyes boring into me. To my shock, I don't see even the faintest shred of anger smoldering in their depths, but rather a heated, yearning look that makes my pulse quicken and my blood boil with anticipation. Kagan, she finally whispers, her voice rich with unspoken longing as she takes a deliberate step nearer, closing the small gulf still separating us. The sound of my name upon her tongue sends an involuntary spike of raw need lancing through my core. Unconsciously, my huge hands clench into even tighter fists, my nails gouging painfully into my palms as I wage a war within myself to resist the urge to reach for her once more. Kagan, Hayden repeats more firmly, erasing still more of the scant distance between us. Her heated emerald gaze flicks briefly down to my mouth before slowly returning up to meet mine. I cannot restrain a shudder of desire under the intensity of her unwavering stare. She stands mere inches away now, so close I can feel the seductive warmth radiating from her body. My traitorous heart slams out a jagged staccato against my ribs in response. My breath catches raggedly in my throat, coming now in short, harsh pants. I realize I want this woman with a ferocity that terrifies me. We can't do this! I somehow manage to grind out, though the half-hearted protest rings feeble and hollow even to my own ears. It wouldn't be right. Not like this. But even as I speak the weak words, my massive arms flex and bunch with the volcanic urge to pull her to me once more. With her standing there so temptingly near, My tenuous restraint is fraying by the second. Soon it will snap altogether, I know. And perhaps some small, secret part of me wishes it so. An expression of fierce determination flashes across Hayden's exquisite features, her jaw set stubbornly. Then, without further hesitation, she decisively closes the scant remaining distance still separating us. Throwing her willowy arms about my bulky neck, she presses the length of her supple body wantonly to mine. Before I can summon the will to utter even the slightest protest, she pulls my head down and finds my mouth again with her own in a kiss that is hungry and brimming with sensual intent. For a single earth-shattering heartbeat, I stand paralyzed, unable to respond at all. My mind reels, overwhelmed by the scent and taste of her. Then, heedless instinct conquers coherent thought once more. With a muffled groan, I grip her delicate waist, reflexively pulling her even more tightly to me as I return her ardent kiss with a fervent urgency to match her own. In this sublime moment, nothing else matters but the exquisite feel of her soft mouth moving eagerly against mine, our passion cresting then breaking over us both in waves, carrying away the last tattered remnants of my restraint. When we finally break apart some timeless age later, both gasping harshly for breath, Hayden gifts me with a smile of such radiance it rivals the sun. "I think this makes everything right between us now," she murmurs, nuzzling against my throat in a way that unravels me entirely. Unable to form any words in response, I simply tighten my arms around her possessively. Perhaps there are still arguments to be made for stopping this madness, but they can come later. For now, for this one perfect stolen moment, I intend to lose myself completely in her warm and willing embrace. The rest of the world can wait for now.
Chapter 17. Hayden. I am drawn to him like a moth drawn to flame. His fierce nature to protect me and to shelter me unlocks something primal inside me. He is such a paradigm. His large muscles, rugged scars, and calloused hands make him seem so menacing. But the way he's holding me right now, so gingerly as if I may break, and returning my kiss so tenderly makes him anything but. He breaks from the kiss and stares deep into my eyes, our foreheads still touching. "What happened here, Hayden? Tell me so I can make whoever did this pay," he growls out. "It was the wolves," I explain, still reeling from the terror of it all. "I was inside, reading, when I heard their howls. Before I knew it, they were inside ransacking everything." I shudder at the memory. There were 3 of them. I had no time to hide, but did I manage to grab my knife and slash at them whenever they lunged at me? They were more interested in the food, thankfully. My voice shakes as I recount the horrific details. I did everything I could to fend them off, to protect what little I have, but they were relentless. I can feel the tension radiating off Kagan, his instinct to protect me on high alert. I wouldn't take it past him to seek out every wolf involved and mutilate them. When I realised there would be nothing left worth salvaging, I ran as fast as I could into the woods and climbed up a tree. I watched from above as they destroyed everything. I feel tears welling up as the thought hits me again. And now my home is gone. You worked so hard on it, and I know it wasn't much, but that's all I had. "You have me, Hayden. I'm not going anywhere," he says, as he stares directly in my eyes, like he's trying to see deep down into my soul. "Well, I was going to find you, but I had to clean myself up. I was covered in dirt and debris, so I went down to the nearby stream to wash off," I explained to him. Kagan nodded, his jaw clenched. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there to protect you." "You couldn't have known Kagan, this is all so bizarre," I say. Then I went back to see the remains, hoping to find some extra clothes, but I didn't have any luck. Kagan pulls me closer, tucking me inside his warm chest. "It's okay. We'll find you something else to wear. The only thing that matters to me right now is that you are safe." I feel a sense of comfort and safety in Kagan's arms. He tightens his embrace around me, his strength and warmth enveloping my shaken body. As I cling to him, I'm suddenly overcome by an overwhelming realization. I love him. Beyond his capability to protect me, I love who he is deep inside. I love his brave heart, his gentle spirit, and his caring soul. Being near him makes me feel whole in a way I've never experienced before. Safe, protected. Before I even know what I'm doing, I take his face in my hands and press my lips to his. The kiss transports me, a stirring in my heart, eclipsing the anguish of all that just happened. After the initial surprise, Kagan wraps his arms around my waist and returns the kiss with a tenderness that melts me. In this moment, with our bodies intertwined, the world around us fades away. The trauma and heartbreak of the wolf attack no longer feel so raw. There is only us, lost in each other. The love I feel for him consumes my entire being. When we finally break apart, my eyes find his. I understand now why I felt such an innate sense of connection with Kagan from the moment we met. I think I'm in love with you, I confess in a whisper. Kagan's eyes mirror the depth of emotion I'm feeling. He strokes my hair and says, I've been in love with you since the moment I laid eyes on you. You consume me, Hayden. Still reeling from the exhilaration of his words, I wrap my arms around Kagan's neck and draw him in again. This time our lips meet with an urgency fueled by the depth of emotion passing between us. My hands explore his muscular back as we kiss deeper and more sensually. I have found my oasis in this harsh wilderness, and I will never let it go. No matter what may come, I know Kagan and I can weather any storm as long as we do it together. Right here, right now at this moment, nothing else matters except this. I want us to build a lifetime of memories together, starting with the one I'm about to propose. Kagan, I whisper as I bring myself up on my tiptoes and plant kisses on his corded neck. Please, make me yours. He lets out a growl low in his throat. Not here, Hayden. You deserve so much more than our first time being on the forest floor. You've been through so much today. I jump up and wrap my legs around his thick waist. I cut him off with my mouth, silencing whatever excuse he has of being a gentleman. I don't want a gentleman right now. I want him to wreck and ravish my body. As the kiss deepens, I will my tongue to do its best to persuade him to take me to bed. And judging by the firm bulge I feel against my inner thighs, I'd say it's doing its job. Hayden, you're making this really hard for me, he grinds out. I know, I can feel that, I say, trying to bring some humour to the situation. Suddenly, I find myself being tilted backwards and being laid down upon the forest floor ever so gently. I look up, and he looms above me, and from the looks of the other part of him that's giant, it won't be as gentle as he is.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprothika.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Prothika are waiting for you.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. For a moment, neither of us moves, both lost in the aftermath of our shared ecstasy. Then he collapses beside me, pulling me into his arms. We lie there, tangled together, our breathing slowly returning to normal. I love you, Hayden. I'm not sure what I would have done if something were to have happened to you, he whispers, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. I love you too, Kagan, I reply, feeling a profound sense of contentment. In his arms, I know I am safe, loved, and exactly where I belong.
Chapter 18. Kagan. It's been so long since that magical night with Hayden. Seems like another lifetime ago now, like a half-remembered dream. Now I find myself running for my life, my lungs burning, through a living nightmare of fire and chaos. Everything is ablaze, great plumes of black smoke roiling into the darkened sky as far as my eyes can see. This is a disaster of the gravest order for my clan. Acrid smoke sears my lungs with every panicked breath I take. Around me, the world I know crumbles to ash before my eyes. I can barely see through the choking haze and the hot blood running into my eyes from a gash on my brow. In the distance come the screams of the dying. The enemy has infiltrated deep into our lands tonight, leaving utter destruction in their wake. They stain the earth red with the blood of my kin. I fight alongside my clan, striking down foes in a desperate bid for survival. Yet my heart is not fully present in this battle. For all I can think of is my beloved Hayden, alone and unprotected somewhere out in the vast wilderness beyond this carnage. Has she seen the ominous glow of flames on the horizon from her camp? Can she hear the distant screams and clash of weapons carried on the wind? Does she know to flee this spreading havoc? Sick fear for her safety twists my gut, each imagined scenario more horrific than the last. I never should have left her vulnerable and exposed. My mind paints gruesome images of her captured by leering invaders, abused and tormented cruelly, while I am trapped here, unable to save her, or lost and alone, weeping as bloodthirsty beasts close in through the darkness. Hayden, beloved, I pray desperately, hide yourself until I can come. Rage and anguish war within me. Every fiber of my being strains to break from this conflict, to go to her. I roar and cut down 2 more enemies in my desperation. Hold on, my love. I will reach you, I vow fiercely. I continue to cut down faceless foes, their dark blood mixing with rivers of my kinsmen's. They pour forth like an endless tide bent on our annihilation. My clan seems gravely outnumbered, and we are losing ground rapidly. This battle may well be our last. But I cannot allow myself to sink into despair, though it nips at my soul. Hayden is still out there waiting for me. So, I fight on with every scrap of strength left in my battered body. My only thought is to survive this carnage and return to my love. In this moment, her shimmering eyes and gentle smile spur me forward when all other reason flees. The smoke from the fires continues to blot out even the moon and stars above, casting the world in a hellish gloom. Still, the enemy comes at us in waves, an endless tide of ravaging violence. My sword arm grows weary and my wounds slow me down. But I roar in defiance and fight twice as savagely as before. I cannot fall here, not with my love for Hayden burning deep in my soul still. I must live to look upon her beloved face again. The desperate battle rages late into the merciless night. Members of my clan fall by the dozens around me, the thirsty earth growing ever more soaked with rivers of the dead. But finally, as dawn's light starts to peek over the horizon, the rampaging enemy at last begins to retreat, disappearing back into the smoldering ruins. They have withdrawn for now. I collapse in a battered heap, too exhausted to even sheathe my gore-slicked blade. Hayden, my shining light, I whisper silently into the ether. By some miracle, I still live. Stay strong for me, my love. I will come for you soon, even though it takes my very last ounce of strength. Nothing will prevent me from returning to your side one day. As I lay there, catching my breath amidst the bodies of the fallen, my thoughts inevitably stay on Hayden. 6 endless months have passed since I last held her soft, supple body against mine, heard her sweet laughter, kissed her tender lips. With each rising sun, my longing for her grows, an acute and relentless ache within my chest. Not being able to be near her and see her smiling face kills me inside. I don't know where she went. She left without a trace. But each day I have the hope she will return to her little camp again. Slowly recovering from my injuries, I continue to worry about her safety. What if the enemy has got to her? They have to pass her camp to attack. The only solace I can cling to at this moment is the discovery I made a few days ago. Near her camp, there were wild berries freshly picked, a small fire pit still warm with glowing embers. Evidence someone was there recently. It had to be her. My heart swells with hope at those small signs of life. The thought of seeing her after so many lonely moons apart makes my heart begin to race. Unable to contain my anticipation, I immediately break from my clan without a word. I have to reach Hayden's camp with all speed and assure myself she's alive. Nothing else matters but holding her in my arms again. As I crash recklessly through the brush, a sickening sight arrests my pounding feet, turning my blood to ice. Hayden's camp, the lean-to I had carefully camouflaged and reinforced, now lay in utter ruins. The crude wooden supports I'd built are smashed to splinters, the concealing brush ripped violently away. Everything is destroyed, the entire area ransacked. "Hayden!" I roar desperately, my anguished cry echoing through the now lonely glen. There came no answer but the frantic thunder of my own dread-filled heart. No, this could not be. Spurred by panic, I rummage through the rubble like a mad beast, overturning the whole area, searching for any evidence my love had survived. There are remnants of her camp scattered about, half-eaten wild berries, a few pieces of clothing hanging on a nearby tree, even some vegetables near the opening of the lean-to. All signs she had been here just hours before, yet now gone without a trace. Rage and grief war savagely within me. Who did this? Did someone take her? If so, I will rip them limb from limb. Falling to my knees, I yell desperately up at the sky. "Hayden, please! Give me some sign you are alive! Some small hope to cling to!" But only a cruel silence answers my desperate plea. Ultimately, I throw back my head and scream out my grief and frustration into the night, the shattered ruins seeming to mock my failure to keep her safe. I force myself to rise on creaking limbs, knowing others from my clan would come searching for me soon. I had to be gone before then. With hurried purpose, I searched the area one last time for any clues as to where she might have gone, or who had caused this destruction. But the debris yields nothing. I feel myself losing all sense of control. Just when black despair threatens to swallow what is left of my soul, a dry twig snaps behind me. I whirl around quickly, a snarl on my lips, to behold a rebel emerging stealthily from the shadows of the trees. In his hands glints a long, jagged machete already stained red. The sight of this enemy causes rage to explode within my core, like the birth of a volcano. Fresh strength surges through my spent limbs. Here was someone who might know where my heart's treasure was. "You!" I thunder. "What happened to the woman who dwelt here? Did you take her somewhere?" With a bellow of pure bloodlust, I charge the villain, seeing only a haze of crimson before my eyes. The man's expression briefly flashes with surprise before he meets me with his own yell of challenge. His filthy blade slices the air where my throat has been but moments before. I batter it aside with contemptuous ease and land a crushing backhand to his jaw that sends him crashing to the earth, spitting blood and teeth. Before he has a chance to rise back up, I'm on him, hoisting his gasping body skyward by the throat. "Where is she?" I snarl, giving him a shake that rattles his bones. "What have you mongrels done with her? Answer me." But he only chuckles weakly through split and bloody lips. "Wouldn't you like to know, beast?" he rasps mockingly. With a roar that rings through the trees, I slam my fist into his face again and again in a blind frenzy, feeling cartilage crack and splinter, features giving way to a pulpy ruin. Still, he laughs, a wet and ruined sound. Incensed beyond reason, I at last hurl his battered body to the rocky ground and stomp with my full weight, crushing the breath and life from him in one decisive motion. His mocking laughter is silenced forever. I stand over the corpse, chest heaving and limbs trembling with fury still unsatisfied. But extinguishing this wretch's worthless life gains me nothing. I am no closer to recovering my heart's treasure, my reason for drawing breath. "Hayden, beloved," I whisper fervently into the silent woods. "I will move the heavens to find where you are. Just stay alive. I will come for you soon." So into the rising sun I purposefully run, more determined than ever to survive and bring a reckoning. For her sake. Chapter 19. Kagan. I slam the rebel onto the ground once again. My muscles are burning with a resistance I've never felt before. Hayden invades my mind and body like a virus. Her image makes me tense and unfocused. Where is she? Is she okay? The rebel shifts below me, grabbing onto my leg to try and pull himself up. His hand stretches my skin. The previous injuries scream out in pain as my vision fills with stars. I reach into my pockets, trying to find my knife as my enemy gains another round of strength. The tiredness and stress that's been compounding in my brain for 4 years is finally landing an impact. The rebel lands a punch right in the middle of my unprotected stomach. I hunch over, groaning and coughing, but my hand finally wraps around the familiar handle of my knife. As he begins to run at me, preparing for the final blow, I pull all my strength to push his fist aside and stab him straight in the shoulder. The rebel cries out in pain as I sink my knife deeper. "Where is she?" I growl, my face inches from his. "What have you done with Hayden?" He stares at me, confusion mixing with the agony on his face. "Who?" I twist the blade, making him howl. "The human woman who lives in these woods. What have you bastards done with her?" My breaths are shaky and ragged as I hover threateningly over this orc. Any sense of morality I hold is fading. There's nothing I wouldn't do to find Hayden once again. When he doesn't respond, I pull the knife out and stab his other shoulder. "Answer me!" "I don't know who you're talking about," he screams. "We haven't taken any women." I'm not convinced. "How long have your forces been in this area?" I don't know exactly, a few days," he stammers. "And in all that time you never came across a lone human woman living in these woods?" I demand. He shakes his head frantically. "No, never saw anyone like that." I growl in frustration. Could he be telling the truth? Hayden is clever at evasion. Perhaps she escaped before they came, but how can I be sure? I press the knife against his throat. "If you're lying to me, I'll be back to finish the job. Tell me now, did any of your men mention capturing or killing a human woman?" No, I swear it!" His eyes are wild with fear. Though uncertainty still eats at me, his claims of ignorance seem genuine. Finally, I accept he truly doesn't know anything about Hayden's fate. But that brings me no relief. She is still missing, her whereabouts unknown. I remove the knife from his shoulder, ready to end the job. I have wasted enough time here. Finding Hayden is all that matters now. Suddenly I hear heavy footsteps and guttural roars in the distance. I whip my head around to see a group of hulking rebel orcs charging out of the woods towards my position. There are more than I can count, all decked in layers of armor and holding shoddy weapons. Matted fur and scars cover their muscular frames. Their eyes burn with bloodlust as they barrel towards me. Cursing under my breath, I swiftly slice off the head of the orc beneath me. No time to clean my blade. I leap to my feet and run for the cover of the trees. Arrows whiz past my head as the rebels shoot at my fleeing form. I pump my legs harder, my lungs burning with effort. But the blood dripping from my earlier wounds blurs my vision. I can barely see where I'm going. An arrow grazes my shoulder and I stumble. No, I can't stop. If I'm captured here, I'll never find Hayden. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I push myself faster through the woods. More arrows follow me, thudding into trees and bouncing off rocks. I throw myself to the ground as one comes perilously close to my head. Rolling back to my feet, I keep running in a zigzag pattern, denying the hulking warriors an easy target. But exhaustion weighs on my limbs. My reactions are slowing, my ability to dodge arrows fading. As I burst from the tree line, my foot catches on an exposed root. I stumble for just a second. Before I can regain my footing, an arrow plunges into the back of my thigh. Agony lances through me and I roar. Glancing back, I see the muscled rebels have emerged from the woods. In seconds they will be upon me. With a desperate cry, I straighten my back and try to pick up my pace. My leg threatens to give out under me, but I force it to bear my weight. I cannot stop. Hayden needs me. Gripping my knife, I stagger away as fast as my wounded body allows. Just a little farther. I have to survive this. For her. If just to see her one last time. My vision is dimming as blood continues dripping into my eyes. I can barely make out the forest path ahead of me as I stagger onward. I push my aching body faster. The enraged cries of the rebel orcs ring out behind me as they give chase. I don't dare look back. I can hear their heavy footfalls gaining ground. Up ahead, the path narrows between two large rock formations. I move toward it, hoping the tight space will slow my pursuers. My leg screams in protest with each step, but I grit my teeth and keep going. As I enter the rocky passage, my foot catches a protruding stone. I'm too slow to react. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. Gasping, I start to rise, but freeze at the unmistakable sound of a bowstring being drawn taut behind me. There is no time to dodge as the arrow pierces the side of my neck in a burst of searing pain. I cry out, clasping a hand to the wound as my lifeblood gushes between my fingers. Through the haze of pain, I see the rebel orcs surround me, their weapons poised to deliver the final blow. But I will not give them the satisfaction of surrender. Mustering the last of my strength, I surge to my feet with a roar. Before they can react, I barrel into the nearest orc, knocking him back into his comrades. They stagger, momentarily stunned. It's just the opening I need. Ignoring the fiery agony in my neck, I take off running once more. The forest path swims before me and my legs threaten to collapse, but I push on through sheer force of will. I cannot die here today, not until I find Hayden. My vision darkens at the edges, yet still I run. I will not give in to unconsciousness. Hayden needs me. Each pounding step sends fresh agony through my wounded neck. I can feel blood pouring down my chest and soaking my torn shirt as I stagger drunkenly down the forest path. My makeshift bandage is soaked through. The edges of my vision are going dark. I'm dangerously close to passing out from blood loss. But through sheer force of will, I put one foot in front of the other. I cannot stop. Glancing back, I see the hulking shapes of the rebel orcs pursuing me. Thankfully, they are still some distance away. My sudden break for freedom seems to have gained me a little ground, but I know it is only temporary. My body feels like lead, each movement draining what little strength I have left. The trees around me sway and blur. I trip over roots and rocks that my fading vision cannot make out. Still, I drive myself onward. Hayden's face flashes through my mind, giving me a final burst of desperation. I have to find her. I cannot fail her now. Up ahead, I can just make out a small hollow at the base of a massive tree. It will have to do for cover. Stumbling to the tree, I collapse inside the hollow, pressing my back against the trunk. For a moment, the world spins around me. It takes all my effort not to sink into oblivion. As the dizziness passes, I peer out and see the orcs approaching. One points toward my hiding place and they pick up speed. I fumble for my knife with weak, blood-slicked fingers. I may only have seconds left, but I will not go down without a fight. If this is to be my end, I will take as many of them with me as I can. Closing my eyes, I picture Hayden one last time. Then I steel myself, ready to attack as soon as the rebels come within range. Hayden's face centers me, giving purpose to my fading consciousness. I cannot give up now, not when her fate is still uncertain. My people need me, but I know Hayden needs me more. I made a promise to protect her, to keep her safe. I cannot break that vow. The approaching footsteps drag me back. The rebels will be upon me in moments, but I will not go down quietly. Gripping my knife, I focus my mind on Hayden, her smile, her laugh, the future we are meant to have together. I promised her a life. I aim to deliver it. These bastards will not take that away. Mustering the last dregs of my strength, I burst from my hiding place with a savage roar. The first orc falls beneath my blade, my knife slashing across his throat in a spray of crimson. The others rush to attack, but their movements seem sluggish to my battle-heightened senses. I dodge and weave, my knife finding purchase in flesh and muscle. Blood coats my skin, but I do not stop, cutting down one orc after another in a frenzied dance of steel. But it cannot last. My injuries slow me as the rebels keep coming. A fallen orc grabs onto my ankle, preventing me from running. Another slices my bicep with an axe as he stands in front of me, blocking the way. I must break free. Locking eyes with the largest orc, I charge straight for him. He braces for impact, but at the last second I drop and slide between his legs. Before the others can react, I am on my feet and sprinting for freedom once more. I hear their enraged cries behind me, but I do not look back. I must keep going. For Hayden. For the future I have sworn we will have together. My body threatens to give out with each agonizing step, but I force myself onward through the haze of pain. I must make it to the Burning Sun clan's territory. Their healers are my only hope now. The forest thins ahead. Using the last of my energy, I burst from the tree line into the scrubby plain that marks the borderlands between clans. In the distance, I can see the Burning Sun camp. Safety within my grasp. With a desperate cry, I push my shredded muscles to their limit. The wounds on my neck and limbs scream in protest, but I no longer have the strength to cry out. My head spins with blood loss. It takes all my will not to collapse. Somehow I remain upright as I stagger into the camp, weaving drunkenly past tents and cook fires. Orcs shout in alarm at my bleeding, disheveled appearance. I try to call for aid, but only a weak rasp leaves my lips. My legs give way at last, sending me sprawling face first onto the dusty ground. This is it. Darkness creeps into my vision as unconsciousness rushes to claim me. With my last shred of awareness, I manage to croak a single word. Help! Then a blessedly familiar voice cuts through the haze. Kagan! Strong hands grab my shoulders and roll me onto my back. I gaze upward into the scarred face of Nevarth, a friend from Burning Sun. Never have I been so relieved to see someone. I cling weakly to his arms as he bellows for healers. My head lolls, but I force myself to stay awake. I am safe now. My body finally hits its limit. With Nevarth's reassurances ringing in my ears, I surrendered to exhaustion and let the darkness take me. I can fight no more today, but I swear I will find you, Hayden. This is not over.
Chapter 20. Hayden. I feel so unbelievably lost. I hate having to leave Kagan like this, but he must not be burdened right now by my shocking news. I have no choice but to go and figure things out on my own. Feelings of fear and uncertainty surge through my body as I turn to take one last look over my shoulder at my camp. The crisp morning air chills my skin as I venture deeper into the forest, my hand instinctively resting on my still flat stomach. I never dreamed this could happen, that I could get pregnant. My old clan was so cruel, so convinced of my infertility, that they were ready to end my life. But now, a tiny spark grows inside me. Kagan's child. Our child. My heart swells at the thought, even as my mind races with worry. I have been so happy with Kagan, but my life isn't fit for a baby. The timing, it's all wrong. I'm too scared to tell Kagan about the pregnancy right now. What will he do? How will he react? He still has his life ahead of him as the destined leader of his clan. From his stories, his father Malamute is a strict and stubborn orc. What if Malamute and the Swordstone clan try to take my child away? Malamute would never accept a half-human grandchild, jeopardizing Kagan's power. I'm so terrified of losing my baby. The thought makes my heart clench with fear. No, I can't risk that. Not when this child is the only family I have left. I must stay strong for this new little life growing inside me. I will do whatever it takes to protect my baby. The early morning sun filters through the leaves overhead, dappling the forest floor. I duck under a low-hanging branch, the morning dew damping my hair. I'm truly on my own now. But I'm a survivor. I'll find a way through this. For my baby's sake, I have to. My hand lingers over my stomach, my heart bursting with a fierce protectiveness. I suddenly remember the rumours spoken in my old clan of a human doctor living among the Burning Sun clan. Bonnie, they call her. Kind, caring. My feet turn in the direction of their village before I can talk myself out of it. I must see her. With each step of the long journey, my nerves fray more and more. My trust in others is hardly existent these days. But what choice do I have? If the Burning Sun clan discovers me, an outsider pregnant with a half-orc child, they could easily banish me back to the unforgiving wilderness. Or even worse. I shudder at the thought. My options are severely limited, though. I have nowhere else to turn for help. I have to at least try to seek out this human doctor named Bonnie. For my baby's sake, I must find a way. I arrive on the outskirts under the cloak of nightfall. Their wooden walls loom, fires flickering within. Sneaking past the guards, I slip inside a back entrance to the healer's quarters. "Hello?" I call out hesitantly. A middle-aged woman appears, her brows rising. "Can I help you?" I take a shaky breath. "Are you Bonnie?" "I was told you might help me." She smiles kindly. "That's me. What seems to be the trouble?" My eyes dart around nervously. "I'm pregnant, but you can't tell anyone, please. I just need some guidance." Understanding crosses her face. "Of course, dear. Let's take a look, shall we?" As she examines me, relief trickles through my veins. Maybe this will be okay. Just then, a voice calls out from the other room. "Bonnie? Have you seen my—" A young woman enters, stopping short when she sees me. My heart leaps. "Hera?" I gasp. "Hayden!" Her face lights up and she rushes forward to embrace me. "I thought you were dead. What happened?" Tears spring to my eyes as I cling to her, the friend I never dreamed of seeing again. We catch up in a rush. She tells me how she's made a home here. "What about you?" she asks eagerly. I hesitate. "It's been hard since I escaped. I've been living in the forest, just trying to survive. And now—" I gesture helplessly to my stomach. Understanding dawns on her face. "Oh, Hayden." She squeezes my hand supportively. Bonnie smiles. "Well, you've come to the right place. We'll make sure you and the little one stay safe and healthy." I let out a shaky breath, the fear and tension ebbing away. Maybe coming here wasn't a mistake after all. With Hera and Bonnie's help, I feel a glimmer of hope. The next few months pass in a blur under their caring watch. Hera is with me every step of the way, holding my hand through the aches and pains. I am so grateful to have my dear friend back. And Bonnie becomes like a mother to me, making sure my pregnancy progresses smoothly. My baby grows stronger by the day, her tiny flutters now full kicks against my palm. Each one fills me with indescribable joy. But still, a sadness lurks in my heart. I wish more than anything that Kagan could be here for this, to share in the wonder of our child coming into the world. At night, I dream of him, those molten gold eyes lighting up when I tell him the news, his rumbling laugh as he rests a gentle hand on my belly. My eyes sting with tears when I wake. "Soon, my love," I whisper into the darkness. "We'll be together again. You, me, and our little one. For now, I have all I need, a warm home, trusted friends, and new life blossoming inside me. But my family won't be whole until Kagan is by my side once more." The day finally arrives. After hours of agonizing labour, I bring a beautiful baby girl into the world. I name her Amira. As I cradle her tiny body against my chest, tears of joy stream down my face. She is absolutely perfect. She reminds me of myself a lot, in the sense that she appears entirely human, with tan skin and my build. But she definitely has hints of Kagan in her as well. Her beautiful greenish golden eyes and short black hair. I am truly in love with this precious girl. A month passes in a haze of sleepless nights and endless baby snuggles. Hera is always there to help, practically a second mother to little Amira. One evening after Amira is asleep, Hera and I sit by the fire. She gives me a searching look. "What is it?" I ask. "I know you're still thinking of him," she says gently. "Of Kagan." I fall silent, staring into the flickering flames. She's right. No matter how much I try to distract myself, my thoughts always come back to him. I miss him so much it hurts, I confess in a choked voice. His smile, his laugh, the warmth of his arms around me. My heart feels like it has been shattered into a million pieces without him here by my side. Tears spill down my cheeks as I clutch my chest, raw anguish coursing through me. Ever since I left Kagan that day, it's as if a piece of my heart has been missing, a hole I can never seem to fill. At night I have dreams where we are together again, but then I wake up alone and it's like losing him all over again. I sob. Hera wraps her arm around me as I pour out all the grief I've kept bottled up for so long. My body shakes with the force of my weeping. I don't know how much more I can take, feeling so incomplete without him. Hera squeezes my hand. "You should go to him, Hayden." Panic suddenly leaps inside me. "What? No, I can't. It's too dangerous for Amira there. If Malamute found out about her—" "Shh," Hera soothes me. "Amira will be safe here with me. Bonnie and I will protect her with our lives." "But what if Kagan rejects us? I couldn't bear it if he didn't accept Amira as his own." Hera smiles sadly. "That's a risk you have to take. Otherwise you will spend your whole life wondering, regretting you never gave him the chance to choose you both." I know deep down she's right. When the tears finally subside, I cling to Hera tightly. "You're right. I have to try, no matter how terrifying it is. Even if he rejects me or us, at least I'll know I fought for what we had. My heart will have no peace until I see him again." Hera nods, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Tell him everything. He deserves to know." I hug her fiercely, pouring all my gratitude into the embrace. She has given me the courage I need to fight for my family. With a gentle kiss on Amira's forehead, I whisper, "I love you, my darling." Her little nose scrunches adorably in her sleep. Finally, I steel my resolve and set out into the night to find Kagan. As I quietly creep away, each step is heavy with purpose. The darkness of the forest surrounds me, but I do not fear it tonight. A blazing resolve burns within my heart, pushing me forward. I think of Kagan's smile, his laugh, the love in his golden eyes. I quicken my pace. Nothing will stop me from returning to his arms where I belong. The night sky lights my path back home to him. Chapter 21. Hayden. I begin to make my way through the dense forest towards my camp, my heart pounding in my chest with each passing step. I cannot believe it's been months since I last laid eyes on Kagan, my one true love. My heart starts fluttering thinking about him. My pace quickens now with anticipation. Halfway to my camp, I begin to worry about Amira. Leaving her behind with Hera was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Though I feel some slight relief because I know I can trust Hera to keep Amira safe. Soon my camp comes into view and my mind shifts to the reason for this journey. I need to tell Kagan about our sweet daughter Amira. My breath catches in my throat as I step into the clearing and find it empty. The anticipation that had been building steadily within me during my journey here disappears in an instant, replaced by a hollow ache blooming in my chest. I stand frozen. The emptiness engulfs me as I realize this reunion might forever remain a dream. Never again to feel Kagan's strong embrace, hear his voice say my name, gaze into his golden eyes that saw my spirit like no one else could. My heart sinks like a stone, heavy with yearning and deeply wounded hope. I wander through the deserted camp, fingers trailing over the charred fire pit and abandoned lean-to. He didn't come. My worst fear confirmed. There is no evidence Kagan has been here for a long time. Just fading remnants of the life we once shared. I should have known when I disappeared all those months ago. He must have given up hope. My leaving wounded him too deeply, and now he's surely moved on. Grief threatens to crush me where I stand. I long to collapse and weep, to curl up on the ground clinging to memories of his embrace. But I swallow the anguish down. I cannot break, not yet. Amira is waiting for me. For her sake, I pull myself together and take a deep breath, though my heart continues crumbling inside. Slowly, I turn for home. A week later, I find myself drawn back to our camp once more, unable to let go of the faint hope blooming in my heart that he will be there, that this time he will have come looking for me. As I approach, the woods are eerily quiet, except for the sound of my feet crunching over twigs and leaves. The silence used to be peaceful, but now it feels empty without Kagan's deep baritone voice filling it. Stepping into the now familiar clearing, desolation pierces my heart once again. The camp remains abandoned, exactly as I left it that first painful day. Crumpled lean-to barely standing, ashes piled in the cold fire pit, scattered belongings weathered and faded. The camp shows no signs that Kagan came here to find me, to reclaim our life together. My heart slowly breaks as I accept this painful truth. I don't know what I expected. He surely moved on when I disappeared. But still, irrational hope blooms in my chest. Knees weak, I sink down by the blackened firewood. If I concentrate, I can almost see the ghost of our past here. Kagan grinning as he tends the crackling fire, the rich sound of his laughter, our bodies intertwined beneath the stars. The memories bring equal parts joy and ache. Soon, the sun begins to set, casting long shadows through the trees. I know I should return to Amira before dark, but I cannot bring myself to leave just yet. Instead, I gather firewood and rekindle the flames in the pit. They crackle and spit, sending sparks dancing into the darkening sky. Settling in for the night, I go and pick wild berries from the bushes Kagan showed me long ago. Their sweet tart juice explodes in my mouth, vividly reminding me of him. I sit by the fire, eating berries as the stars emerge overhead. Closing my eyes, I can almost imagine him here with me, his deep voice telling me how much he loves me, the heat of his body keeping me warm on cool nights. For a moment, the ache in my chest recedes ever so slightly, but when I open my eyes, I am alone in the firelight, the present crashing back in. He is not here, no matter how much I pretend otherwise. I begin to sob, tears pouring down my cheeks. I miss him terribly. I eventually cry myself to sleep. As the sun begins to rise the next morning, I collect myself and rush back to Amira. 2 days later, I decide I need to go back to our camp one more time. I can't quite resign myself to the fact that he is really gone. While preparing to leave the base for the camp, hushed voices reach my ears. I pause, straining to listen. Rumours of an ambush, Kagan's clan destroyed in the dead of night. My heart drops into my stomach. No, it can't be true. I hurry to find Hera, desperation clawing up my throat. Upon finding her, I ask urgently, "Hera, what is happening? What are these rumours about Kagan's clan?" Hera's face is solemn, her eyes filled with sadness. She takes my hand in hers. "Hayden, there was an ambush in the night. Kagan's village was raided and destroyed. There were few survivors." Her words hit me with the force of a blow. I double over, bile rising in my throat. This can't be real. Stumbling outside, I empty the contents of my stomach into the bushes. Hera follows, rubbing my back. "Let it out," she says gently. When the heaving stops, I straighten up, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Tears blur my vision and stream down my cheeks. "Are you sure he's gone?" I choke out. Hera's silence is answer enough. A sob escapes my lips and I sink to my knees. Hera kneels with me, holding me as I finally allow the grief to overwhelm me completely. I cry until I have no tears left. Kagan is gone. My worst fears realised, and I never even had the chance to tell him about his daughter, about the love we created together. After all this time hoping he had simply left, the truth is infinitely worse. Kagan is gone. Truly gone. The tiny bubble of hope I had been clinging to pops and disappears. I always imagined how it would feel to tell him he was a father. Played the scene over and over, his eyes lighting up with joy and pride as he held Amira for the first time. But now that can never be. My heart shatters, knowing he will never meet our beautiful daughter, the most precious gift he left behind. My arms ache to hold him one last time, to kiss his lips and feel his strong embrace keeping me safe. I would give anything to see his smile, hear his deep laughter. The enormity of this loss knocks the breath from my lungs. I gasp and sob, drowning in unrelenting grief. I cry out, demanding answers. Why us? Why now, just as life was taking root? Only silence answers, forced to accept this cruel twist of fate that stole my love too soon. We deserved more time. I claw at the gaping hole in my soul, but nothing fills the emptiness where Kagan once stood. I retreat deep into myself in the following days, going through the motions with Amira while she is awake. We often take long walks to the waterfalls during the day. Their gentle roar helps mute the screaming inside my head. To further relax, I like to sit near the waterfalls and close my eyes, letting the cold mist coat my skin. In my mind, Kagan stands before me, water droplets clinging to his muscular frame. He grins and pulls me close. I cling to him, gently kissing his lips. His hands cup my face as his golden eyes gaze deeply into mine. For a few blissful moments, I can pretend he was never ripped away from us, that our life together continues on as it was always meant to be. But as the visions fade, the crushing weight of reality returns. I am alone, and he is forever gone. Only in my whispered memories and deepest longings does his spirit still reach out to touch mine. A ghostly echo of the passionate love we once shared. Nighttime is the worst. As Amira drifts off to sleep, the torment of losing Kagan rages stronger. Laying in the darkness, tears pour down my face, while endless questions fill my mind. What will I do now? How can I go on without Kagan? How can I raise Amira alone? The future looms ahead, a desolate wasteland without Kagan's love to guide me. My chest tightens thinking of all the moments he will miss, Amira's first steps, her first words, watching her grow. She needs a father's nurturing and wisdom, things I cannot provide alone. Doubt festers in my mind, whispering I will fail her as others failed me. Some nights these poisonous thoughts overpower me, threatening to pull me under. But then I feel Amira stir beside me. She grounds me when I feel myself slipping away into the abyss. I must endure for this innocent life we created together. In her, I see Kagan's spirit living on. For both of them, I will find the strength to go on. Their love will guide me through the darkness. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages. Alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 22. Kagan. Within the Burning Sun clan's territory, there I lay, my body battered as the healers tend to me. Agonizing pain washes over me. I try to muster up enough strength to sit up as my worry for Hayden sets in once more. Slowly I shift, and my body is able to get upright for a moment. Several feet away, I see two orcs approaching me. They appear friendly and welcoming. One calls out in a gravelly voice, "Ho there, friend. My name is Logan. We received word of your state and we came to get a better look. Seems like you've had a rough time." I try to respond but only manage a pained groan. The other orc named kneels beside me, brow furrowed in concern. "Easy now. You're safe here." He slides an arm under my shoulders, lifting me with surprising gentleness. I gasp out, "Please, my companion, I have to find her." "Don't trouble yourself about that now," Logan says. "Let's worry about getting you to a dwelling." With great care, they lift me between them, one gripping each of my arms. I groan involuntarily as they hoist me up, my battered body protesting even this gentle movement. Logan shoots me an apologetic look as they position me, trying to avoid aggravating my injuries further. They begin making haste towards small homes. We move at a steady pace through the shaded path. Dappled sunlight filters down through the rustling leaves, the fresh scent of pine enveloping us. My feet drag and stumble, but Logan and keep me upright, bearing my weight when my legs threaten to buckle. Murmurs words of encouragement, telling me I'll soon be lying down, my wounds cleaned and dressed. The thought of rest and care after my arduous trials fills me with profound relief. These patient, kind-hearted beasts will restore me to strength in time. For now, I need only focus on putting one foot in front of the other until we reach the solace of a new home. With the clan's aid, I will mend. Days pass, and thankfully with Logan and help, I easily become a part of the Burning Sun clan. It's just as everyone said, the clan is a haven for orcs and humans alike. Though gruff and scarred from lives of hardship, the clan members welcome me with open arms. They are a found family, bound not by blood but by loyalty and sacrifice. Around crackling fires at night, they share fantastical tales of ancestors long past and battles won and lost. The resonant laughter echoes through the fragrant pines as we feast on game, honey mead, and hearty mushroom stews. During the day, the orcs greet me like a brother, showing me the bountiful fishing spots along the river and which herbs and roots will best heal an infection. At night, we play raucous games and refashion weapons huddled around the glowing forge. Though worry for Hayden constantly gnaws at me, I find comfort in the clan's camaraderie. Their warmth has rekindled my wounded spirit. Each day I grow stronger in body and heart thanks to their kindness. Will Hayden find this place a haven too, if I can find her? The question haunts me relentlessly. I imagine her here. This rugged yet welcoming place could be the haven she so desperately needs. She could make a home amongst these lumbering, warm-hearted beasts, finding the security she has so long deserved. Free of fear, her radiant soul would flourish, lighting up every shadowy corner. Here she could find happiness. I feel it deep in my bones. My heart aches with deep longing as I think of how happy she could be here with me. The pain of missing her sinks into my very soul. I am utterly broken-hearted, a hollowed-out shell going through the motions. I cannot simply sit here alone in my room with my anguished thoughts and regrets. Despite the protests of my still-mending wounds, I need to act. I must do something to find her, anything to fill this void inside me. The next morning I go to Logan and insist that I must join the patrol immediately. "My friend, let your body finish healing," Logan implores. But I will not be swayed. "I cannot rest knowing she is out there, lost or hurt," I tell him vehemently. "I swore to protect her with my life. I have to go out there and search for her." Logan sees the desperation in my eyes and finally relents. A profound gratitude wells up within me. I will not give up on my Hayden. I shall scour every inch of this vast forest if that's what it takes to find some trace of her. During the following days, I tirelessly search for Hayden. While I'm searching, I can't help but reflect on my good fortune in coming upon the Burning Sun clan in my darkest hour. When I stumbled bloodied and broken to the edge of their territory, they took me in without hesitation. They nursed me back to health, offered me food and shelter, treated my wounds with poultices that smelled of sweet herbs and rich earth. Since arriving here, I've been welcomed as one of their own, despite my ceaseless fretting over Hayden's fate. They listen with patience when anxiety keeps me up at night. At meals, they distract me with bawdy jokes and tales of their ancestors' exploits, recognizing when my eyes grow distant with worry. It's been a week now, and though I still ache for her, I have to admit I'm growing more and more fond of this place. Yet my enjoyment is bittersweet, tainted by Hayden's absence. I wish I could share all of this with her. Each night, I ache to feel her tucked against me, her breath warm on my skin, to see her eyes dance in the firelight as we swap stories and plans for the future. My heart fills with a longing that physical pain cannot match. I have found a new home, but it feels incomplete without my love beside me. I don't quit looking for Hayden, not for one single day. I make it a habit to visit the secluded waterfalls we frequented. I pick my way down the fern-lined path, breathing deep the cool mist thrown up by the churning waters. Sitting on our favorite flat rock, I let the roar of the cascade fill my ears, remembering all the carefree hours Hayden and I spent swimming in the frothing pools beneath. I close my eyes, and in my mind I can see her clearly, her golden hair sleek with water, her slender body gliding through the currents. I imagine her surfacing with a joyous gasp, droplets gleaming on her sun-kissed skin. My fingers ache to brush those drops away, to pull her body against my chest and breathe in her familiar scent. But when I open my eyes, it is only me beside these falls. Still, I come here every day without fail, however fruitless it may be. Some small, hopeless part of me insists that if I just wait long enough, wish hard enough, Hayden will emerge from the trees to join me. And so I sit, watching the sunlight play across the rippling water until the sun sets in the western sky. When the night sky finally appears, I head back to my new comrades of the Burning Sun clan. It is on one such return that Inzo, one of the clan's warriors, intercepts me. His eyes are suspicious. His posture is tense, with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He sharply demands, "Who is it you keep searching for out there?" My jaw clenches, unsure how to respond, and my tongue remains frozen. What should I say to him? He must think of me as a traitor with my frequent comings and goings these last few days. Fear settling in now, my eyes start quickly to his injured arm. Rumors of his ferocity in battle are known throughout the land. He has served the Burning Sun clan with unwavering loyalty and unflinching valor. The jagged scar on his arm and stiffened fingers on his sword hand bear testament to battles fought and his dedication to the clan. I surely won't win in a fight against him. If it comes to blows, Inzo could easily cut me down without hesitation or mercy. My mind races, pulse hammering. How do I explain myself? What words can spare Hayden from suspicion, while also protecting myself from false accusations? I cannot endanger her, yet neither can I lie and brand myself a rebel in Inzo's eyes. The clan's trust in me is still fragile. One misstep could see me exiled and alone once more. As the silence stretches taut as a bowstring between us, I grasp for some sort of explanation. But the shrewd glare of Inzo's eyes warns he will not settle for half-truths. A wave of panic rushes over me. I cannot seem to find the right words. Impatiently, Enzo repeats his demand, eyes still boring into me. Frantic now, I start to open my mouth once more. But before I can speak, another voice interrupts, one that stirs both elation and dread within me. Kagan? My heart stops. That gently lilting tone. Can it be? I whirl around, and there she stands. Hayden. She's real and alive before me. Chapter 23. Kagan. Hayden launches herself into my arms, her lips seeking mine in a desperate, feverish kiss. I'm stunned for a moment, my brain struggling to realize everything that is happening. But then I'm kissing her back, pouring all my love and relief into the embrace. I thought I lost you, Hayden gasps between kisses, her hands clutching at my shoulders as if she's afraid I'll disappear. Me? I ask incredulously, pulling back just far enough to meet her eyes. I thought I lost you when you disappeared like that, without a word. My voice cracks, the memory of those agonizing days without her still raw and painful. But Hayden just shakes her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I'm sorry, she whispers, her fingers tracing the contours of my face as if memorizing every line and angle. I never meant to worry you. I had to go. I didn't have a choice. Before I can ask what she means, a pointed throat clearing interrupts our reunion. We break apart, turning to see Enzo standing nearby, his expression confused. Hayden, you know him? He asks, jerking his chin in my direction. Hayden grins, her whole face lighting up with joy and mischief. I do, she confirms, reaching out to take my hand and lace our fingers together. Kagan, this is Enzo. He's a friend. I look between them, my brow furrowing as I try to piece together the connection. How do you know each other? I ask, unable to keep the note of jealousy from my voice. Enzo just chuckles, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. I think I'll let Hayden explain, he says, already backing away. You two clearly have a lot to catch up on. I'll leave you to it. With a final knowing smile, he turns and walks away, leaving Hayden and me alone once more. She tugs on my hand, her expression growing serious. Let's go for a walk, she suggests, her tone making it clear that it's not really a request. There's something I need to tell you. I nod, letting her lead me away from the bustling camp and into the quiet solitude of the surrounding forest. We walk in silence for a while. The only sound is the crunch of our footsteps on the leaf-strewn path. Finally, Hayden takes a deep breath and begins to speak. I had to come here to Burning Sun, she explains, her voice low and strained. For medical treatment. And I didn't want to scare you, but I was sick. Really sick. My heart clenches, a cold wave of fear washing over me at the thought of Hayden suffering, alone and in pain. Why didn't you tell me? I ask softly, fighting to keep the hurt from my voice. I would have been there for you, Hayden. I would have done anything to help. She sighs, her shoulders slumping as if under a great weight. I know, she whispers, her eyes fixed on the ground. But I was scared, Kagan. So scared. Not just from being sick. I frown, my mind racing as I try to understand. What were you scared of? I ask gently, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. Hayden is silent for a long moment, her expression troubled and distant. You'll know when we get back, she says at last, her voice barely above a whisper. When you see everything. A chill runs down my spine at her ominous words, but I force myself to nod, to trust in her, even as my instincts scream at me to demand answers. Okay, I agree, my voice rough with emotion. I'll follow you, Hayden. Wherever you need to go, whatever you need to face. I'm with you. Always. She looks up at me then, her eyes bright with unshed tears, and a depth of emotion that steals my breath. I know, she whispers, a tremulous smile touching her lips. That's why I'll always find my way back to you. As Hayden leads me back to her small home, her hand warm and solid in mine, she keeps up a steady stream of chatter, filling me in on all that I've missed. She tells me about seeing her friend, Hera, again, and how kind Hera's mate, Xenon, is. There's a lightness to her voice, a joy that I haven't heard in far too long. But as we approach the front door, Hayden's steps falter, her words trailing off into silence. She turns to face me, her expression suddenly serious and almost nervous. There's one last thing I haven't told you, she says softly, her eyes searching mine as if looking for some sign of reassurance. Something important. I frown, a flicker of unease stirring in my gut. What is it, Hayden? I ask gently, reaching out to cup her cheek in my palm. You know you can tell me anything. Hayden takes a deep breath, then pushes open the door and leads me inside. For a moment, I'm confused, my eyes adjusting to the dimmer light of the interior. But then I see her, and my heart stops dead in my chest. There, lying on a blanket in the middle of the floor, is a baby. A little girl with Hayden's delicate features. She gurgles happily at the sight of her mother. Kagan, Hayden says softly, her voice trembling with emotion. Meet Amira, your daughter. I'm frozen, my mind reeling as I try to process the shock of it all. A daughter. I have a daughter. With Hayden, the love of my life, the woman I thought I might never see again. And then, like a dam bursting, the joy hits me. Pure, unadulterated elation, so intense it steals my breath and brings tears to my eyes. I'm moving before I even realize it, crossing the room in 3 long strides to sweep Amira up into my arms. Hello, little one, I whisper, my voice choking with awe and wonder. I'm your father, and I love you so, so much. I pepper her tiny face with kisses, marveling at the impossible softness of her skin, the sweet smell of her dark hair. She giggles and squirms, her little hands batting at my nose. Behind me, I hear Hayden sniffle, and I turn to see her watching us with a watery smile, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, she says, her voice thick with emotion. I was just scared. I frown, shifting Amira to one arm so I can reach out and pull Hayden close. Scared of what? I ask gently, nuzzling into her hair. She sighs, her body sagging against mine as if exhausted. Of everything, she admits, her words muffled against my chest. Of how you would react, of what this would mean for your life. You're so young, Kagan, with so much ahead of you. I didn't want to saddle you with the responsibility of a child. I pull back, tilting her chin up so I can meet her eyes. Hayden, I say firmly, my voice ringing with conviction. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, more important to me than you and Amira. You are my life. She blinks up at me, her lower lip trembling as a single tear slips down her cheek. But what about your father? She whispers, her voice small and afraid. What will he say when he finds out? I shake my head, a fierce protectiveness surging through me. I don't give a damn what my father thinks, I growl, my arms tightening around my little family. He doesn't get a say in this, in us. And if he can't accept it, then that's his problem, not ours. Hayden stares at me for a long moment, her eyes searching mine as if looking for any hint of doubt or hesitation. But there is none to be found, only love and certainty and an unshakable commitment to the 2 most precious beings in my world. And then, like the sun breaking through the clouds, a smile blooms across her face, radiant and joyful and so beautiful, it takes my breath away. She surges up on her toes, capturing my lips in a kiss that is at once tender and fierce, a promise and a vow all in one. I kiss her back with all that I am, pouring every ounce of love and devotion into the press of my lips, the glide of my tongue. Amira coos and babbles between us, and we break apart with a breathless laugh, our foreheads resting together as we gaze down at our perfect, miraculous child. "I love you," I whisper, the words at once too simple and not nearly enough to encompass the depth of my feelings. "Both of you. More than anything in this world or any other." Hayden smiles, her eyes shining with a love that matches my own. "We love you too," she murmurs, her hand coming up to cradle Amira's downy head. "So much, Kagan. More than you could ever know." And there, in that little house in the middle of nowhere, with my entire world in my arms, I feel a peace and contentment that I never knew was possible, a sense of rightness, of belonging, that settles deep in my bones and wraps around my heart like a warm embrace. This is where I'm meant to be, with Hayden, with Amira, with the family we've created against all odds and expectations. And no matter what challenges may come our way, no matter what obstacles we may face, I know that together we can weather any storm. Because this love, this unbreakable bond that ties us together, it's everything, and it's more than enough.
Chapter 24. Hayden. I watch with excitement as Kagan meets my friends, the people who have become like family to me in his absence. Hera and Bonnie are the first to approach, their faces alight with welcoming smiles and curious eyes. "Kagan, this is Hera and Bonnie," I say, gesturing to each of them in turn. "Hera, Bonnie, meet Kagan, my everything." Kagan grins, his arm tightening around my waist as he reaches out to shake their hands. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," he says warmly, his deep voice sending a shiver down my spine. "Hayden's told me so much about you." Hera laughs, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "All good things, I hope," she teases, throwing me a wink. I feel my cheeks heat, but I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. "Of course," I assure her, leaning into Kagan's solid warmth. "I don't know what I would have done without you two. You've been my rock, my sanity, through everything." Bonnie reaches out, squeezing my hand in a gesture of comfort and solidarity. "We're just happy we could help," she says softly, her eyes shining with sincerity. "You're one of us now, Hayden, part of the family." I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes, and I blink them back, swallowing past the lump in my throat. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "That means more to me than you could ever know." Kagan clears his throat, drawing our attention back to him. "I can't thank you enough for taking care of Hayden when I couldn't," he says solemnly, his gaze intense and sincere. "For being there for her, for supporting her. It means the world to me, to us." Hera waves a dismissive hand, her smile turning mischievous. "Oh, it was nothing," she says airily, her tone teasing. "Besides, what are friends for, if not to help each other through the tough times?" We all laugh at that, the tension breaking like a spell. The rest of the evening passes in a blur of laughter and conversation, of shared stories and gentle ribbing. Zenon and Inzo join us at some point, their presence adding to the warm, familial atmosphere. As the night winds down, Hera pulls me aside, her expression turning serious. "Hayden, I wanted to ask you something," she says quietly, her gaze flickering to where Kagan is deep in conversation with Zenon. "I was thinking, maybe I could watch Amira for a day or two. Just to give you and Kagan some time alone, to reconnect and, well, you know." I blink, surprised by the offer. "Are you sure?" I ask hesitantly, my heart already leaping at the thought of uninterrupted time with Kagan. "I don't want to impose or be a burden." Hera scoffs, rolling her eyes in fond exasperation. "Please, it's no burden," she assures me, her smile turning sly. "Besides, Zenon and I could use the practice. We've been talking about starting a family of our own, you know." I gape at her, my eyes widening in surprise and delight. Hera, that's wonderful, I exclaim, pulling her into a tight hug. You're going to be an amazing mother, I just know it. She hugs me back, her laughter ringing out bright and joyful. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she chides gently, pulling back to meet my gaze. For now, let me just focus on spoiling your little one rotten. It'll be good practice, right? I laugh, shaking my head in amused agreement. All right, you've convinced me, I concede, my heart swelling with gratitude and love for this incredible woman, this sister of my heart. Thank you, Hera, for everything. She smiles, her eyes soft and understanding. Any time, Hayden, she murmurs, squeezing my hand one last time before turning to rejoin the others. I watch her go, marvelling at the twist of fate that brought these amazing people into my life. Kagan comes up behind me, his arms wrapping around my waist as he pulls me back against his chest. Everything okay, love? He murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. I nod, turning in his embrace to loop my arms around his neck. Everything's perfect, I whisper, stretching up to brush a soft kiss against his lips. I was just thinking about how lucky I am, to have you, to have Amira, to have this incredible family we've built. Kagan smiles, his eyes dark and heated as he gazes down at me. I'm the lucky one, he rumbles, his hands sliding down to grip my hips. And I plan on spending the rest of my life showing you just how much I love and appreciate you. I shiver, my body already responding to the promise in his words, the heat in his touch. Is that so? I manage, my voice breathy and unsteady. And just how do you plan on doing that? He grins, a wicked, sensual thing that sends a bolt of pure want straight to my core. Oh, I have a few ideas, he purrs, his fingers dipping beneath the hem of my shirt to skim across the sensitive skin of my lower back. But I think I'd rather show than tell if that's all right with you. I laugh, breathless and giddy with anticipation. Lead the way, my love, I murmur, letting him guide me towards my small home, towards the bedroom and the promise of a night spent lost in each other. Lead the way. We're finally alone, just the two of us, and the air between us feels charged with a heady anticipation. Kagan takes my hand, his fingers lacing with mine as he leads me to the bed, pulling me down to sit beside him. For a long moment, we simply gaze at each other, drinking in the sight of the person we love most in this world. Then, Kagan takes a deep breath, his expression turning serious and contemplative. Hayden, he begins, his voice low and earnest. I know we've been through so much, and there's still so much uncertainty ahead of us. But I need you to know, with absolute certainty, that I love you. More than anything, more than my own life. I feel tears prick at the corners of my eyes, my heart swelling with an overwhelming surge of love and gratitude. I love you too, Kagan, I whisper, my voice trembling with the force of my emotions. I can't imagine my life without you, without Amira. You're my everything. He smiles, a soft, tender thing that makes my heart skip a beat. I feel the same way, he murmurs, reaching up to brush a stray lock of hair behind my ear. You and Amira, you're my whole world, my reason for being, and I promise I will spend every day of the rest of my life showing you just how much you mean to me. I lean into his touch, my eyes fluttering closed as I savour the feeling of his skin against mine. I like the sound of that, I breathe, my lips curving into a smile. A lifetime of love and happiness and fun together. Kagan makes a low, approving sound in the back of his throat, his hand sliding around to cup the back of my neck. Together, he echoes, his voice rough with emotion. Always. And then he's kissing me, his lips soft and insistent against my own. I melt into him, my arms winding around his neck as I return the kiss with equal fervour. It starts gentle, almost reverent, a slow, thorough exploration of each other's mouths. But soon, The heat between us begins to build, the kiss turning deeper, more urgent. Kagan's tongue sweeps into my mouth, tangling with my own in a dance that sends shivers racing down my spine. I moan softly, pressing closer, my fingers tangling in his hair as I lose myself in the taste and feel of him. His hands roam my body, skimming over my curves and planes with a possessive, almost desperate edge. I arch into his touch, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps as he maps out every inch of my skin, setting me ablaze with his touch. "Kagan," I manage, my voice a breathless, needy thing. "Please." He growls, low and primal, and then he's lifting me into his arms, carrying me towards the bedroom with long, purposeful strides. I cling to him, my heart hammering in my chest as anticipation and desire courses through my veins like wildfire. He lays me down on the bed, his body covering mine in a delicious press of hard muscle and heated skin. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him closer, needing to feel every inch of him against me. The only sounds in this room are our heavy breathing into the night.
Chapter 25. Kagan. Our kiss deepens, becoming urgent and needy, as if we're both trying to make up for lost time. The taste of her is intoxicating, familiar yet new after all this time apart. I feel her heartbeat against my chest, echoing the rapid thrum of my own. We break apart, gasping for breath, our foreheads resting against each other. "I can't believe you're here," I murmur, my voice barely more than a breath. Hayden smiles, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw. "I'm here, Kagan, and we will never be apart again," she says. Her words send a surge of warmth through me. I kiss her again, more passionately this time. She responds with equal fervor, her body pressing against mine in a way that makes me dizzy with desire. Our surroundings fade away, leaving just the two of us at this moment. I feel like I'm drowning in her, in the feel of her lips, the scent of her skin, the sound of her breath hitching in response to my touch. This is what I've been yearning for, what I thought I'd lost forever. Our movements are frantic and uncoordinated. I lower her onto the bed cushions, following her down, never breaking our kiss. Her hands slide along my muscles, her touch sending shivers down my spine. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, seeing the same hunger and love reflected back at me. "Hayden," I whisper, my voice hoarse with need. "I love you." "I love you too, Kagan," she replies, her voice trembling with emotion. As we lie entwined, the afterglow of our passion still warming our bodies, as much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I feel an overwhelming sense of peace and fulfillment. Hayden's head rests on my chest, her fingers tracing lazy patterns across my skin. I gently stroke her hair, savoring the intimacy of this moment. "Kagan," she murmurs softly, her voice filled with contentment. "What do you think is next for us?" I smile, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. I think of our little family and everything we'll do together, watching our daughter grow, teaching her about the world. Hayden looks up at me, her eyes shining with love and excitement. I can't wait to see all her firsts. "Me either," I agree, my heart swelling at the thought. "And I'll be there for every moment, supporting her, loving her." Hayden's eyes soften and she snuggles closer to me. I love imagining our future together. "You and our family are everything to me. I'll always make sure you know how much you mean to me." Hayden smiles, a look of pure happiness on her face. I love you so much, Kagan. I love you too, Hayden, I reply, my voice filled with emotion. We lie there in comfortable silence, wrapped in each other's arms, dreaming of the beautiful future that lies ahead. And in this moment, I know that no matter what challenges we face, we'll face them together, with love and unwavering commitment. Our little family is just beginning, and I can't wait to see where our journey takes us.
Chapter 26. Hayden. The next morning, I'm awakened by the sun gleaming through the window, illuminating the room in a bright yellow glow. I gently stir, still enveloped in Kagan's arms from the night before. What a magical night that was. After months and months of missing him deeply and longing for his touch, to finally enjoy each other's body and soul was just the remedy I desperately needed. My stirring eventually awakens Kagan from his peaceful slumber. I don't want to rush this moment and leave his strong, comforting embrace, but I start to feel anxious as I think about our daughter Amira. Kagan, I say softly, running my fingers along his muscular arm. We should hurry to find Hera and see our little one. Kagan's golden eyes blink open, a smile spreading across his tusked mouth. He tenderly brushes a strand of hair from my face and kisses my forehead. Of course, my love. You're right. We should check on our precious girl. His gravelly morning voice sends pleasant shivers through me. I sigh blissfully as Kagan continues trailing gentle kisses down my neck. Maybe just a few more minutes, I murmur, melting into his affections. He chuckles, the sound vibrating against my skin. I can never get enough of you either, my love, he rumbles. But Amira needs her mother. We'll continue this later. The promise in his tone sets my blood aflame. With monumental effort, I pull away and rise to dress, casting a coy smile over my shoulder. Kagan growls playfully and swats my backside. Laughing, I toss his clothes to him. Come on, you insatiable beast. Our daughter is waiting for us. Soon we find Amira with Hera in her own home, and we're thrilled to be reunited with our daughter. After bidding Hera goodbye, we go back to our dwelling as one unit, our own little family in the making. That evening, heavenly aromas waft from Kagan's cooking. He serves us generously with piping hot meats and vegetables. As we feast, Amira burbles happy noises. Kagan grins, catching her chubby fingers in his massive hand and kissing them. I watch them, awash in a love so pure I'd never dared dream. Later, he places our sleepy babe into the finest furs to dream. He returns to find me stoking the fire, lost in thought. Kagan sits and pulls me into his lap, wrapping his strong arms around me. What troubles you, my love? I lean into his embrace. It still feels like a dream to have this. You both, a home, peace. I'm scared it won't last. Kagan lifts my chin to meet his eyes, full of care. We are real, and this life is yours. No one will take it from you again. I vow it. His words soothe my fears, and I kiss him, feeling truly safe. Over the next few days, we settle into a blissful routine as a family. Kagan dotes on Amira and me ceaselessly, his love washing over us in word and deed. Throughout the day, he finds small ways to make me smile, playing peekaboo with Amira and whispering sweet words in my ear. In the evening, Kagan cooks hearty stews that fill our home with mouth-watering aromas. As I move to help him, Kagan gently steers me away. Let me take care of you, my love, he urges. Though I insist I'm happy to help, he simply smiles and plants a kiss on my forehead. I relent, touched by his devotion. Later, after Amira drifts off to sleep, Kagan draws me a warm, fragrant bath. The herbs swirl through the water, lavender, mint, chamomile, tingling against my skin. I sink into the tub with a blissful sigh as Kagan washes my hair, massaging my scalp with care. His hands glide over my bare skin, tracing my curves, reminding me wordlessly of his love and desire. When he looks at me, his golden eyes radiate adoration. "You are the most beautiful creature in all the lands," he says. I reply softly, "I never dreamed I could be this happy." Kagan just smiles. I've never felt this content and loved before. Like sunlight after an endless cold night, Kagan and Amira thaw my battered heart. For the first time, I have a true home and family. My only prayer is that we can cling to this peace and joy forevermore. However, one morning that begins like any other, there comes a loud knock at the door that interrupts our domestic bliss. Kagan answers to find a breathless messenger bearing news that his father and sister still live, having fled to his sister's new clan. The messenger states, "Your father requests your presence urgently." Pausing to catch his breath, the messenger continues, "They've been searching everywhere for you." My heart drops into my stomach. Our happy haven feels suddenly precarious. I know how much Kagan's family means to him, but I can't help but wonder if this summons will take him away forever. Panic swells within me like a raging sea. Kagan's eyebrows knit in concern, his golden eyes clouded with worry as he turns to me. "This is shocking. I thought they died after the raids." He reaches for my hand, enveloping it in his own palm. "But I will not leave you and Amira." I squeeze his hand, forcing a smile despite the storm brewing inside of me. "You must go to them. I know their survival brings you much joy. I want to be selfless, to not let him see me falter. But the thought of losing him carves a hollow ache in my chest." Kagan studies my face, reading my turmoil though I try to bury it. He embraces me tightly. "You are too good, my love. I wish for you and Amira to accompany me. I want my father to meet his granddaughter, and the woman who holds my heart." My breath catches at the thought. I am not ready for that," I stammer, old fears rising like bile. "I cannot face the potential judgment and scorn. Your father may not approve of someone like me." Kagan cups my cheek gently. "You are the brightest spirit I know, but I will not force you. When you're ready, we'll go together." His eyes radiate only love and understanding, soothing my doubts. As we embrace Amira one last time, she burbles and grabs at Kagan's face, sensing something momentous is occurring. He chuckles, kissing her cheeks. "I will return soon, little one. Be good for your mama." Turning to me, emotion shines in his golden eyes. He kisses me deeply, imprinting himself on my soul. Then, with a final look, he strides away to meet his familial duty. As I watch his towering form disappear into the forest, a dark cloud of worry overtakes me. Our home feels cold and empty without his warm presence. I tidy up blankly, lost in thought. Amira whimpers for her father, her distress mirroring my own. I cuddle her close, breathing in her sweet scent. "Papa will be home soon, little one." But will he? What if his familial obligations keep him away? I fear his father may try to control him again, poisoning Kagan against me. He deserves familial connection, but at what cost to our family? The days pass slowly without Kagan's steady presence. I keep busy with chores, but at night the enormous emptiness of our bed engulfs me. Amira's cries only echo my own hollowness. I hold her tighter, yearning for Kagan's thick arms around us both. One evening, Hera finds me weeping by the flickering fire, its light no match for my inner darkness. "What troubles you?" she asks softly, pulling me into a maternal embrace. Through sniffles I confess my ominous fears, that Kagan may never return to us. Hera sighs knowingly, her voice gentle as a dove's. The pull of a clan can be stronger than vows of love, but Kagan's heart lies here with you. Have faith he will find his way back. Her words provide some solace, but uncertainty gnaws at me. This waiting with no idea about what's going on overwhelms me with despair. I take to sitting by the window each day, scanning the tree line for any sign of Kagan's towering form. But none comes. Just endless silence and stillness. Is this how it all ends? Did I lose the only love that truly saw me, honoured me as an equal? Clutching a mirror close as sobs rack my body, I pray to any god that will listen, please let Kagan return to us once more. Let the forces trying to tear us apart prove weaker than the love we share. I cannot lose my heart again, not when I have finally glimpsed true happiness.
Chapter 27. Kagan. As I set out on my journey to see my father and sister at her new clan, my mind and body flood with conflicting thoughts and emotions. I am deeply distraught at leaving Hayden and our precious Amira behind at Burning Sun. I wish they could accompany me to see my family, but I know Hayden is not ready for that quite yet. I must respect her wishes and wait for the time to be right. I also feel great relief that my father and sister were able to flee from the rebels. After the attack, agonizing scenarios plagued my mind. I imagined them captured and tortured or stalked ruthlessly through the woods. Not knowing their fate has been an icy dagger of fear piercing my chest. Now, I can finally breathe easy knowing they are safe. The path ahead seems endless as I continue my journey through the dense forest. My mind oscillates between eager anticipation at seeing my sister's smiling face again, and dread at facing my stern father. Our relationship has always been challenging. Ever since my mother passed, the light in his eyes dimmed to hard flint. He pushed me brutally in weapons training, demanded perfection in every task, shaping me to become the ruthless warrior chieftain he envisioned. I understand why now. Losing mother left a yawning void within him, so he filled it with ambition and thirst for power. But that does not wholly excuse how he warped my mind and soul. Finally, after days of travel, I finally reached the territory of my sister's new clan. I barely make it through the front gate when my sister Sharog spots me. Her face instantly lights up with joy. She rushes to embrace me, gasping excitedly. "Brother, I feared I would never see you again after the attack." I return her enthusiastic hug, relief washing over me. Her familiar scent and melodic voice are like a soothing balm. It brings me a lot of relief to see you and father safe. I was so worried. She leads me towards their home, chattering happily about life in the new clan. Inside, I see my father Malamute sitting grimly by the fire. He stands upon seeing me, his expression unreadable as always. "Father, He cuts me off, his voice booming. "You are late. I expected you days ago." I clench my jaw, reminding myself to be patient with him. Some things never change. "Sorry. I came as swiftly as I could. There is much I wish to tell you." His stern gaze softens slightly. "No matter. You're here now." He embraces me briefly, his touch stiff but well-intentioned. "Come, sit. You must be hungry after your travels." Over a simple meal, I recount the last week since the attack, explaining how I came to live at Burning Sun. My father listens silently, his face an impassive mask. Suddenly, a wide grin splits his face. "My son, I've arranged something wonderful while you were away." My stomach drops. What scheme has he concocted now? I blurt out, "Father, what do you mean?" Malamute continues happily. "I have negotiated with the chieftain here. You are to take his daughter as your mate. An excellent match that will raise our status here. Isn't that great?" I stare at him, dumbfounded. Does he truly not know me at all? In a frustrated tone, I snap, "But father, I must tell you, I reunited with my love Hayden at Burning Sun. She is my true mate. We even have a daughter, Amira. I came here to share this wonderful news with you." Sharog smiles warmly, then shrieks excitedly, "A niece! I cannot wait to meet them, brother. Malamute interrupts abruptly, his pleased expression melting away, replaced by a scowl. What? How can this be so? You've been gone only a week. I meet his glare steadily. Hayden is my mate. Amira is our child. I did not come here to take another. My father's face morphs into anger. I will not acknowledge some random human's child as my grandchild. You will obey me and take the chieftain's daughter as your mate. I feel rage boiling up inside me. After everything, he still tries to control my fate. Anger overtaking me, I shout, I will not betray my family for your selfish ambitions. If you paid any attention besides furthering your status, you would know my heart belongs to Hayden. It has been this way for years. He scoffs derisively. A human? Preposterous. I forbid it. You no longer control me, and you are not the chieftain here, I shout further. I am not some pawn for you to manipulate. I make my own choices now. His eyes blaze with fury. Spewing venom, he screams, You are so ungrateful! After everything I did to prepare you as chieftain, this is how you repay me! All you did was strip away my freedom and emotion, I retort. Since Mother died, you changed. You became someone I no longer recognize. Cold, controlling, obsessed with power. Pain flickers in his eyes, but is quickly replaced by anger. Power is all that matters in this world. I did what was needed to advance our clan. I shake my head sadly. At the cost of your own son's happiness. If this is the only reason you wish me to return, then I'm afraid this is farewell. I turn to leave, but Sharo grasps my arm, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, please don't go! I embrace her tightly, wishing I did not have to cause her more pain. In a slight whisper, I reply, I'm sorry, Sharog. I can't stay where I am, not free to love. Be well. With heavy steps, I make my way to the door. Stop! My father's voice rings out. I pause and turn to see him slumped weakly in his chair, looking suddenly old. Tell me about my grandchild. I stare at him warily. Is this some kind of trick? But his eyes hold a glimmer of something I have not seen since I was little. Some softness buried deep beneath the hard exterior. Cautiously I speak, a smile soon spreading across my face. Her name is Amira. She is so tiny, but her spirit outshines even the brightest stars. And when she smiles, the whole world feels lighter. She even has mother's eyes. My father stares at me, stunned into silence. For the first time I can remember, the hard lines of his face soften. She has your mother's eyes? He asks quietly. I nod, a lump forming in my throat. The same ones when she looks at me, it's like mother gazing back. My father's stern composure shatters. Tears spill down his weathered cheeks. The great chieftain crumbles before me, sobbing like a broken soul. Soon, my father embraces Sharog and I. My children, can you forgive this stubborn old orc for how I have wronged you? He says, his voice thick with emotion. I squeeze his shoulder, overcome with empathy for his inner turmoil. I say gently, You were only doing what you thought was right, father. Of course, we forgive you. Sharog nods, smiling through her tears. She whispers, We're just happy to have you in our lives. My father takes a deep, shuddering breath. I vow to atone for my cruelty and neglect. From now on, I will strive to be the father you deserve. Caring, supportive, and loving. He pulls us close once more. I am so proud of you both. Thank you for not giving up on this cantankerous old orc. I chuckle, my heart brimming with hope. We could never give up on family. Sharog playfully nudges father's shoulder. Just wait until you meet little Amira. I bet she'll have you wrapped around her tiny finger in no time. Father beams, his eyes shining. I look forward to meeting her soon. Laughter rings throughout the home, the sweet sound of healing and hope. My heart swells with joy to have my family made whole again. I feel as if a crushing weight has been lifted from my chest. The icy chill of anger and resentment that lingered between us has finally begun to thaw. I look at my father and sister, their faces creased with unrestrained joy. Father's deep, bellowing laugh shakes his broad frame like thunder. Sharag's melodic giggles dance like music across the room. This is how it should have been all along, not the callous indifference and strict expectations my father showed me, forcing me to become his rigid vision of the perfect chieftain, not the sadness lingering behind my sister's eyes whenever she looked at the two of us and our fractured bonds. Just family, together in love and laughter. There will still be challenges ahead, but now we have hope. However long and winding the road, we will walk it as one. I close my eyes, etching this blissful moment into my heart and soul forevermore. Together, we will walk into a new dawn. The past is behind us, and the future looks brighter with each coming day. The sun of hope rises, banishing the icy darkness that once gripped our hearts. I feel a lightness in my spirit that I have not known. The world seems painted in vibrant hues, no longer the bleak shades of gray that clouded my eyes for so long. With my family by my side, I can achieve anything. The broken bits of our past can create a new mosaic. We have been gifted a second chance, one I vow not to squander. Each coming day, we will heal and thrive together.
Chapter 28. Kagan. Another day has come and almost gone, again. I simply cannot bear much more of this never-ending waiting, this unshakable longing for Kagan to return home to us. The little ripple of doubt and anxiousness I felt inside of me when he left has now grown into a raging sea of endless worry and hopelessness. I pace the length of our small home, my steps echoing off the barren walls. How many more sunsets must I watch alone, staring endlessly at the horizon for any sign of his hulking form lumbering towards home? He said he would only be gone for a very short time, yet many days have already passed since his departure. I know Kagan has always put his family and people first, and I always understood his sense of duty. But now he's been gone longer than either of us expected. What if something happened to detain him against his will? What if he doesn't come home at all? My chest starts to tighten as my mind races uncontrollably with these horrible thoughts. Or worse yet, what if he simply doesn't want to be a father and this lengthy absence is his way out? No, I shake my head against that notion. He was overjoyed when he discovered he was a father. I still remember the sparkle in his golden eyes when he first held Amira in his arms. He would never abandon us. Yet my paranoia continues to fester as the hours drag on. What if he never returns, and I am left alone to raise Amira without him? What if some ill fate has befallen him out there in the wilderness? I shake my head sharply once more, banishing those dark thoughts. I cannot travel down that bleak path right now. I must keep faith that he will come back to us. To consider anything else would break me entirely. The sun finally sinks below the horizon, vanishing from sight. I am beyond distraught as I stare out the window into the empty darkness. Still no sign of Kagan. He was meant to be home yesterday. As night slowly descends, enveloping our home in shadow, the knot in my stomach twists even tighter. With each minute that passes, my hope diminishes. Where is he? Why has he not returned? Ominous possibilities creep into my thoughts, like tendrils of smoke seeping through a cracked window. I try to push them away to keep faith, but it grows harder as the blackness of night closes in. Kagan, please come back to me. I plead silently, blinking back tears. I do not know how much longer I can endure this agonizing wait. Just as hopelessness threatens to swallow me whole, the wooden door suddenly swings open. I gasp as Kagan's massive frame fills the entryway. He's home. In an instant, I am in his arms. "You're back! You're finally back! Welcome home!" I gasp excitedly, burying my face into his chest. I start sobbing uncontrollably as relief floods my entire being. Kagan strokes my hair tenderly. "I know I worried you, my love. The journey took longer than expected, but I am here now." I cling to him, afraid if I let go, he might disappear again. I thought something dreadful had happened when you didn't return on time." Kagan cups my face in his hands, staring intently into my eyes. "Hayden, nothing could ever keep me from you and Amira. No matter the obstacles or distances between us, I will always find my way back to you. You are my heart, my guiding light, and our daughter is the most precious gift I could dream of." He pauses, his golden eyes boring intensely into mine. "I told my father and sister outright that you and Amira will always come first for me. Our little family is my priority now." His voice rings with such conviction, and I feel the truth of his words resonating to my core. My lingering doubts and fears seem to melt away under his ardent gaze. We are his home now. Nothing will keep him from us. I let out a breath I didn't realise I was holding. "Come now, you must be famished," I say, taking his hand and leading him to the table. As we eat, he recounts his travels to visit his family and ensure their safety. Between mouthfuls of stew, he continues, "I know my place is here with you and Amira now, but I owed it to my family to ensure their safety after everything we endured." I nod, understanding his sense of duty. Kagan has always put his family first. It's one of the qualities that drew me to him, despite my wariness of his kind. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Kagan goes on, "I told my father he could come meet his granddaughter." He searches my face. "But only if you are comfortable with it, my love." My eyebrows raise in surprise and uncertainty. "He wants to meet Amira?" I hesitate. "But your father—" "He is still set in the old ways at times, I know." Kagan sighs. Yet even he cannot ignore an innocent new life, blood of his blood. I bite my lip, conflicted. The thought of Kagan's stern father holding our delicate Amira unsettles me. And yet, I know family means so much to Kagan. Sensing my tension, Kagan gently adds, "My father and sister will arrive in 1 week's time, if you'll permit it." 1 week? Why so fast? I cannot mask the anxiousness in my voice. Kagan's brows furrow as he chooses his next words carefully. "When I spoke to my father about you and Amira, he said I must not waste any more time, that I should make things right between us immediately." Make things right? My pulse quickens as I ponder his cryptic meaning. What did he mean by that? Taking both my hands in his, Kagan meets my eyes. He slowly sinks down onto one knee before me, still clasping my hands. Sudden understanding rushes through me even before he begins to speak the words. "My radiant Hayden," he begins, his voice rumbling with emotion. "From the very first moment I stumbled upon you in the woods, I knew in my soul that you were destined to be mine. In you, I found my missing piece. And now, we have built a warm, loving home and family together." Kagan presses a tender kiss to my knuckles, his tusk lightly brushing my skin. The sensation sends a shiver up my spine. "I should have done this long ago, the moment I realised I could not live without you." He meets my wide-eyed gaze unwaveringly. "Will you make me the happiest orc in all the land and agree to officially be my mate?" Joy surges hotly within me, momentarily stealing my voice. I had never dared to let myself hope that Kagan would ask for such a formal mating bond between us. It was more than I ever dreamed was possible. Swallowing the lump building in my throat, I finally find my words. "Kagan, my heart and soul belong to you. I will gladly be your mate now until my final breath. With a joyful rumble in his chest, Kagan sweeps me into his arms and claims my lips in a fierce, passionate kiss. Happiness washes over me in waves as we seal our commitment to one another. As we slowly part lips, I smooth my hand over his cheek, looking deep into his penetrating golden eyes. It was a little sudden, but also perfect. I am ready to stand beside you as your mate, now and always. A flutter of anxiety still runs through me at the thought of meeting his family, but I feel a sense of peace now knowing that Kagan will be faithfully at my side forevermore. I nestle into the solid bulk of his chest. Kagan's muscular arms envelop me in their strength and warmth. At this moment, I feel so deeply loved and safe. We have endured so much hardship together already, pain, loss, uncertainty. But we persevered through the darkest nights, finding solace and hope in each other's arms. Our bond grew from the ashes, forged by adversity into something unbreakable. Where there was once only scarcity and sorrow in my heart, now there is an abundance of hope, fulfillment, and light. Kagan has walked this winding path with me, transforming my life in ways I never dreamed possible. With him by my side, I know I can weather any storm that lies ahead. As long as we have each other, the future shines bright for our family. Still enveloped in the warmth of each other's arms, I gently rest my head on his broad, sturdy chest. As I listen to the powerful, steady beat of his heart, I know that I am exactly where I belong. From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prathika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprathika.com. Prathika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 29. Kagan. I cannot believe this is really happening. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that Hayden would actually say yes to my proposal, and one day become my mate for life. But now, a month after that perfect night where we sealed our commitment to one another, the day has finally come for our mating ceremony. The clearing in the woods has been decorated with garlands of wildflowers and vines. Rows of wooden benches have been set out for our clan members to sit. At the front, underneath an arch woven from fragrant lavender and wispy tendrils of ivy, is where Hayden and I will make our vows. The floral scents fill the air. My heart pounds as I pace back and forth. I keep adjusting my ceremonial robe, as if that will help calm my nerves. The rich blue fabric trails behind me as I walk. I never imagined a day like this would come. After everything I've endured, the battle I fought for my clan, the disappointment over losing my position as future leader, finding a mate to share my life with felt utterly out of reach. As I continue my pacing, anxiously waiting on our guests and Hayden, I can't help but think back on the day I stumbled upon her, living wild in these woods. Her fiery spirit called to me from the very first moment our eyes met. She challenges me, inspires me, and above all, loves me in a way I never thought possible. I never dreamed I could find such joy and fulfillment. And now, not only do I have the love of my life as my soon-to-be wife, but I have been blessed with the daughter we created together. My little Amira fills my heart with such pride and adoration. Between my beloved mate and precious child, my life is richer than I ever imagined it could be. With my family and my new clan beside me, I truly feel that I have found where I belong. My heart is full of love and gratitude. Suddenly, the sound of voices pulls me from my thoughts. Guests are beginning to arrive. I soon recognize my sister Sharog's melodic tone as she laughs with our kin behind me. My closest comrades give me nods and slaps on the back as they pass by me and take their seats. My heart swells seeing our family and friends coming together to share in this momentous occasion. Then I see him, my father, Malamute. He gives me a nod and a rare smile. As a young orc, I constantly strove for his approval, but never seemed able to earn it. Even now, as a grown orc, I still feel eager at times in his presence. But today his smile reassures me. He is proud of the mate I have chosen, and the life we will build together. I stand tall, no longer letting his sternness get in my head. This is my mating day, and I know my father is happy for me. He's carrying little Amira in his bulky arms. I cannot help but crack a smile seeing her tiny hands grasp at his long braids. She coos happily as he gently nuzzles her cheeks with his tusks. He may have been cold and distant when I was young, but he positively melts around his tiny granddaughter. It warms my heart to see him cradling her so tenderly. "Big day, my son," he says in his gravelly voice, clapping me on the shoulder. "You have chosen well with Hayden. She will make a fine mate." His words take me slightly by surprise. It may not be outright praise, but for him it is practically a glowing endorsement. "Thank you, Father," I reply. "That means a lot, coming from you." He gives a nod, then lumbers off to take his seat, Amira still laying happily in his arms. As strange as it seems, seeing them together gives me hope. People can change. Even my stubborn, grim father's heart has been opened by Amira's joyful presence. The clearing has filled up now with our guests. A hush falls over the crowd as the ceremony is about to begin. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is really happening. That's when I see her, and my breath catches in my throat. Hayden is a vision in her bridal gown. It is a simple dress of linen, but on her it looks like the grandest garment I have ever seen. Her usual reserved expression has been replaced with a dazzling smile that makes her face glow. Ivy and baby's breath are woven into her long, golden waves of hair. She has never looked more beautiful. I reach out to take her hand as she joins me under the floral arch. Her skin is soft and warm against mine. I gently caress the inside of her palm as we lock hands. "I love you," I whisper, blinking back tears. She squeezes my hand in response. The shaman begins the ritual, his deep, resonant voice carrying throughout the glen. All other sounds fade away as he commences the ancient rite of bonding. I start to recite my vows, my voice nearly cracking with emotion as I promise to honor, protect, and cherish my beloved mate all our days. Hayden, from the moment I first saw you, I knew you were the missing piece of my soul. Your strength and spirit inspire me to be better. I vow to stand by your side through joy and sorrow, peace and strife, to share in your laughter and wipe away your tears, to be your shelter in the storm. I give you my heart, my body, and my devotion. This I solemnly swear before our clan and the gods. Hayden's green eyes glisten with moved tears as she recites her vows in return. Her clear, strong voice rings out through the glen. "Kagan, my love, you saw me when no one else did. You overlooked my past and angry temperament and found the real woman within. Your patience and wisdom healed my wounded heart. You gave me hope when I had none. I vow to nurture our love, support your dreams, and walk every step of life's journey with you. In sickness and health, for all our days, I will stand faithfully by your side. Before our clan and the gods, I give you my heart and pledge you my devotion." Her words pierce my soul. My fierce, beautiful mate. At last, we will be bound together as one. The shaman nods solemnly and gestures for us to begin the symbolic markings. I take the small clay bowl of ochre paint and dip my fingers in the rust-colored paste. With reverent care, I draw the emblem of my clan onto the inside of Hayden's wrist. She does not flinch, even as the cold pigment marks her fair skin. Her emerald eyes never leave mine. When I finish, Hayden takes the bowl from me. Delicately, she paints the symbol of her lost clan onto my wrist. Her touch is soothing as the ochre stains my skin. We have marked each other, signed our devotion in these symbols we will bear all our days. We are united as one now. The shaman raises his staff aloft and bellows out the final words of the ritual. By the will of the gods, I pronounce you mates before all here. Let your union be blessed. You may kiss and seal your bond. My heart is fit to burst as I draw Hayden into my arms. Her body melts against mine, hands coming up to caress my face. This remarkable woman who has changed my life forever is now my wife. Mine, I whisper fiercely. Now and always. Yours, she breathes. Her lips find mine in a searing kiss, filled with promise, passion, and above all, love. As we kiss, our family and friends whoop and cheer joyously, but I am only dimly aware of their voices. Hayden consumes my senses, her taste, her scent, the feel of her in my arms. This kiss signifies all we have endured to reach this moment. Hardship, heartache, and trials now culminate in pure bliss. When at last we come up for air, I press my forehead to Hayden's, overcome with emotion. Through eyes clouded with happy tears, I see my radiant bride glowing with the same powerful feelings. Love swells inside me, so profound I can scarcely draw breath. Hayden's slender hand comes up to caress my jaw. My husband, she whispers through a choked sob. Those two precious words. I never realized it was possible to feel such rapturous joy. I cradle her face between my hands, brushing away the tracks of her tears with my thumbs. My wife, I echo hoarsely. My mate. My forever love. She pulls me down into another fierce kiss. Gone are any shreds of doubt or pain from our pasts. In this sacred moment we are reborn, now and always as halves of the same soul. Her lips meld perfectly with mine, soft yet insistent. The tang of her sweet lips mingles with her intoxicating, earthy scent. My hands span the narrow width of her back, keeping her flush against me. I give myself over completely to the wonder of this woman, now and forever mine. As we finally turn to greet our cheering loved ones, clasped hand in hand, a transcendent joy blooms in my chest, unlike any I've ever known. This pinnacle moment marks the beginning of a new existence, one filled with promise, bonded in love.
Chapter 30. Hayden. I marvel at Kagan as he carries me across the threshold of our little home. He is strong and steady, a vision of strength and love. Flowers are interwoven in my braided blonde hair, and I wear the necklace he gave me as a wedding gift, a small gold pendant with an A on it representing our greatest gift. As we step into the living quarters, he gently places me down, my feet touching the floor with the grace of a dancer. Our eyes meet, and I see the reflection of our shared joy and the promise of our future together. Today has been one of the best days of my life, Kagan says, his voice filled with emotion. Besides meeting you and finding out about Amira, this day tops them all. I smile, my eyes twinkling with happiness. I feel the same way, Kagan. It feels like everything we've been through has led us to this perfect moment. He takes my hands in his, and I feel the softness of his skin against the roughness of my own. I remember the first time I saw you, he continues, his thoughts drifting back. You were so strong, so determined. I knew then that you were different, that you were someone I wanted to know. And I remember thinking you were the most intriguing, yet terrifying thing I had ever met. I reply, my smile widening. But your strength, your gentleness. I couldn't resist you. Then finding out about Amira, he says, his voice softening. The day I discovered she was mine, I can't even describe the joy I felt. She brought a light to my life that I never knew was possible. My eyes glisten with unshed tears. Amira is our miracle. She's a testament to our love, our resilience. Kagan pulls me close, wrapping his arms around me. I want you to know how grateful I am for you, for us, and for our family. You and Amira are everything to me. I rest my head against his chest, and we stand there, holding each other, savouring the peace and contentment of the moment. The world outside our door may be filled with uncertainties, but here, in our home, we have found our sanctuary. To us, I whisper, lifting my head to look into his eyes. To our love, our future, and our precious Amira. To us, he echoes, leaning down to take my mouth. He kisses me passionately, pouring all the love and desire he's ever held in his heart into that single moment. His lips are soft and warm against mine, responding with equal fervour. I can feel the heat rising between us, the anticipation of what's to come.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprathika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. For a long moment, neither of us speaks. We simply hold each other, savouring the aftermath of our shared passion. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my skin, and I revel in the sensation, the tenderness of his touch, a stark contrast to the intensity of our lovemaking. "Hayden," he finally says, his voice soft and filled with emotion. "I can't believe how lucky I am to have you." I smile, my heart swelling with love for this man who has given me so much. "And I can't believe how lucky I am to have you, Kagan. You've changed my life in ways I never imagined." He kisses me gently, his lips lingering on mine, and I feel the depth of his love in that simple act. "We'll face whatever comes together," he murmurs, his eyes locked onto mine. "You, me, and Amira. We're a family, and nothing can take that away from us." Tears prick at my eyes, and I nod, too overcome to speak. In this moment, I know that no matter what challenges we face, we will face them together, our love a fortress that can withstand any storm. We lay there for a while longer, our bodies still entwined, lost in the afterglow of our shared passion. Eventually the world outside begins to intrude, the sounds of the evening filtering through the walls of our sanctuary. But even as reality creeps back in, the bond we've strengthened remains, a testament to the love and resilience that define us. With a contented sigh, Kagan shifts, pulling me into his arms so that my head rests against his chest. I listen to the steady beat of his heart, a comforting rhythm that lulls me into a state of peaceful contentment. His fingers stroke my hair, the motion soothing and familiar. "Hayden," he says softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I love you. Always." "I love you too, Kagan," I reply, my voice filled with the certainty of our shared future. Always. And as we lay there, wrapped in each other's embrace, I know that no matter what the future holds, we will face it together, bound by a love that is as enduring as it is profound.
Chapter 31. Kagan, You giving up on me? I shout jokingly at Sharag as she kicks her shield away. She brushes her hair out of her face, sweat making a few strands stick to her forehead. Never. She lunges at me once again, and I easily dodge her attack. It's so easy to get her angry and make her lose focus on me. I kick her in the back of her knees, making her tumble to the ground. She accepts defeat, laying there. Checkmate. I offer my hand to help her up. Sharag rolls her eyes. Please, I let you win. Think of that as your wedding gift. Ah, well, in that case, thank you so much for your gracious gesture. We laugh heartily and share a quick embrace. Finally, life feels back to normal. Our light-hearted moment is suddenly interrupted by the sound of angry shouting nearby. I turn towards the commotion, instantly on alert. There, in the training pit, 2 male orc recruits are facing off, circling each other aggressively. Though they are new recruits who I haven't become acquainted with yet, the rage burning in their eyes is unmistakable. They are young and powerfully built, muscles bulging beneath their leather armor. One is broader while the other is a bit taller and slim, but they seem evenly matched in strength and volatility. The larger orc is barking heated words, jabbing his finger accusingly. The other shoves his hand away with a snarl, yelling something in retort. Their movements are tense, hands curled into fists at their sides. It seems a physical confrontation could break out at any moment. They are like coiled springs ready to unleash their aggression without warning. As I quickly size them up, their body language screams hostility and wounded pride. Whatever sparked this rage between them runs deeper than a random dispute. They continue circling, posture threatening. Their voices are too distant and muffled for me to decipher their words. But the tone carries clearly on the air. These are not idle threats being exchanged. Something dangerous brews here beneath the surface. The 2 recruits are moments from losing control, like wild beasts ready to tear each other apart. I can't make out everything over the din, but manage to pick up heated phrases between curses. I saw you. Don't try to deny it, the larger recruit shouts, jabbing his finger into the other's chest. I did no such thing, the other yells back, swatting his hand away. More shoving follows as their voices rise. You spoke with her, I know you did. Lies. I never went near her. Ha! So you admit you know exactly who I'm talking about, the larger recruit crows triumphantly. I admit nothing, comes the furious reply. You know not what you speak of. Another exchange of violent shoves nearly knocks them off balance. Enough with your deceit, the larger growls. I know what I witnessed. You witnessed nothing but your own delusions. His retort cuts like a knife. The incoherent yelling resumes as they circle each other. The confrontation seems mere moments from turning into an all-out brawl. Fists are clenched, muscles tense. Violence brews beneath the surface, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Their anger is palpable as curses fly faster. The shouting fades to background noise as I focus on keeping them apart. But I've heard enough to know this dispute is far from over. I ask Sharag, any idea what this is about? She sighs. Some dispute over a new arrival. That's all I know. The shouting rises as tensions boil over. One recruit throws a punch and the fight turns physical. The surrounding orcs cheer rather than intervene. But this has gone too far. I dash over, moving the others out of the way. Enough! I boom. They barely give me a glance. What did you say to her? The first one takes another threatening step toward his opponent. As the recruits resume their shoving match, I dive between them and forcefully push them apart. That's enough, I yell. Stand down, both of you! The bigger recruit struggles against me. I shove him back hard and fix him with a stern gaze. I said stand down, now! With a final frustrated growl, he takes a step back. Panting, he points a threatening finger at the other recruit. This isn't over, he spits. We'll settle this on our own terms. Before I can respond, he turns and storms off as the surrounding orcs scramble clear. I watch his retreating form, eyes narrowed. His anger runs deep. This is far from over. I turn to the remaining recruit. He throws his hands up in exasperation. "I didn't do anything to that guy," he spits out. "Someone needs to get him in check." "Go clean yourself up," I order him, gesturing to his bleeding lip that is now dripping onto his shoes. He grumbles and walks back to the camp, stomping angrily. "I better not get put on kitchen duty for this. He started it!" The recruit yells back at me one last time. Muttered speculation rises from the gathered onlookers as the angry recruit storms off. Sideways glances are exchanged as everyone tries to make sense of what just transpired. "What was that all about?" one orc asks in a hushed tone. "They seem ready to kill each other," another replies in awe. More hushed whispers follow as they speculate on what could have sparked such violent confrontation. "It must be about that girl he won't shut up about. I heard she spurned his advances. Is that truly enough to drive him to such rage?" Each theory seems wilder than the last. But whatever the cause, the end result is clear. This matter is far from resolved. As we watch the seething recruits walk into the distance, tension hangs thick in the air. Though the violence is halted for now, I know trouble still brews beneath the surface. I think everyone here can feel it. The situation requires caution. I must act swiftly to diffuse it before that simmering anger erupts again. But with so little information, my options are limited. For now, an uneasy peace resumes, completely disrupting what was supposed to be a much-needed training session. But the dark speculation in the onlookers' eyes tells me that more conflict lies ahead. I'll need to keep a very close eye on this feud. One thing is certain, that recruit's rage remains barely contained, ready to explode at the slightest spark, and the other will be wanting revenge. I can only restore order for so long unless the true cause is uncovered. Until then, trouble lurks just out of sight, biding its time, waiting to strike once more. I must get to the bottom of this, and quickly, before violence consumes my people. I won't let Burning Sun descend into chaos. That only leads to more pain and destruction, and I refuse to go through that again.